Chapter 34:19. As expected, the demon race behaved themselves for a period of time. Since the last 1 million demon race troops were repelled, Roaring Tiger City spent a month in peace. A month later, the city defense array was activated again. When the light curtain of the array enveloped the city, the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City finally felt safe. This array was set up by the South Gate Army, and its performance was several times better than the original array of Roaring Tiger City. With this array, even if another 1 million demon race troops came, Roaring Tiger City could rely on the power of the array to deal with them. Not only that, there was also good news from the High Heaven Palace. The first batch of cultivators who entered the Dream Realm Thousand Illusions had come out. Although only 1/10 of them cultivated the power of Wizard, this undoubtedly showed that this method was feasible. As long as they continued to put cultivators into the Dream Realm Thousand Illusions, sooner or later, there would be a wizard in the astral boundary that could deal with the war of the two realms. These cultivators who cultivated the power of Wizard and became wizards were assigned by Yang Inflammation. Perhaps because they were not able to help Yang Kai last time, Yang Inflammation felt guilty. This time he directly assigned 2 great wizard-level existences to come over. 2 great wizard-level existences could only be regarded as icing on the cake in the current situation, but it was better than nothing. At least they could add some practical wizard skills to the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City, saving Yang Kai some effort. Roaring Tiger City had also been maintaining contact with other major cities in the Western Territory. In a month, the overall situation was not very optimistic. Many small and medium-sized cities had fallen, and many cultivators in the astral boundary had died. Those who were still alive were forced to flee to other cities and join other cultivators. Some people also came to Roaring Tiger City. They accepted tens of thousands of people and once again strengthened the defense of Roaring Tiger City. Since the beginning of the War of the Two Realms, more than 1 million people had died in the astral boundary. The demon race's casualties would only be higher. However, the demon race kept increasing their troops as if they could never kill them all. Everyone was mentally and physically exhausted. A few days later, Yang Kai, who was cultivating in seclusion in the City Lord Mansion, suddenly opened his eyes. He took out his communication compass and checked it. Then he frowned, got up and flashed out. On the city wall, Yang Kai suddenly appeared, and a group of people in the Emperor Realm saluted. "What's the situation?" Yang Kai looked into the distance and asked. "Li Jiao, the demon race again. How many people?" "Not too many, I think." Qi Gui sneered. "If we can defeat an army of 1 million, what is a few 100,000? Last time, the Roaring Tiger City was able to achieve such a victory before the Great City Barrier Array was completed. This time they had the Great City Barrier Array to rely on, and Roaring Tiger City had tens of thousands of people, so Qi Gui was naturally full of confidence." "Don't be careless," Yang Kai said in a deep voice. "Since the demon race dares to come, they must have something to rely on." Suddenly, Gao Shuiting seemed to have thought of something. She was slightly shocked as she said, "You mean, Yang Kai, I hope my guess is wrong, otherwise this battle will be difficult to fight." He turned to Yin and said, "Send people out to scout again. See if there are any other demon race armies nearby." Yin nodded and quickly went down the city wall to make arrangements. Not long after, more than a dozen people rushed out of the Roaring Tiger City and rushed in different directions. Half an hour later, Yin came to report, "City Lord, there is no other demon race army within 1,000 miles, only that one." Yang Kai nodded and shouted, "Send my order, prepare for battle." The horn sounded and the Roaring Tiger City was operating at full speed. Nearly 200,000 cultivator were in charge of their own duties. Under the leadership of the people from the Emperor Realm, they were arranged in square formations to guard all directions of the city wall. They were waiting for the demon race army to arrive before they attacked with all their might. Information was sent back from the spies outside. The demon race army kept approaching the Roaring Tiger City. It was obvious that they were going straight for the Roaring Tiger City. On the city wall, the atmosphere was solemn. Many people from the Emperor Realm looked into the distance. The demon race army gradually appeared in their field of vision. Just as the information said, there were less than 1 million of them because they were much fewer than last time. They were probably the army of the demon race that was defeated last time. However, it was this army that had suffered a great loss in the Roaring Tiger City. This time it was valiant and full of vigor. It was strange no matter how one looked at it. Time passed slowly. The demon race army suddenly stopped when they were 50 miles away from the Roaring Tiger City. The army separated to the left and right. A figure, a demon flame stallion, walked out of the army unhurriedly. The demon flame stallion's hooves were burning with evil fire. It was full of evil energy. At first glance, it looked like a horse, but it was a few heads taller than an ordinary horse. It was extremely ferocious and majestic. On the back of the horse, the demon race was swaying as if it was drunk. It closed its eyes and slowly approached the roaring tiger city with its mount. Everyone was looking at this demon race. Many people frowned because no one could see the depth of this demon race. At first glance, this demon race looked like an ordinary person. But at this time, why would an ordinary person come here to die? They could not see it because this demon race's cultivation was unusually high. It was not until this moment that the demon race yawned and slowly opened its eyes. There seemed to be a flash of lightning. As the tightly closed eyelids opened, the world suddenly trembled. A great power descended from the sky like an invisible mountain. It pressed down on the chests of many people in the Emperor realm, making it difficult for them to breathe. A fake emperor! Li Jiao cried out in alarm. The faces of Gao Shueting and the others also changed. Yang Kai's expression was also very gloomy. Although he already knew that the demon race would be prepared and might send out a fake emperor-level powerhouse, when such a fake emperor really appeared in front of him, Yang Kai still had a headache. Roaring Tiger City was not a big city. Logically, the demon race would not pay too much attention to it. However, Roaring Tiger City had won the previous 2 battles and killed countless enemies. It probably attracted the attention of the demon race, which was why they sent out a fake emperor-level powerhouse to deal with it. Sure enough, a tall tree attracts the wind. A fake emperor? The demon race obviously heard Li Jiao's words. He looked over and chuckled. His smile was clean and hearty, and coupled with the vicissitudes of life on his chin, he had a different kind of charm. He raised a finger and slowly shook it. Wrong, 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 very wrong. A fake emperor is just a name here. In the demon territory, someone like me is called a half-saint. Whether it was a fake emperor or a half-saint, they were just different names. They were existences that were only one step away from the great emperors and demon saint. They were not existences that could be stopped by the ordinary people in the emperor realm. Yang Kai bared his teeth and cursed Qiongqi 100 times in his heart. If this old man had not taken the initiative to bring Yang Xiao and Yang Shui to the Four Seasons realm, he would not have lacked high-end combat power. With the strength of Qiongqi and Lu Yen, the half-saint in front of him would not have an easy time. Now that the enemy had sent out a half-saint, he and his embodiment had to go all out to deal with it. Even if the remaining people of Roaring Tiger City could win against the demon race, they would probably suffer heavy casualties. What's more, whether they could win or not was still unknown. He had contributed a lot to the previous 2 victories. This time, without him, Roaring Tiger City's combat power would definitely be reduced sharply. The half-saint suddenly pointed at Li Jiao and laughed arrogantly. "Old man, since you have a lot to say, come out and die first. I can give you a quick death." Li Jiao's face darkened when he heard this. Just because he said something, he wanted to be the first to die? What kind of logic is this? Yang Kai said indifferently, "Your Excellency is really arrogant. Whether it's a fake emperor or a half-saint, if you want us to die, you have to show some real ability." Hearing this, the half-saint immediately tilted his head and looked over. His hawk-like eyes were extremely sharp, piercing people's skin. He gently nodded and said, "You will be the second to die." Then he reached out and pointed at the others one by one. "You will be the third, you will be the fourth." He chattered for a long time, making everyone angry. It was as if they were really going to die one by one under his command. As he pointed, the half-saint of demon race suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He raised his finger and couldn't point anymore. He squeezed his eyes hard and looked at a certain place on the city wall for a long time without saying a word. Everyone on the city wall was at a loss. They followed his gaze and didn't know what he saw. After a while, the half-saint withdrew his hand and said with an embarrassed smile, "I suddenly remembered that this king still has something important to do. And I will leave first." After saying this, he turned his horse around and trotted back the way he came at an extremely fast speed. What the hell? Li Jiao and the others were all stunned. They all felt that there was something wrong with this half-saint of the demon race's brain. He came with such an aggressive aura and even said such big words, but in the end it was all bark and no bite? Was this still a fucking half-saint? Could it be that he was pretending? But that aura that was not inferior to a fake emperor's could not be faked. The current situation was too strange. No one knew how to deal with it. They all turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he immediately made up his mind. He shouted, "Activate the array and kill the enemy." Gao Shueting hurriedly said, "Yang Kai, be careful of a trap." The half-saint's actions were too strange. It was easy to feel that he was doing this on purpose to lure everyone out of the city. A half-saint was already very difficult to deal with. If they lost the protection of the array, even the Emperor realm wouldn't be enough to kill him. Gao Shueting wasn't the only one who had this concern. Yang Kai stared at Gao Shueting and said in a deep voice, "Trust me." Gao Shueting hesitated for a moment before turning her head and shouting, "Activate the array." With a rumble, the Great City Barrier Array was activated. Profound and complex incantations sounded, and the light of the bloodthirst technique and life chains shone, enveloping the army in the city. Chapter 34:20. Although it took some time to use bloodlust and life chains on the Roaring Tiger City cultivator, Yang Kai soon caught up with the half-saint of demon race. Under the shocked gazes of Li Jiao and the others, Yang Kai raised the myriad sword and slashed downwards. The half-saint of demon race didn't even raise his head, but it was as if he had eyes on the top of his head. With a flick of his finger, he accurately hit the back of the myriad sword. With a ding sound, a powerful force was transmitted, and the myriad sword almost flew out of his hand. Yang Kai was secretly shocked by the strength of this demon race. The law of space fluctuated, turning the space around the enemy into an invisible cage. The demonic flame colt's movements suddenly stopped, and flames erupted from its body. It struggled with all its might, but it was as slow as a turtle crawling. Under the solid space, even if this demonic beast was strong, it was difficult for it to regain its freedom. The pitch-black moon blade slashed down, but the half-saint of demon race grabbed the moon blade with a backhand grab, and with a slight force, the moon blade shattered. The next moment he leapt up, completely unrestrained by the law of space, and soared into the sky. Yang Kai whispered, "Flowing time, great emperor's withering glory, shuttle like a dream." Time seemed to stop at this moment, and the flowing time great emperor's shuttle like seal slammed down on the half-saint. The half-saint of demon race showed a rare look of surprise, and flames suddenly erupted from his body. The surrounding temperature rose sharply, and the space was distorted by the heat. He raised his hand, and a ball of flames met the flowing time great emperor's shuttle like seal head-on. The two collided in midair, producing a violent sound, and then disappeared. With a mournful cry, the demonic flame colt was shaken by the aftermath of the attack and fell to the ground, dead. The half-saint of demon race looked down at his mount and bared his teeth, a pained expression on his face. Clang. The clear sound of a bell rang out as the quaint mountains and rivers bell spun and flew out. It expanded in the wind and covered the half-saint demon with the power to suppress heaven and earth. "Good treasure," the half-saint of demon race shouted. His eyesight was quite good, and he immediately saw through the mountains and rivers bell's extraordinary power. His figure turned into a mass of flames as he dodged left and right in the air, avoiding the suppression force of the mountains and rivers bell. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and with a flicker assault, he appeared above Huang Xiaolong's head. Then he stretched out his hand, which transformed into a dragon claw shadow, and clawed at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's palm grasped at thin air. A half-saint was comparable to a fake emperor, so how could it be so easy to deal with him? However, after being attacked by Yang Kai again and again, the half-saint of demon race seemed to be a little angry. He stepped on the mountains and rivers bell and an irresistible force erupted. The mountains and rivers bell fell to the ground with a loud bang, causing cracks to appear one after another. The half-saint of demon race stood proudly in the air, looked at Yang Kai and said, "Boy, that's enough. If you attack again, this king won't be polite to you anymore." Yang Kai grinned at him and waved his hand, releasing the embodiment, and looked at him meaningfully. "What are you worried about?" The half-saint laughed. "What does this king need to worry about? It's just that this king has something important to do, so he can't be bothered to deal with you. Since you have no scruples, then let's fight." Yang Kai roared, "Dragon transformation." A high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the sky, and Yang Kai's figure suddenly swelled. Short horns grew on his head, and the exposed skin on his body was covered in dragon scales. His hands completely transformed into dragon claws, and a long dragon tail appeared behind him. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's body changed greatly, and he suddenly turned into a 300-meter-tall behemoth. His head reached the sky, his feet touched the ground, and his nostrils spewed hot air. His dragon breath swept out, and the wind and clouds changed color. The half-saint of demon race put his hand in front of his forehead and looked up, and his face twitched. "Good boy." Yang Kai opened his mouth and roared, and a golden ball of light shot towards the half-saint of demon race. The golden light was dazzling, and almost covered the light of the sun in the sky. When it hit the ground, it spread out with a loud bang and the whole world lost its color. A deafening explosion sounded, and the earth trembled unceasingly. After the golden light disappeared, a large hole with a diameter of 300 meters appeared on the ground, and the half-saint of demon race was nowhere to be seen. In the distance a voice sounded, "Remember, this king's name is Bai Zhua. I will teach you a lesson another day." Yang Kai turned his head and looked in the direction of the source of the voice, and his face became gloomy. He ran away. That half-saint unexpectedly ran away. Yang Kai immediately felt powerless, as if he had punched cotton. If they really fought, even if he transformed into a 300 meters long dragon and joined forces with his embodiment, he still wouldn't be his opponent. But this time he was facing a half-saint, so Yang Kai didn't dare to hold back in the slightest. But what he didn't expect was that the other side would retreat so quickly, and didn't even pay attention to the hundreds of thousands of demon race's soldiers. What was the meaning of this? As such, he somewhat confirmed a guess in his heart. If the half-saint wanted to run away, even if Yang Kai had the space divine technique, he couldn't do anything. He had nowhere to vent his fighting spirit, so he could only turn his gaze to the hundreds of thousands of demon race's soldiers. This army of several 100,000 was indeed the one that had been crippled the last time. This time they had come aggressively under the leadership of the semi-sage devil. They had wanted to avenge their previous disgrace. However, they hadn't expected that the semi-sage devil wouldn't care about their life and death, and would take the lead in withdrawing. Nearly 200,000 cultivators from Roaring Tiger City had already rushed up. In the wilderness the two armies instantly clashed. History repeated itself. This demon race's army was already defeated by Roaring Tiger City, and they dared to come today because they had a half-saint with them. Now that the half-saint had openly left, they had completely lost their backbone, so how could they still have the will to fight? As soon as they came into contact with each other, they were defeated like a landslide and were utterly defeated. On the other hand, Roaring Tiger City's army was full of vigor, and they were like wolves and tigers. Under the leadership of nearly 200 cultivators from the Emperor realm, they kept on killing. When Yang Kai and his Dharmakaya rushed into the battlefield, the outcome of the battle was even less suspenseful. His huge body was a very eye-catching landmark even in a battlefield of millions. The demon race all retreated, but Yang Kai rushed wherever there were the most people. With a casual slap or sweep of his tail, a demon race member would be killed. After a long time, the noisy battlefield finally quieted down. The cultivator who was still alive looked around and saw that the demon race was no longer around, and only their own people were bathed in blood. Cheers rang out and went straight to the ninth heaven. Yang Kai had already dispersed his dragon form and returned to his original appearance. He stood in the void and looked around. In all directions, inexplicable forces were converging toward him. Each force was insignificant, but when hundreds of thousands of them gathered, they formed an extremely terrifying force wave. A tiger's roar was heard, and a giant tiger suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. It was very lifelike and had a gloomy aura. Yang Kai looked back and had a strange look on his face. The giant tiger was not a physical entity, so he could not explain it clearly, but he felt that he could mobilize the giant tiger's power for his own use. If he absorbed the giant tiger into his body at a critical moment, his strength would definitely increase explosively. Hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes stared at the giant tiger. Many people were confused and did not know what the illusory figure that suddenly appeared meant, but they felt that the illusory figure of the giant tiger was closely connected to them. Military momentum. Li Jiao raised his eyebrows and looked surprised. Yang Kai looked at him and asked, "What's military momentum?" Li Jiao replied excitedly, "It's the momentum that can only be gathered when the army is united. I've seen some records in an ancient book, but I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes. Brother Yang, since the military momentum has appeared, it means that the 100,000 people in Roaring Tiger City have united as one. This is even rarer than a million-strong army." Gao Shueting nodded and said, "It's difficult for a military force to appear. Only when everyone has absolute confidence in the commander will there be a chance for it to appear." Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "I feel that I can use this giant tiger to increase my strength." Li Jiao nodded and said, "That's right. Military momentum is hard to come by, but it's also very useful. There hasn't been a large-scale battle in the astral boundary for so many years, so naturally no military momentum has been born. My Roaring Tiger City is very likely to be the first place to give birth to a military momentum." Yang Kai said happily, "This is good news." Li Jiao laughed and said, "With Brother Yang's ability in such a military momentum, My Roaring Tiger City will have nothing to fear even if a half-saint comes next time. Yang Kai and his Dharmakaya were already very strong when they joined forces. Against that half-saint called Baizhua, even if they weren't a match for him, they wouldn't be too far behind. If this military momentum was also increased, they could at least be on par with Baizhua. They might even be slightly better. Roaring Tiger City won 3 battles and all of them were great victories. This made everyone in Roaring Tiger City have a kind of bone-deep trust in Yang Kai. It was also natural for them to gather in military momentum. This was the recognition of more than 100,000 soldiers to Yang Kai. It was the convergence of more than 100,000 people's strength. How could he be underestimated? Just as Li Jiao said, having such a military momentum of more than 100,000 people was even rarer than an army of 1,000,000. The facts also prove this point. So what if the demon race had an army of 1,000,000 people? Weren't they still scared witless by the people of Roaring Tiger City? Last time they killed 300,000 people. This time, it would be even more because less than 200,000 people from the demon race fled miserably. Leaving some people to clean up the battlefield and count the casualties, Yang Kai went straight back to the mayor's mansion. Yu Meng came up to him and looked at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. You have the bloodline of the dragon race? If Yang Kai hadn't transformed into a 300-foot-long dragon this time, she wouldn't have known about it. However, when the 300-foot-long dragon swept across the battlefield, anyone who wasn't blind could see it. Naturally, Yu Meng also saw it clearly. Yang Kai grinned and reached out to pinch her smooth chin. He raised it slightly and said, "What's wrong? Are you having a crush on me?" Yu Meng slapped his big hand away and said angrily, "Stop it." Yang Kai bent down, picked her up and strode inside. "What are you doing?" Yu Meng squirmed. "My husband has returned from a battle. Naturally, he needs you to help him bathe and change his clothes." Yu Meng couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Whose husband are you?" Yang Kai looked down at her. "You don't want to?" Yu Meng curled her lips. Yang Kai put her down and shouted, "Fu Ling." Fu Ling rushed over like a whirlwind, a strange light flashing in her beautiful eyes. "What orders does brother-in-law have?" Yu Meng hurriedly said, "Nothing, he just wants to ask if you are injured." Fu Ling pursed her lips and smiled. "Thank you, brother-in-law, for your concern. I am fine." Yu Meng nodded. "It's good that you are fine." After saying that, she held Yang Kai's hand and walked into the inner hall. Chapter 34-21. The situation in Roaring Tiger City became treacherous after this battle. For half a year, no army of the demon race visited. Perhaps they were afraid of Roaring Tiger City's power or for some other reason, but the demon race seemed to have forgotten about Roaring Tiger City. Instead, the nearby cities were constantly attacked by the demon race. In the first 2 months, Yang Kai did not dare to act rashly, lest he gave the demon race an opportunity. However, as time passed, after confirming that the demon race would never come to Roaring Tiger City again, Yang Kai took the initiative to attack with the army of Roaring Tiger City. If the demon race doesn't attack the city, I can go out and fight them, right? Thanks to the 200,000 soldiers of Roaring Tiger City, the nearby cities were in danger several times, but they survived the crisis with the support of Roaring Tiger City and killed countless enemies. The army of Roaring Tiger City was established, and there were as many as 100 to 200 soldiers in the Emperor realm. Wherever they went, they were invincible, and their fame spread far and wide. Nowadays, the major cities in the Western Territory would send a request for help to Roaring Tiger City as soon as possible if they were not able to defend themselves. With the Space Magic Circle and the Sealed World Bead, Yang Kai's reinforcements came and went very quickly, turning the tide many times. Although the army of Roaring Tiger City performed well under the leadership of Yang Kai, the overall situation was not optimistic for the astral boundary. In half a year, the Western Territory had lost a lot of territory. Hundreds of cities had fallen, and countless people had died on the battlefield. The invasion of the demon race was unstoppable. At this rate, the entire Western Territory would fall in less than 5 years. By then, the demon race would use the Western Territory as a springboard, and the Eastern, Southern, and Northern territories would not be peaceful. The great emperors were now nowhere to be found. No one knew what they were doing or if they knew the current situation of the astral boundary. The defensive array of Roaring Tiger City was slowly activated, and the 200,000 soldiers returned in triumph. Although the army of Roaring Tiger City had suffered a lot of casualties during the half-year campaign, more cultivators joined the army every day. Therefore, the number of the army of Roaring Tiger City had been stable, if not growing. The residents of the city cheered and happily welcomed the return of the army. This time Yang Kai had led the army out to provide support. It could be said that he had successfully retreated, protecting the city that he had been sent to provide support to, and repelling the attack of the million-strong demon race. Mayin, who stayed in Roaring Tiger City, came up to Yang Kai and whispered to him. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with surprise. He waved his hand to the rear and the army went to rest. Yang Kai took off his armor and strode into the mayor's mansion. In the main hall, a person was seated at the side. He seemed to have sensed the movement and turned his head to look. 4 pairs of eyes met, only to see that the newcomer's eyes were completely white, without a trace of black. It was a frightening sight. Brother Gao. Yang Kai smiled faintly and walked to the head of the table and sat down. A maidservant served him tea before respectfully withdrawing. The newcomer was Gao Zhan. Yang Kai knew him but he was not familiar with him. He could not help but feel a little strange. What was he doing here? This guy was the successor of the great emperors of Heaven's revelations. What was he doing here in Roaring Tiger City instead of serving the great emperors? You flatter me. Gao Zhan bowed slightly. Brother Yang, you are cultured and virtuous. When the Roaring Tiger army came out, the demon race was terrified. You have made a name for yourself these days. Yang Kai said, Brother Gao, you flatter me? May I know why you are here? Gao Zhan replied, I am here to invite Brother Yang to come with me under the order of my master. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, The master of Heaven's revelations wants to see me? Yes. Yang Kai nodded and said, Okay, let me prepare a little. Gao Zhan stretched out his hand. There was nothing to prepare. He just found Li Jiao and Gao Shueting and told them that he was going out for a while and asked them to be on guard. Although no demon soldiers had come to the Roaring Tiger City since that semi-sage demon came to make trouble, there was nothing wrong with being careful. What if the demon army really attacked the city when he was not here? After that, Yang Kai and Gao Zhan set off together. Through the space array in the city, they were sent directly to their destination. Zhang Xian's vision blurred, and the two of them found themselves in a valley. The spiritual energy in the valley was rich, and birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. There were pavilions and pavilions in the valley, and the scenery was unique. After spending so much time in the battlefield and the sounds of fighting, Zhang Xian was still a little unaccustomed to being in such a place. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, This is Divine Design Valley? He had long heard that the great emperors of Heaven's revelations lived in Divine Design Valley, but few people knew where Divine Design Valley was in the star boundary. Yang Kai did not know either, but he did not expect that he would come to Divine Design Valley one day. Gao Zhan nodded and said, Senior Brother Yang is right, this is Heaven's secret valley. My master prefers peace and quiet, so there is only me and my master here. I hope Brother Yang can forgive us for any neglect. Brother Gao is too polite. Yang Kai said politely and looked around curiously. Gao Zhan led the way in front, crossing a small bridge and flowing water. Divine Design Valley was full of twists and turns, and the scenery was constantly changing. It was still spring and flowers were blooming somewhere, but when they stepped out they might be in white snow. There was a very clever array here, which seemed to be able to adjust the aura of the 4 seasons. Until they were in front of a pavilion, Gao Zhan stopped and stretched out his hand. Raising his head, Kai Yang was shocked to discover that there were 2 people sitting in the pavilion, looking at him with smiles on their faces. Although he was looking around all the way, it did not mean that he did not perceive the surroundings. In front of the pavilion in front of him, there were 2 people he did not notice, which was really strange. However, if these 2 people were both great emperors, it made sense. One of them was naturally the master of this place, the great emperors of Heaven's revelations, and the other was not unfamiliar to Yang Kai, it was the martial beast Mo Huang. At this moment, the 2 were sitting opposite each other with a stone table in the middle. There was tea on the table and the smell of tea was overflowing in the air. Yang Kai stepped forward and entered the pavilion, cupping his hands and saying, Greetings to the 2 master. Mo Huang smiled and said, Don't be polite, sit down. Kai Yang gave his thanks and sat down between the 2 of them. For a moment there was silence. The great emperors of Heaven's revelations and the martial beast did not say anything, as if they were waiting for the tea in front of them to boil. Yang Kai did not want to disturb this quiet atmosphere, but after all he was sitting between the 2 great emperors, so he was somewhat uncomfortable, twisting his body from time to time and moving his arms and legs. Mo Huang turned his head and glanced at him. Are you a monkey? Yang Kai laughed awkwardly and immediately looked down, not moving at all. Chu Tianji chuckled. It's normal for young people to be lively and active, Brother Mo does not need to be so harsh on him. Mo Huang said, Brother Chu, don't be fooled by this little brat's appearance, he has never been a good person. Because of Mo Shaoqi, Mo Huang had always had a bad opinion of Yang Kai, so naturally he would not hesitate to attack him when he had the chance. Yang Kai complained, Master Martial Beast, this junior has not offended you, right? Back on Dragon Island I could be considered to have helped you. Last time I even took Shaoqi to visit Andy, why are you saying this to me? Mo Huang snorted twice, picked up the teapot on the table, filled his own cup and drank it in one gulp. Chu Tianji chuckled, took the teapot and poured Yang Kai's cup. Yang Kai was shocked and hurriedly stood up. How could I dare trouble Senior, this junior can do it himself. This was the great Emperors of Heaven's revelations and he was actually pouring tea for him. No matter how arrogant Yang Kai was, he could not bear it. Chu Tianji did not ask, and only when Yang Kai's cup was filled did he pour a cup for himself, slowly saying, I have heard many things about you from Brother Mo. Sure enough, there are new talents in every generation, and a new generation replaces the old. Yang Kai's face turned red, and while sitting down again he said awkwardly, Master of Heaven's revelations is too kind. Yang Kai knew that Mo Huang had some opinions about him, and nothing good came out of his mouth. He did not know what the great Emperors of Heaven's revelations had heard. Chu Tianji laughed, Extraordinary people do extraordinary things. At least when I was young, I did not have such a charming and colorful life like yours. Compared to you I am far inferior. Yang Kai bared his teeth, How am I extraordinary? I was just young and impulsive. Master, you are the role models of the countless cultivator in the star world. Chu Tianji slowly shook his head, This old man has lived for many years and I have seen many so-called young talents, rising stars, but I have never seen anyone as eye-catching and dazzling as you. Everyone says that this old man can see through the past, see through the future and have the ability to discern the future, but this old man cannot see what your future is like. Yang Kai was shocked. Master, what you mean is that this junior's future is confusing? Chu Tianji slowly shook his head but did not explain. Yang Kai was anxious, but his fist was not as big as Chu Tianji's so he could not force him. He could only grab the tea in front of him and gulp it down. Mo Huang could not bear it any longer. Stop flattering him, hurry up and get to the point. Old Chu, you like to beat around the bush and drag your feet. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. Yes, I wonder why the two seniors called this junior here? For the two great emperors to call him here, it was clearly not a small matter. Yang Kai suddenly realized what the great Emperors of Heaven's revelations meant when they said, Extraordinary people do extraordinary things. They had a mission for him and it should be a very dangerous mission. Damn, the tea of the great emperors really was not that good to drink. This time, without waiting for Chu Tianji to speak, Mo Huang directly said, Yang Kai, we hope that you can make a trip to the demon territory. Enter the demon territory? Yang Kai was shocked. Enter the demon territory for what? Mo Huang's expression turned serious. I'm afraid that Bright Moon is in some danger. We need you to rescue him. Yang Kai was a little confused. He naturally knew that the Bright Moon great emperors had fallen into the demon territory. When the passage between the two worlds opened, several great emperors entered to investigate, but unexpectedly, they were ambushed by several demon saints in the demon territory. In the end, it was the Bright Moon great emperors who used his own strength to hold back those demon saints, giving Mo Huang and the others a chance to escape. Later they also heard that the Bright Moon great emperors seemed to be trapped somewhere, but no one knew where exactly and there was still no news. Now that Mo Huang suddenly wanted him to go to the demon territory to rescue the great emperors, Yang Kai was naturally confused. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai pulled the corner of his mouth and said, Master, are you joking? Chapter 34:22. Haha. Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh. How could this junior? Before he could finish, Mo Huang interrupted. I also think that it's a bit unreliable for you to handle this matter, but old Chu said that it has to be you. Why is that? Yang Kai frowned and looked at Chu Tianji curiously. Chu Tianji said leisurely, a few days ago this old master suddenly felt uneasy and had a feeling that something big was about to happen, so he immediately made a divination and received a prophecy. Little friend Yang, do you know what that prophecy was? Yang Kai thought to himself, how would I know? If I knew that I was the great emperors of heaven's revelations, you wouldn't be able to do anything. He immediately shook his head and showed a curious look. Chu Tianji turned his head and looked to the side, saying neither too fast nor too slow, the moon sets and the crow cries, a ray of hope. Yang Kai racked his brains, but no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't figure out what this prophecy had to do with him, so he humbly asked for advice. I understand that the moon falls crying crow is a sign that Senior Mingyu is in danger, but what does that slim chance of survival have to do with me? Why does it have to be me? Chu Tianji pointed. Look over there, do you see anything? Following his gaze, Kai Yang immediately saw a poplar tree that was as thick as a person's arm and had lush branches. Chu Tianji continued, that day this old master crushed jade here, and the divination corresponded to that poplar tree over there. Look again, where is that poplar tree? Yang Kai slightly identified the direction and hesitated. North? Chu Tianji nodded. The moon sets and the crow cries, a ray of hope lies in the north. Does little friend Yang understand? Yang Kai suddenly understood. North, surnamed Yang, who else could it be other than him? But was this reliable? He didn't doubt the ability of the great emperors of Heaven's revelations. Since they were called Heaven's revelations and could see the past and the future, they naturally had their own abilities. But what kind of place was the demon territory? Several great emperors had joined forces, but one of them had fallen. What could a little second-order emperor realm master like him do if he ran in? Not to mention rescuing the great emperor's bright moon. Yang Kai immediately fell into hesitation. To be honest, although he was curious about what the demon domain was like, he had never thought about going there. In front of the two great emperors, he couldn't refuse directly, so he could only say, two seniors, even if this junior has the heart, I'm afraid he is powerless. Not to mention the situation in the demon domain, this junior doesn't know where Senior Mingyu is trapped, but how to safely enter the demon domain is a big problem. Although the passage between the two worlds is open, this junior can't brazenly rush through it. If he really did, he would be torn apart by the demon race, but besides that passage, where else can we enter the demon domain? You have a way. Chu Tianji looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. What way do I have? Chu Tianji slowly shook his head. Although this old master isn't too sure, this old master knows that you can become the demon race's territory, and there will be a tribulation in the demon territory. Once you pass this tribulation, you can soar to the heavens. Yang Kai stared. What tribulation? Chu Tianji smiled but didn't say anything. Mo Huang, on the other hand, was a little shocked. Boy, do you really have a way to become the demon race's territory? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. How can I? Unless the great emperors join forces to escort me in, but if I do, the demon territory will know. At that time, even if this junior enters the demon territory, he won't be able to find peace. Who knows, he might even die there. With a solemn expression, he cupped his hands and said, this junior is really powerless. Please don't make things difficult for this junior. He really didn't want to go to the demon territory. Even though the great emperors of Heaven's revelations said that the bright moon great emperor's survival depended on him, that was only a prophecy. Whether it was true or not was another matter. Even if it was true, if even the bright moon great emperors had no way to solve it, what could he do? Just as he was talking, he suddenly noticed someone walking into the pavilion from the corner of his eye. Yang Kai turned his head to look and said in surprise, Junior Sister Lan? The person who came was Lan Sun. He didn't know when she came to Heaven's secret valley, but after not seeing her for so long, Lan Sun was obviously a lot more haggard. Her eyes were slightly red as if she had been crying. It was not difficult to understand. The bright moon great emperors had been trapped in the demon territory for so long without any news. As their daughter, she was naturally very worried. Lan Sun walked up to Yang Kai without saying a word, and under the stunned gaze of Yang Kai, she knelt down, leaned down and kowtowed, trembling as she said, Brother Yang, please save my father. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly got up from the chair and took her arm. Junior Sister Lan, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Lan Sun didn't move and just said, Brother Yang, please save my father. Get up first and talk. Yang Kai was anxious. Since he first met Lan Sun in the Four Seasons realm, they had been friends for many years and had a good relationship. When he was weak, Lan Sun took care of him many times. Lan Sun, as the daughter of the great emperors and the princess of Star Soul Palace, had never been arrogant or domineering. Instead, she treated people gently and politely. Yang Kai's impression of Lan Sun was very good, many times better than Yao Lin's. Now that this friend of his was kneeling in front of him, how could Yang Kai bear it? With this kneel, he was afraid that they couldn't be friends anymore. After pulling several times, Lan Sun refused to get up. Yang Kai was so angry that he directly pulled her up. Just as he was about to say a few words to her, he saw that the person in front of him was crying and looking at him with her beautiful eyes. He swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue and smiled bitterly. Junior sister, why bother? Lan Sun shook her head bitterly. I have no other choice. After a pause she said, I know that this is a bit difficult and I know that the demon territory is very dangerous, but Uncle Chu said that only Brother Yang can save Father, so this junior sister can only shamelessly ask. If Brother can agree, this junior sister is willing to be a slave, a servant, an ox or a horse to repay Brother's kindness. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on and said, Junior sister Lan is too serious. She even said that she would be a slave, a servant, an ox or a horse. It was obvious that Lan Sun had already regarded Yang Kai as her only life-saving straw. But now that she had said this, Yang Kai would seem a bit unreasonable if he refused again. If it were someone else, it would be fine, but Lan Sun had taken care of him many times over the years, so he was not an ungrateful person. After hesitating for a long time, Yang Kai sighed, Junior sister Lan, please don't be impatient. This matter is of great importance. Can you let me think about it for a moment? Lan Sun nodded and said, Of course, if Brother wants to refuse, please speak frankly. This time this junior sister was rude. When she said this, she had a tangled look on her face. Obviously she didn't want Yang Kai to take risks, but this matter was related to her father, and Chu Tianji said that Yang Kai was her only hope, so she could only try it with the mentality of treating a dead horse as if it were still alive. The pavilion was silent for a while. Yang Kai faced the poplar tree in silence, lost in thought. After a long time he took a deep breath and turned around. The three people in the pavilion all looked at him, and Lan Sun's expression was even more uneasy. She hoped that Yang Kai would agree, but at the same time she didn't want him to agree. Yang Kai grinned, Junior sister, I agree to this matter. The demon territory. I will go there. Chu Tianji and Mo Huang glanced at each other with an as-expected look on their faces. They had long known that this boy would not agree so readily. Fortunately they had found Lan Sun. Thank you, brother. Lan Sun lowered her head and whispered, but the future of this trip to the demon territory is uncertain. Whether or not you can save Father, Junior sister hopes that Brother can return safely. Yang Kai nodded and said, Don't worry, I will definitely bring Bright Moon Master back safe and sound. Lan Sun said, I will wait for you. After that she turned and left. Yang Kai scratched his head. This sentence seemed to be a bit unusual. After a while, Yang Kai glanced around and said in a muffled voice, Are the two of you satisfied now? Mo Huang said in surprise, Boy, you saw through it? Yang Kai snorted and said, There is no reason for junior sister Lan Sun to appear here. Obviously the two of you have already arranged it. You know that I am indebted to junior sister, so if she asks, I can't refuse. Chu Tianji chuckled. We had no choice but to do this. Little friend, please forgive us. Yang Kai shook his head and said, Master of Heaven's revelations is too serious. This boy also knows that Bright Moon Master's safety is of great importance. If he can really be rescued from the demon territory, it will definitely help the situation in the star boundary. But with such an important task, this boy was afraid that he would fail to live up to your trust, so he declined. Mo Huang nodded and said, It's good that you can think like this. But then again, how are you going to become the demon race's territory? After entering the territory of the demon race, how can you guarantee that you will not be eroded by the demonic chi and become the demon race? Although Yang Kai had been fighting against the demon race these days, the demon territory was the demon race's territory. There were demonic chi everywhere. Yang Kai was not the great emperor, so how could he guarantee that he would not become the demon race? Yang Kai said, Master, you don't need to worry about these things. This boy has his own way of solving it. Everyone had their own secrets. Hearing him say this, Mo Huang naturally would not ask more. He nodded and said, Is there anything that you need our help with? If there is, feel free to ask. Yang Kai said, Once I leave, I'm afraid that I won't be able to come back in a short time. I only hope that Master can take good care of my High Heaven Palace and Roaring Tiger City's people. Mo Huang replied, You don't have to worry about that. Although I can't guarantee that there won't be any casualties, I can guarantee that they won't suffer any serious injuries. That's good. Chu Tianji said, Don't you have any other requests? As long as you have any, we can satisfy you. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, I would also like to ask the two of you to help me pass something to the Iron Blood Master. Mo Huang raised his eyebrows. He did not know what Yang Kai wanted to pass to Jianghu Hen. Just as he was wondering, he saw Yang Kai take out a jade slip. His divine sense surged and poured information into it. After a short while, he handed the jade slip to Mo Huang. Just this. Mo Huang looked puzzled. Yes, Yang Kai nodded. I want to safely enter the territory of the demon race and become the demon race, but I still need the help of the Iron Blood Master. Mo Huang was even more puzzled. What can he help with? Yang Kai grinned at him but did not answer. Mo Huang said angrily, You guys are so mysterious. I don't know what you guys are up to. Yang Kai picked up the tea in front of him and drank it in one gulp. He stood up and said, I'll take my leave first. The next time we meet, I hope that I can fight side by side with the master. Chapter 34-23. After returning to the High Heaven Palace from the Divine Design Valley, Yang Kai summoned Li Jiao and went straight to the point. Brotherly, I may need to cultivate in seclusion for a while. You will be in charge of the Roaring Tiger City. Li Jiao was stunned. Cultivating in seclusion at this time? The war between the two realms was in full swing. Although the Roaring Tiger City had been peaceful for the past 6 months, no one could guarantee that there would not be another attack by the demon race. This was obviously not a good time to cultivate in seclusion. If the demon race really came without Yang Kai as the commander, the Roaring Tiger City's combat power would definitely be greatly reduced. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, I have some enlightenment recently. I have no choice but to do this. Li Jiao nodded when he heard that. He also knew that the path of martial arts was not easy. If he really had some enlightenment, it was better to cultivate in seclusion as soon as possible. Once he lost this opportunity, he might not be able to make up for it even after dozens or hundreds of years. He could only say, well, I will try my best to take care of the Roaring Tiger City. But Brother Yang, those people in the Half-Dragon City and that Master Fu Ling? Don't worry, I will tell them to listen to your arrangement. With Li Jiao's cultivation and identity, it was not a problem to command the Roaring Tiger City. The only problem was Fu Ling. Li Jiao might not be able to subdue a rank 6 pure-blood giant dragon. Fu Ling was not very reliable. When Yang Kai was here, she was obedient. If Yang Kai was not here, she would be the most powerful person in the world. She might not give Li Jiao any face. But since Yang Kai wanted to entrust the Roaring Tiger City to Li Jiao, he would naturally arrange everything in advance. After a while, he summoned Fu Ling and told her in front of Li Jiao to be obedient in the future. Otherwise, she would be sent back to the Dragon Island immediately. Fu Ling did not dare to disobey. She immediately nodded like a chicken pecking rice. For her, it was rare for her to leave the Dragon Island. Naturally, she was not willing to be sent back so soon. Then Yang Kai sent a message to all the people in the Emperor realm in the city, informing them that he would be cultivating in seclusion today and was not to be disturbed unless there was something important. Only then did he enter the secret chamber of the city lord's mansion and close the door. Cultivating in seclusion was naturally a cover. Since he had promised the great emperors of heaven's revelations and martial beast to go to the demon territory, he had to make arrangements for the people of Roaring Tiger City in advance. Otherwise, when the day came, Roaring Tiger City would be leaderless. He had to let Li Jiao familiarize himself with it for a while. Even if he left, Roaring Tiger City would not be affected too much. Inside the secret room, Yang Kai activated the space spirit bead on his wrist. The space laws fluctuated and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in a boudoir. Who is it? A delicate shout was heard. A cold light bloomed and a sharp sword pierced his face. Yang Kai flicked his finger and flicked the sword to the side. Then he reached out and grabbed a white wrist. With a slight twist, a soft and delicate body appeared in his arms. He leaned over and said with a smile, Yao, your way of welcoming me is a little special. Ji Yao was startled. Why are you here? I came to see you. Yang Kai stroked her hair and stared at her quietly. Ji Yao was a little embarrassed by his stare. She found that Yang Kai's eyes were especially gentle and reluctant today. She reclined in his broad arms and slowly moved her gaze away. However, Yang Kai reached out and pinched her chin, turning her head over to face him. Before she could react, a vigorous aura enveloped her. Their lips pressed together and Ji Yao slowly closed her eyes. The long sword in her hand fell to the ground with a tinkling sound as she wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's neck and hugged him tightly. After fiercely kissing her for a while, Kai Yang picked her up by the waist and gently placed her on the bed. Leaning over, he wantonly tasted her. Since that time in Ice Heart Valley's secret art pavilion, the relationship between the two of them had made great progress, but they had never broken through the bottom line. Ji Yao seemed to enjoy this kind of surreptitious atmosphere and had never asked Yang Kai to do anything, nor did she want him to reveal their relationship to the world. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't force her. After a long bout of passion and passion, the two of them blended together. Their bodies intertwined and rolled around on the bed, causing the atmosphere in the boudoir to become enchanting. After a long time, Yang Kai let her go. Ji Yao's body was as soft as mud and she was panting heavily as she lay on Yang Kai's body. Suddenly Yang Kai said, "Yao, no matter what happens to me, you don't have to worry and don't hold grudges against anyone." These words were inexplicable, causing Ji Yao to suddenly raise her head, as if she had a premonition, her bright big eyes staring at Yang Kai as she asked, "What will happen?" Yang Kai pinched her nose and said, "Don't ask too much, you'll know when the time comes. Just remember my words." Ji Yao didn't say anything and just looked at him. Yang Kai asked, "Do you remember?" Ji Yao nodded gently, "I remember." Kai Yang looked at her with gratification, flipped over, and once again began to ravage her mercilessly. After spending the night with Ji Yao in her room, Yang Kai gave her a few words of advice and then quietly left. High Heaven Palace, Spirit Medicine Peak, Yang Kai walked in with a jar of wine. The several apprentices at the door immediately saluted him respectfully when they saw him, but the oldest apprentice blocked his way and said with a troubled expression, "Palace Master, Grandmaster Chu and Madame Xia are refining pills and ordered that no one is to disturb them. Go away, go away, go away." Yang Kai reached out and pushed the apprentice to the side, directly breaking into the room, shouting as he walked, "Little senior sister, little senior sister." He walked all the way to the underground alchemy room and suddenly saw the door open with a bang. Jing rushed out with a disheveled face and a dark face. He reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's collar and said fiercely, "How many times have I told you not to disturb me when I'm refining pills? Don't think that I won't beat you just because you're the High Heaven Palace's palace master." Yang Kai grinned and reached out to pry his fingers away. "Brother Ji, calm down, it's just a furnace of pills, I'll just refine more." When Yang Kai saw him like this, he knew that his spirit pill furnace must have exploded, otherwise, his face would not be so dark. Yang Kai guessed that he must be quite angry, otherwise how could an Emperor Realm alchemist explode his furnace so easily? Jing angrily said, "Refine more. Don't you want time and energy? What's more, this is a stain in my alchemy career. Heavens, how could I agree to come here to refine pills?" Behind the door, Xianing Chang walked out with a smile on her face. Although her face was covered by a veil, her crescent-shaped eyes showed that she was laughing. "All right, I brought you a jar of good wine, look." Yang Kai raised the jar in his hand and blocked Ji Ying's saliva. "What bullshit wine, I don't want to drink, you have to compensate me with pills." Ji Ying swept the wine jar away. Yang Kai said, "Western Territory sword wine, and it's the highest grade sword wine. Ji Ying, don't you want to try it? This thing is very rare nowadays." Western Territory sword wine was famous all over the world. When Yang Kai and Zhu Qing met for the first time, he felt sorry for her and asked her to bring the sword wine from the Western Territory. Only then would he be willing to be friends with her. Who knew that Zhu Qing would really bring him the sword wine? Now that the Western Territory was suffering from the demon race, the mountain where this wine was brewed had been destroyed, making this wine even more precious. Ji Ying was startled when he heard this and quickly grabbed the wine jar. As he opened it, he said, "This Ji has seen the world. If you dare to lie to me, I won't let you off." Yang Kai said seriously, "I wouldn't dare lie to Brother Ji. And that's right, I need to ask Brother Ji for leave on behalf of my little senior sister. She's going out for a while and I don't know when she'll return. I'll have to trouble Brother Ji to refine pills." "Where are you going?" Brother Ji looked up and asked, but there was no sign of Yang Kai and Xianing Chang. This guy actually took Xianing Chang away as soon as he finished speaking. Ji Ying couldn't help but be startled for a moment before he gritted his teeth. At the space formation, Yang Kai and Xianing Chang leisurely appeared. The little senior sister looked at Yang Kai curiously and said, "How's the situation in the Western Territory? Why did you come back?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "There's someone there to take care of it. As for me, I just came back to see you guys." "Have you gone to see Big Sister and the others?" "Not yet." Yang Kai shook his head. Xianing Chang reached out and straightened his clothes for him. Suddenly, her gaze paused for a moment. She pulled a long strand of hair from Yang Kai's collar and casually tossed it aside. She said gently, "You should go see Big Sister and the others first. I'll wait for you here. They're always fighting the demon race over there, so they're definitely not as comfortable as I am." Yang Kai's face twitched. He withdrew his gaze from the strand of hair floating in the wind and pulled Xianing Chang into his arms. He kissed her forehead and said, "Little senior sister is the most considerate." Xianing Chang said shyly, "Of course not." She lightly hit Yang Kai twice and said, "Someone's watching." There were disciples guarding the space array all year round. Naturally, this scene was clearly seen by everyone. However, the master and mistress of the palace were lovey-dovey, so no one dared to look. At this moment, all of them were either looking up at the sky or looking down at the ground as if there were flowers in the sky. At this moment, the space array fluctuated. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared on the array. At a glance, a sour voice sounded, "Yo, you called us sisters back in such a hurry to watch a good show." Xiaoning Chang's face became even redder. She hurriedly left Yang Kai's embrace and greeted the 3 women. Yang Kai looked back and said with a smile, "Ah Luo, are you jealous of your own sisters?" Shanqing Luo curled her lips and said, "Of course it's fine if we're sisters. It's just that who knows if you've been fooling around with some vixen outside." "How could that be?" Yang Kai hurriedly denied. Shanqing Luo snorted and said, "Is that so? Then please explain what's going on with that Li Shiqing." Shuiyu also nodded and said, "That's right, that woman isn't a good thing." Yang Kai's head was covered in cold sweat. He turned his gaze to Su Yan and revealed a pleading look. Senior sister was really considerate and changed the topic. "Why did you call us back?" The 3 of them had always been in the same city as the people from High Heaven Palace and Ice Heart Valley. This time they had received a message from Ji Yao and rushed back together. Yang Kai smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just wanted to ask you to accompany me on a scenic tour." Chapter 34-24. The 4 girls thought that Yang Kai was just joking. After all, the demon race had yet to be eradicated, and the Western Territory was still in turmoil. Who would be in the mood to go sightseeing at this time? Who knew that he would really do it? Setting off from the High Heaven Palace, they directly teleported to the former site of Thousand Leaves sect in the Southern Territory. After identifying the direction, Yang Kai led the 4 girls on a sightseeing tour. Although the demon race's invasion had spread like wildfire in the star boundary, and the Western Territory was still embroiled in the flames of war. The Eastern, Southern, and Northern Territories were also mobilizing. The war was still too far away from the Southern Territory, so the people in the Southern Territory who had not gone to provide support were still living their lives. Traveling with the 4 beauties, Yang Kai leisurely passed through countless spirit mountains and rivers, entering every city he came across, allowing Su Yan and the others to truly experience the wonders of the star boundary. Having said that, although Su Yan and the others had been in the star boundary for a few years now, they had always been in retreat in the High Heaven Palace. When the War of the Two Realms broke out, they had followed the army to the Western Territory. Strictly speaking, this was their first time traveling outside and they were following Yang Kai, so they were naturally in high spirits, finding everything new and interesting. The group of 5, the men were heroic and extraordinary, while the women were graceful and graceful. Each of them had their own merits, and no matter where they went, they would become the focus of attention. Every night, Yang Kai would lead the 4 girls into the sealed world bead and sleep together. The little senior sister's skin was the thinnest, so how could she endure such shameful things? Su Yan took on the airs of an elder sister and reprimanded Yang Kai several times, but Yang Kai remained unmoved. The more Su Yan reprimanded him, the fiercer he became. Coupled with the dragon lady Shanqing Luo helping him, Su Yan did not dare to speak casually and could only let him do as he pleased. After going around in circles for half a month, the group arrived at a plain. Seeing Yang Kai carefully inspecting the plains as if he was looking for something, Shanqing Luo asked curiously, "What are you looking for?" Yang Kai said, "The entrance to the 4 Seasons realm was opened on this plain. I want to see if there are any traces of it." Su Yan understood. "Are you worried about Xiao and Shui? Yang Kai sighed and said, "Although Lu Yan is with them, they are still children after all. If I can see them with my own eyes, I will naturally feel more at ease." Among the 4 women, besides Shanqing Luo, who had never met Yang Xiao before because she had been cultivating in the ancient wildlands, Su Yan, Shuiyu, and Xiaoning Chang had all seen him before and were very fond of him. Coupled with the fact that he was Yang Kai's adopted son, their relationship was naturally even closer. Now that Yang Kai had the heart to look for it, they were naturally happy to help. The 5 of them immediately spread out and began to search the plains carefully. But in the end they found nothing. The 4 Seasons realm was an independent small world. Although the entrance opened on this plain last time, no one could guarantee that it would open here again next time. What's more, this time Qiongqi was the one who brought them in. Maybe Qiongqi had other ways to enter the 4 Seasons realm. Without any results they could only leave. Later, Yang Kai took the four women to Azure Sun Temple and stayed on his Spirit Sword Peak for a few days before setting off for Maplewood City. This was the first city Yang Kai entered after coming to the Star Boundary, which was of great significance to him. It was in this place that he met Mo Shaoqi, met Lan Sun for the first time, obtained the Myriad Sword, and met the first great emperors. Outside Maplewood City, the Spirit Lake Palace stood tall, and countless cultivators still came in and out every day. Xia Xing was no longer here, and Yang Kai had no intention of visiting. On the other hand, his old friend Kang Si Ran had been promoted to a branch president of the Chamber of Commerce in Maplewood City because of his business dealings with the High Heaven Palace over the years. It could be said that he had a high position and power. In the past, this would have been unimaginable for Kang Si Ran. When Yang Kai arrived, Kang Si Ran naturally welcomed him warmly. They went to the best restaurant in Maplewood City and enjoyed each other's company. The next day, Yang Kai left and led the four women to the old site of the Blue Feather sect. The Blue Feather sect was now completely abandoned, and the old site of the sect was full of ruins. Thinking back to when he first entered the Star Boundary and was captured by Lu Xianyun and brought to the Blue Feather sect, it felt like a lifetime ago. At that time, a Dao Source Realm cultivator was simply invincible to him, but now he could even fight against a false Emperor Master. In the blink of an eye, several decades of flowing time Great Emperor had passed, making him feel sad and frustrated. Walking the old road again, it was as if he had been reborn, and Yang Kai felt a lot of emotions. After the Southern Territory, it was the Eastern Territory, and then the Northern Territory. It was not until 3 months later that Yang Kai led Su Yan and the others back home. They still hurried on their journey without using the space array. 3 months of sightseeing without caring about worldly affairs made Su Yan and the others reluctant to part. They felt that it would be best if they could stay like this for the rest of their lives. That night, after an extremely wanton and unbridled sexual activity, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly rose up from the bed with the graceful limbs lying horizontally on it. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Su Yan and said in surprise, "Senior sister, you?" Su Yan suddenly sat up and took a deep breath. "I'm about to break through." Shanqing Luo also sat up in surprise. "So fast." Su Yan was now in the Third Order Dao Source realm, and if she broke through again she would be in the Emperor realm. It had only been a few years since Yang Kai brought them to the Star Boundary. Although they had the support of unlimited resources from High Heaven Palace, the speed of their progress was too astonishing. One had to know that when Su Yan first entered the Star Boundary, she was only in the Second Order Dao Source realm. In just a few years, she had crossed a chasm that most cultivators could not cross in their lifetime. The remaining 3 women were now in the First Order Dao Source realm. Xianing Chang, because of his special physique and his years of alchemy, had barely touched the threshold of the Second Order Dao Source realm. Shuiyu pursed her lips and smiled tenderly. "Don't you know that Big Sister and husband have a dual cultivation secret art? Every night these days, Big Sister has been fed by husband." She was right. Yin and Yang in harmony, Dragon and Phoenix in harmony. Dual cultivation had indeed brought great benefits to Su Yan. Even without Yang Kai, her cultivation progress was not slow. Now that she had dual cultivation with Yang Kai every night for 3 months, it was natural for her to break through. The World Energy Baptism was about to arrive, so it naturally could not be delayed. Su Yan glanced at Yang Kai and immediately put on her clothes. The others also hurriedly tidied themselves up. After a short while, they exited the small sealed world. Yang Kai urged his space principles and wrapped Su Yan in a sparsely populated place. He put her down and quickly said, "Be careful." Su Yan nodded, sat down cross-legged, and closed her eyes to concentrate. Yang Kai's figure flickered and he appeared a few dozen kilometers away. With a wave of his hand he released Shuiyu, Shanqing Luo and Xianing Chang. The 4 of them all looked over. Shanqing Luo and the others would definitely benefit from watching Su Yan break through to the Emperor realm. When they broke through one day they would have more experience in dealing with it and wouldn't be completely clueless. Under their nervous gazes, the wind blew and clouds surged, and the faint sound of thunder could be heard. A jade hand held Yang Kai's big hand and Shuiyu said softly, "Husband, don't worry. Big Sister is so powerful. She will definitely be fine." Yang Kai also felt that with Su Yan's ability, there wouldn't be any major problems, but he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. This was probably what they meant by worrying too much. Shanqing Luo said, "Husband, although we don't know why you're taking us out on a sightseeing tour at this time and for such a long time, we all know that you must have something important to do. If there's anything you need to do, just do it. With us at home and eldest sister about to break through to the Emperor realm, You don't need to worry about anything outside. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her, then at Shuiyu and Xiaoning Chang. The two women nodded slightly at him. Obviously, these women had also noticed something these days. After all, they were his wives. Although Yang Kai didn't say it directly, how could he hide it from their observation? Yang Kai nodded and said, "Now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from you. I'm going to the demon territory." Shuiyu's jade hand obviously trembled, while Shanqing Luo and Xiaoning Chang also looked stunned and worried. Although they knew that Yang Kai must have something to do, they never expected that he would actually go to the demon territory. Also, I will be going to the demon territory in a different way. No matter what you hear at that time, don't worry. Yang Kai let out a long breath. I don't know when I will come back, but I can promise you that I will definitely come back in one piece. Shanqing Luo leaned over and rested her head on his shoulder, saying softly, "You are our heaven. Nothing must happen to you." Xiaoning Chang's eyes were red as she said, "Be careful when you get there." Yang Kai opened his arms and hugged the three women, laughing, "Don't worry, I'm not good at other things, but I'm the best at running away." Shanqing Luo pinched his waist and gritted her teeth. "There's a succubus demon in the demon territory, don't be seduced." Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "It's not certain who will be seduced." At this moment, a loud bang rang out and a light flashed a few dozen kilometers away as a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, falling straight towards Su Yan's head. The few of them immediately fell silent, their gazes fixed in that direction without blinking. Amidst the dancing lightning, the world energy gathered and submerged Su Yan in an instant. After a while, Su Yan's figure reappeared, but the world energy had been completely absorbed. Hong long long. Bolts of lightning fell one after another, weaving into a large net that enveloped the heavens and the earth. Shanqing Luo and the others turned pale as they wondered if they could handle such a situation if they were faced with it. However, they were only in the first-order Dao Source realm, so it was inevitable for them to feel that this scene was terrifying. When they reached Su Yan's cultivation, perhaps they would feel differently. The world energy baptism after breaking through a great realm was extremely shocking. Furthermore, Su Yan was breaking through the Emperor realm this time, so the commotion caused naturally spread far and wide. There seemed to be a city nearby and many people were attracted over. In the beginning, these people were quite obedient and watched from afar, not daring to get too close. However, as time passed, some people actually flew over as if they wanted to see more clearly. How could Yang Kai tolerate this? He opened his mouth and spat out the word "scram," which resounded throughout the heavens and the earth. It seemed to be even more powerful than the world energy baptism, causing those people to flee in embarrassment. Chapter 34-25. Every great realm was a threshold for a cultivator, and once they crossed it, they would enter a whole new world. This was especially true in the Emperor realm. Streaks of ferocious power of heaven and earth descended from the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The power was terrifying. A clear and melodious phoenix cry rang out, piercing through the sky as an icy blue phantom vaguely appeared where Su Yan was. This ice phoenix was enormous, and as it let out a loud cry, the unique aura of a divine spirit suddenly spread out, freezing everything within 1,000 kilometers. The crowd watching from afar couldn't help but show shocked expressions. Inside Yang Kai's body, the golden divine dragon source began to stir, as if it was about to resonate with Su Yan's ice phoenix source. If he had not been suppressing it, his dragon body would have been manifested in an instant. This surprised him a little. He hadn't expected that when Su Yan broke through to the Emperor realm, he would have such a strange feeling. He didn't know if it was because he cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art. Time passed little by little, and the world energy grew stronger and stronger, but the Ice Phoenix Phantom continued to condense and its aura grew stronger and stronger, competing with the world energy. Finally, at this moment, a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye spread out with a bang, and it swept out in all directions. The giant Ice Phoenix Phantom disappeared, and the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing the light once again. Peace was restored to the world. After a long time, the onlooking cultivator finally dared to go forward to investigate, but there was no trace of the person who had broken through. They didn't even know when they had left. However, such a scene was far beyond the usual breakthroughs in the Emperor realm, and it was a hot topic for the cultivator in the nearby cities for quite some time. Su Yan had already broken through to the Emperor realm, so she more or less had the ability to protect herself, so Yang Kai was slightly relieved. Another 5 days later, the group of 5 finally returned to the High Heaven Palace. They said their goodbyes at the space array. The beauty shed a lot of tears which made Yang Kai feel bad. After sending off Su Yin and the others and settling down his little senior sister, Yang Kai was the last to step on the space array, but he did not teleport to Roaring Tiger City. Instead, he went to Orthodoxy Temple in the Southern Territory. Since the last conspiracy of Orthodoxy Temple was crushed, Orthodoxy Temple had become a branch of High Heaven Palace in the Southern Territory. There were 50,000 disciples here. Although a group of people had been conscripted to fight the demon race in the Western Territory, that was only the minority. 90% of the disciples were still here to train and become stronger. Without alerting anyone, Yang Kai went straight to the forbidden area of the Orthodoxy Temple, where the astral winds were. The last time he came here, he discovered that the astral winds were unfathomable, and there seemed to be some kind of treasure hidden at the end of the canyon. It was this unknown treasure that produced the astral winds, allowing people to temper their bodies in this canyon. Since he was going to the demon territory, he should make more preparations. Since there was a treasure in his own branch, Yang Kai naturally had to try to collect it. Perhaps it would be of some help to him in the demon territory. Even if he failed, he would not lose anything. Walking into the canyon, Yang Kai found that many disciples were at the forefront of the canyon to receive the baptism of the astral winds, using them to temper their bodies. However, these disciples' cultivations were not high, so they could only stay at the outermost periphery. Yang Kai flashed past without anyone noticing him. As Yang Kai ventured deeper into the canyon, the surrounding cliffs gradually began to fill with holes for him to shelter from the astral wind. The power of the astral wind also grew stronger and stronger, but Yang Kai was not afraid. With his half-dragon body, his physique was tyrannical, so this level of astral wind could not harm him. It was not until after the time it would take to burn a stick of incense that Yang Kai felt pain on his skin. The invisible astral winds were like sharp blades cutting through his skin. Only then did Yang Kai circulate his Emperor Qi to protect himself, but his pace did not slow down in the slightest. A moment later, the Emperor Qi protecting Yang Kai's body was also cut into pieces, unable to provide any protection. The omnipresent astral wind sliced through his body, causing golden blood to seep out from all over his body, dyeing his clothes a golden hue. However, Yang Kai had no intention of stopping, continuing to move forward unhurriedly. The sound of rustling rang out incessantly. The depths of the canyon were like a forbidden zone for life. Even someone as strong as Shi Lei could only cultivate at the outskirts, not daring to go too deep. Yang Kai's physique was much stronger than Shi Lei's, but whether he could reach the deepest part of the canyon he did not know. He had done his best and left the rest to fate. The deeper he went, the more terrifying the astral winds became. Gradually, countless wounds appeared on Yang Kai's body. Even with his extraordinary restorative ability, these wounds could not heal quickly. Golden blood flowed from his wounds, and wherever he walked 2 golden footprints would appear. Yang Kai's entire body was drenched in his own blood. The astral winds were extremely strange. Not only did they cut through his body, but they also seemed to affect his internal organs, bones, and meridians. In the end, with every step Yang Kai took, his bones creaked, and his internal organs were in unbearable pain. With no other choice, Yang Kai could only transform into his half-dragon form and continue to push forward. His 300-meter-long half-dragon body had grown slightly, becoming 32 meters long. Yang Kai guessed that because he had been dual cultivating with Su Yin these past few months, his golden divine dragon source had become more integrated with his body. Hong Hong Hong. Yang Kai descended step by step, causing the canyon to tremble. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai felt like he was about to collapse when he suddenly saw a slender void crack appear in front of him, causing his expression to shake. The last time he came to investigate, he had noticed this void crack. The endless astral winds from the outer sky were gushing out from this void crack and blowing outwards along the canyon. At that time, Yang Kai had guessed that if there were any treasures in this canyon, they must be hidden in this void crack. It was precisely because the power of the treasures in this canyon was too strong that the void crack could never be closed, causing astral winds to constantly appear. Now that this void crack was right in front of him, Yang Kai's eyes naturally lit up. Ignoring his own injuries, Yang Kai stepped forward against the astral winds and arrived in front of the void crack in just a few steps. Shio. With a loud sound, an astral wind shot out from the void crack, like a sword or saber, directly cutting through Yang Kai's half-dragon body. Yang Kai looked down and saw a huge wound on his waist, almost cutting him in half. When he looked down, he could clearly see his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, but soon golden blood gushed out and covered the wound. Yang Kai grimaced in pain, but at the same time he was looking forward to the treasures hidden in this void crack even more. His half-dragon body had almost been cut in half, so the power of this void crack far exceeded his imagination. If there really was such a treasure and he could collect it, it would definitely be of great help to him on this trip to the demon territory. Dispersing his half-dragon body and using his space principles, Yang Kai rushed into the void crack in a flash. Inside the void crack, the astral wind that had been bothering him disappeared in an instant, which made Yang Kai feel a little uncomfortable. Covering the wound on his abdomen with his hand, Yang Kai looked around in this void crack, his eyes soon attracted by something. It was a long vine that had taken root in the void crack. Yang Kai couldn't help but be a little surprised. He had entered and exited the void crack countless times, but in this strange place, there was only endless void turbulence, nothingness, and chaos. He had never thought that a long vine would appear in such a place. However, at this moment, the long vine had withered, its whole body showing a gray color, without the slightest vitality. At the top of the long vine was a palm-sized gourd. This small gourd was blue in color and had complex patterns on its surface, as if it contained the great Tao of heaven and earth, exuding an extremely mysterious aura. Wisps of astral wind emerged from this gourd and blew out through the void crack. The source of the astral wind was actually a blue gourd. Yang Kai looked at it in amazement, but soon realized that this blue gourd was definitely a supreme treasure, not inferior to his soul-warming lotus. I found a treasure. Yang Kai was overjoyed and pushed his Emperor Qi, carefully reaching out towards the blue gourd and grabbing it. To his surprise, he did not suffer the slightest injury. The astral wind that was strong enough to cut him in half did not seem to be a threat here, allowing him to easily grasp the blue gourd in his hand. With a gentle pluck, he plucked the blue gourd from the long vine. Before Yang Kai could take a closer look at the blue gourd in his hand, the long vine, which should have withered for tens of thousands of years, shrank back with a whoosh and plunged into the endless void crack, disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before slapping his thigh in annoyance. If he had known that this long vine was so strange, he would have collected it first. Being able to produce a treasure like the blue gourd, this long vine was obviously extremely extraordinary. If he could transplant it into his sealed world bead, he might be able to produce another gourd. But just as this thought flashed through his mind, Yang Kai quickly rejected it. Because this kind of treasure that was born with the world's destiny was the only one in the world, and there would never be a second one. Thinking so, Yang Kai felt a lot better. It was important to be content with what one had. Being able to obtain the blue gourd today was a great opportunity, but it was a bit insatiable. Sorting out his mood, Yang Kai carefully played with the blue gourd in his hand. After plucking it from the long vine, the patterns on the surface of the blue gourd disappeared, and the mysterious aura no longer existed, as if it had become an extremely ordinary gourd. But under the perception of Yang Kai's divine sense, he was unable to investigate the situation inside the gourd, so he immediately knew that this so-called ordinary gourd was just a facade. If he wanted to exert the power of this blue gourd, he would have to carefully refine it. Putting away the blue gourd, Yang Kai leapt out of the void crack. The source of the outer heavenly astral wind in the canyon had been collected by Yang Kai, so the orthodoxy temple branch naturally lost its ability to temper one's physique. Even the void crack quickly closed under the influence of the star boundaries world principles and disappeared. Doing so would certainly cause some losses to the disciples of High Heaven Palace, but Yang Kai couldn't care less right now. At worst, he could just wait until he returned from the demon territory and put the blue gourd back. At that time, this canyon could be used again. Chapter 34-26. In the Roaring Tiger City, in the City Lord's mansion, Yang Kai sat at the head of the table and listened to Li Jiao's report on the battle situation in the past few months, nodding from time to time. The situation was better than he had thought. He had previously announced that he was going into seclusion, and the 200,000 troops of the Roaring Tiger City were temporarily under the command of Li Jiao. Li Jiao did not disappoint him. Relying on the power of his previous victories, he had recently led the Roaring Tiger City's army out to support the major cities. He was invincible and invincible. It was not that Li Jiao was very capable, but the main reason was that there were too many people from the Emperor realm among the 200,000 troops of Roaring Tiger City. The demon race was no match for an army of the same size. Even if the enemy was 2 or 3 times more, Roaring Tiger City could still deal with it. In this way, Yang Kai was completely relieved. Even if Roaring Tiger City lost him, as long as the 200,000 troops were united, they would be an unyielding flag. "Brother Yang, are you out of seclusion this time?" Li Jiao asked after reporting the situation. He had not been having an easy time these days. Although he was quite strong and was the palace master of the Fire Dragon Palace, the lives of 200,000 people were tied to him, which still made him feel quite pressured. The battlefield was constantly changing. Although the army of Roaring Tiger City had been successful recently, one mistake could cause the army to lose their lives. At that time he would not be able to bear such a responsibility. Naturally, he eagerly hoped that Yang Kai could take over the command of the army again. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I just came out to take a look. I have to go back into seclusion again." Li Jiao immediately looked disappointed. Yang Kai looked at him and said, "Brother Li, don't feel pressured. You've been doing very well recently. Just keep it up. If you really lose one day, it's not your fault." Li Jiao smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid." Just as they were talking, Ru Meng rushed in. She was wrapped in an icy aura and her face was gloomy. Yang Kai and Li Jiao looked up at the same time. Li Jiao immediately coughed dryly. "Brother Yang, I'll take my leave first." After that, he left quickly without waiting for Yang Kai's agreement. After he left, Ru Meng rushed to Yang Kai and grabbed Yang Kai's collar. She gritted her teeth and said, "You're willing to come back?" Yang Kai pretended to look at her calmly. "What are you talking about?" Ru Meng snorted. "Damn it, how did this woman know that I wasn't in Roaring Tiger City? Could it be that the heart imprint secret technique was able to sense him?" With that thought in mind, he pulled her hand away with a calm expression and said with a dignified expression, "If you want to talk, just talk. Why are you being so touchy? How improper." Ru Meng cast a sidelong glance at him and said, "Why didn't you say this when you ran away for more than 3 months without saying a word?" Yang Kai angrily slammed the table. "Who ran away for more than 3 months? Stop talking nonsense. I have been in retreat in the City Lord's mansion all this time." Ru Meng sneered. "Who are you trying to fool? Do you think I can't sense your aura? You're not in Roaring Tiger City at all. Tell me honestly, where did you go?" Yang Kai got up and said, "I can't talk to you. I'm going to continue my closed-door cultivation. Don't be noisy or I'll beat you." Then he got up and walked to the back hall with his hands behind his back. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ru Meng was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She chased Yang Kai into the secret room and pestered him for a while. In the end, Yang Kai couldn't bear it anymore. He spanked her until she was in tears. Then he threw her out. When the secret room was closed, Yang Kai could hear Ru Meng cursing outside the door. She was like a shrew. But this time Ru Meng learned her lesson. She stayed at the door of the secret room and didn't leave. Obviously, she didn't want to give Yang Kai any chance to sneak away again. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai really started his closed-door cultivation in the secret room and didn't go out for more than 10 days. Yang Kai had just got the green gourd, so he naturally seized the time to refine it. He knew that Ru Meng was waiting outside the door, but he didn't want to pay attention to her. Anyway, he had told her what he should do and done what he should do. He didn't plan to go out again. More than 10 days passed peacefully. One day, when Yang Kai was refining the green gourd, he suddenly felt the world tremble. A great pressure fell from the sky. At the same time, a man's angry shout resounded through the world. "Yang Kai, come out and see me." In the secret room, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, which were shining with divine light. Finally it came. He took a deep breath and put away the green gourd. He got up and tidied his clothes. Then he opened the door of the secret room and strode out. Outside the door, Ru Meng looked at him with confusion. "How did you provoke Iron Blood? What is he doing here?" She obviously recognized that the voice just now was the voice of the Iron Blood Great Emperor, and judging from his words and tone, the Iron Blood Great Emperor seemed to have some bad intentions. Otherwise he wouldn't have such a posture. Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You ask me? Who should I ask?" Ru Meng said, "Don't you have a good relationship with the Iron Blood's disciple? Why is he hostile to you?" Yang Kai asked curiously, "Hostile? Is there?" Ru Meng said angrily, "Can't you feel whether there is hostility or not?" She frowned and grabbed Yang Kai's arm. "Don't go out first. Let me ask about the situation first." Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He patted her hand and said, "It doesn't matter. The Iron Blood Master is one of the 10 great emperors. Even if I accidentally offend him, he won't care about it. I'll go and ask about it. If there is any misunderstanding, I'll explain it." Ru Meng thought about it carefully and agreed. The Iron Blood was such a person. Even if there was a misunderstanding between him and Yang Kai, he wouldn't attack him. What's more, the war between the two worlds was in full swing now. Yang Kai was the flag of Roaring Tiger City and had the support of 200,000 troops. It was impossible for him to attack Yang Kai at this sensitive time. Above Roaring Tiger City, a burly figure stood proudly in the void. Everyone looked up, but the figure was surrounded by a haze. Few people could see the person's face clearly. However, the name of the Iron Blood Master soon spread throughout the city. Many people knew that the person was one of the 10 great emperors. They were immediately in awe and reverence. A figure flew out of the city and greeted the Iron Blood. It was Li Jiao. Li Jiao stopped more than 10 feet away. He cupped his hands and said, "Li Jiao of the Fire Dragon Palace in the Northern Territory greets the Iron Blood Master." Zhan Wuhen glanced at him coldly and nodded slightly. Although it was just a glance, it was majestic and unpredictable. Li Jiao broke out in a cold sweat. He asked carefully, "May I know why the Iron Blood Master has come to Roaring Tiger City?" Zhan Wuhen said indifferently, "Tell Yang Kai to come out and see me." Li Jiao said, "I'll let you know, Master. Palace Master Yang has been in closed-door cultivation a few days ago and hasn't come out yet. Roaring Tiger City has been handed over to me. If it's related to the war between the two realms, please tell me. Roaring Tiger City will do our best." Zhan Wuhen said, "I'm not here for the war between the two realms. It's just a personal grudge. You can't help me with anything. You may leave." As soon as he said that, Li Jiao's heart skipped a beat. The Iron Blood Great Emperor's words revealed a lot of information. Personal grudge? What personal grudge does Yang Kai have with the Great Emperors? He actually made the Great Emperors deign to come here. Is it a blessing, not a curse? If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Before Li Jiao could ask for an explanation, Zhan Wuhen waved his hand, and Li Jiao involuntarily fell to the ground. He stumbled back a few steps, but a large hand caught him from behind, and he finally came to a stop. Li Jiao turned around and showed a surprised expression. "Brother Yang." Yang Kai nodded at him. Li Jiao hurriedly said, "Brother Yang, be careful with your words." He didn't know why Zhan Wuhen came to Yang Kai. His tone and attitude were so impolite, but he couldn't help much in the current situation. Even if he wanted to, how could he be an enemy of the great emperors? He could only tell Yang Kai to be polite and not really irritate Zhan Wuhen. Yang Kai smiled and took a few steps forward. He looked up and cupped his fists. "Yang Kai greets Master. I didn't know that Master was coming. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you." Zhan Wuhen looked down coldly and said after a while, "You are indeed guilty." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole city was in an uproar. Although they had long known that the Iron Blood Great Emperor came with ill intentions, Zhan Wuhen had undoubtedly killed Yang Kai by saying such words in front of 200,000 soldiers and hundreds of thousands of residents of Roaring Tiger City. This made many people in the army of Roaring Tiger City angry. So what if he was the Great Emperors? Could the Great Emperors just randomly assign crimes to people? Everyone had seen what Yang Kai had done these days. If it weren't for him, Roaring Tiger City would have been long gone. If it weren't for him, the army of Roaring Tiger City would have been scattered. Now, 200,000 soldiers were loyal and had killed countless people in the demon race. It could be said that Yang Kai had made great contributions. Although Zhan Wuhen was the great emperors and was admired by millions of cultivators in the astral world, his words still made many people unhappy. Gao Shueting immediately stepped forward and said with a cold face, "Master, may I ask what crime junior brother Yang has committed?" Yang Kai smiled and raised his hand to signal her to calm down. He looked at the figure in the sky and said, "Master, I don't agree with your words. Please enlighten me, Master." Zhan Wuhen said, "I will let you understand. Let me ask you, do you have a Holy Spirit stone fire with you?" Almost everyone in Roaring Tiger City knew about the existence of the Dharmakaya. After all, the Dharmakaya had made great contributions in the previous few battles. It was undeniable that it had displayed its power in front of everyone. Yang Kai immediately nodded and said, "Yes, I do." Zhan Wuhen said in a low voice, "Let me ask you again, what kind of martial arts and secret skills does the Holy Spirit stone fire practice?" Yang Kai replied, "The Holy Spirit has its own bloodline inheritance. Naturally, it practices the martial arts and secret skills of the Stone Fire clan." "Nonsense!" Zhan Wuhen roared. His majestic aura fluctuated, as if it could shatter the heaven and earth. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "Master, why are you so arbitrary? What I said is true. Jianghu Hen shook his head and said, Yang Kai, I don't want to make things difficult for you because you have done a good job in defending the city. But if you are so stubborn, don't blame me for not giving you face. I will ask you again. Answer me honestly, what kind of martial arts does the Holy Spirit Stone Fire practice? Chapter 34:27. The Iron Blood Great Emperor had come here in such a threatening manner just to interrogate the Holy Spirit Stone Fire about his cultivation technique. This left everyone scratching their heads. They didn't know what Jianghu Hen was trying to do. What did the Holy Spirit Stone Fire's cultivation technique have to do with him? Could it be that the Holy Spirit Stone Fire had secretly learned his cultivation technique? Jianghu Hen's overbearing attitude made Yang Kai's expression turn ugly. He said in a deep voice, Master, this junior has already said that the Holy Spirit Stone Fire has its own inheritance. Why does the master keep on pressuring me? Jianghu Hen stared deeply at him. His gaze was so sharp that it seemed to be able to see into the depths of his soul. All the secrets were exposed. Fool. Since you don't want to tell me the truth, then I won't beat around the bush with you. That Holy Spirit Stone Fire is cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. Am I wrong? The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique? Many people were at a loss. They vaguely felt that they had heard this name before, but they couldn't remember where. However, the expressions of Gao Shueting, Li Jiao and the others changed. They looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was famous. This was a technique created by the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Great Emperors. It was one of the best evil techniques in the world. That Holy Spirit Stone Fire actually cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique? Gao Shueting and Li Jiao's first reaction was that it was impossible. After all, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Great Emperors had already fallen countless years ago. The battle technique had also been lost. How could the Holy Spirit Stone Fire by Yang Kai's side cultivate it? However, after thinking about it carefully, the Iron Blood Great Emperor would not speak without thinking. Recalling the majestic appearance of the Dharmakaya, it did seem to resemble the battle tactics of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Gao Shueting's heart sank. If that was really the case, then it was no wonder that Jianghu Hen would be so aggressive. After all, this matter involved the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. There was no room for carelessness. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Kai shook his head and said, Master, I don't know where you heard this news, but this is pure nonsense. Someone is definitely framing me. Please investigate thoroughly, Master. Jianghu Hen said calmly, whether or not it's a trap, we'll know with one look. Tell Shihua to come out and see me. Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, Master, please forgive this junior for not being able to agree to this request. Shihua is currently in seclusion and it is inconvenient to disturb him. What a good seclusion. Jianghu Hen laughed angrily. Just now Li Jiao said that you were in seclusion and now Shihua is also in seclusion. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? It really is such a coincidence. Yang Kai and Jianghu Hen looked at each other without flinching. Jianghu Hen nodded slightly and said with a long sigh, Yang Kai, among the younger generation I think very highly of you. Not only me but others also think highly of you and think that your future is limitless. Perhaps you will have a chance to reach our heights. If these words were said by ordinary people they would not carry much weight. However, it was said by great emperors so the meaning was different. This meant that if Yang Kai was recognized by heaven and earth, he might become one of the great emperors. The 200,000 soldiers of Roaring Tiger City were honored. However, the situation at this moment was worrying. Yang Kai grinned and said, I acknowledge the master's favor. I'll work harder and won't let you down. Jianghu Hen said, it's hard to predict the future. Any wrong choice or decision is enough to consign you to eternal damnation. As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand, and the laws of the great path circulated in his palm. He looked ahead solemnly and fixed his gaze on Yang Kai. You've embarked on the evil path. It's not too late to turn back now. Quickly turn back lest you make a mistake. Yang Kai shook his head and said, Master, you're being too presumptuous. I really don't know. How dare you quibble? Before Yang Kai could finish speaking, Jianghu Hen had already struck out with his palm. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color and the world shook. The entire Roaring Tiger City seemed to groan. The space where Yang Kai was standing was shattered, and he let out a muffled groan. Blood spurted out of his body and he was slammed into the ground. Only his head was exposed and blood was flowing out of his 7 orifices. After Zhan Wuhen's strike, he stepped in the air and walked toward Yang Kai in an awe-inspiring manner. Gao Shueting stood in front of him. Her face was pale and she cupped her hands and said, "Master, please don't be angry. Go away." Zhan Wuhen moved his finger casually, and Gao Shueting couldn't help but move a few hundred meters away. She was fixed on the spot and couldn't move. A loud dragon roar was heard, and Fu Ling had turned into a giant purple dragon that was more than 30 meters long. She swooped down from the sky and roared, "How dare you hit my brother-in-law? Die." As she opened her mouth, a purple light beam enveloped Zhan Wuhen. In the next moment, Fu Ling's expression changed. Her secret technique didn't have any effect on Zhan Wuhen. Zhan Wuhen was able to withstand the power of her secret technique, and walked forward step by step. "Even the two great elders of the dragon race can't be so presumptuous in front of me, let alone a little dragon like you." Zhan Wuhen glanced at her coldly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed her. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered to form a giant hand of elemental energy, and grabbed Fu Ling's dragon body. Fu Ling screamed and struggled, but how could she break free? Zhan Wuhen had already thrown her away, and she disappeared into the distance. The 200,000 soldiers were completely stunned. They knew that the great emperors were the representatives of the most powerful forces in the world, but not many of them had seen the great emperors in action. It was only at this moment that their knowledge was broadened. Whether it was Yang Kai or Fu Ling, they were invincible in the battle against the demon race. However, in front of Zhan Wuhen, they were as weak as 3-year-old children. In a trance, Zhan Wuhen had already walked in front of Yang Kai. He looked down at him coldly and said, "Do you know your mistake now?" Yang Kai's face was covered in blood. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Junior doesn't know where he was wrong." As he shouted, he soared into the sky, kicking up a large amount of dirt and stones. While hiding himself in the chaos, he activated all his strength and threw a punch at Zhan Wuhen. This punch was earth-shattering and its might was unfathomable. Zhan Wuhen snorted and also punched back. With a loud bang, Zhan Wuhen didn't move, but Yang Kai was sent flying like an arrow released from a bow. Blood sprayed everywhere as he was sent flying, his entire body smashed into a building. This was not the end. Zhan Wuhen only stretched out his hand, and Yang Kai's body involuntarily flew back. In midair, the laws of space fluctuated. Yang Kai was about to teleport away. Zhan Wuhen would not let him do as he wished. He activated the power of the great emperors, and the void suddenly shattered. He punched out again. Before Yang Kai could fly back, he was sent flying again. "Master, please show mercy." Li Jiao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. His eyes were red as he shouted. Although Yang Kai was powerful, how could he be a match for the great emperors? This was one of the 10 most powerful people in the world. If this continued, Yang Kai would most likely be beaten to death here today. He wanted to help, but in the face of the great emperors, he also knew that his strength was not enough. Thus, he could only plead for mercy. Zhan Wuhen turned a deaf ear to his pleas. It was as if he was toying with Yang Kai. He continuously pulled him back and then sent him flying with a punch. Everyone who saw this scene had expressions of pity and resentment. They felt that Zhan Wuhen had let down the name of the great emperors. He was actually bullying the weak like this. After 7 or 8 times, Yang Kai's aura had become extremely weak. It was as if he could die at any moment. Li Jiao hurriedly shouted in the direction of Yang Kai, "Brother Yang, admit your mistake." Lowering his head in front of the great emperors was not a shameful thing. If he did not lower his head, he might even lose his life. In the ruins of a building, Yang Kai was covered in blood. He stood up shakily and continuously coughed up blood. He was in an extremely sorry state. He clutched his chest and said, "I didn't do anything wrong. How can I admit it?" Stubborn. Zhan Wuhen seemed to be angry. He stretched out his hand again, and a huge suction force was released, wanting to pull Yang Kai over. At this moment, Yang Kai raised his hand, and a stone man with barbs and evil flames all over his body suddenly appeared. Under the suction force, he quickly flew towards Zhan Wuhen. His figure quickly grew, and in an instant he became a stone giant that was 20 feet tall. "You finally came out?" Zhan Wuhen looked coldly at the embodiment. He tapped his foot and lightly flew towards the embodiment. In the blink of an eye, 2 figures, one big and one small, met in midair and immediately fought fiercely. Although the scene was lively and fierce, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the embodiment was no match for Zhan Wuhen. The Iron Blood Great Emperor seemed to be forcing the embodiment step by step, slowly increasing his strength. He had no intention of using his full strength. A few thousand feet away, Yu Ruming suddenly flashed to Gao Shueting's side, made a few hand seals, and tapped a few points on her body, releasing Gao Shueting's seal. She then said, "Go find the Iron Blood's disciple." Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this. She nodded heavily and quickly left. In this situation no one could help. Only Lin Yun could intercede. Perhaps she could make the Iron Blood Great Emperor hesitate. Fu Ling, who had transformed into the purple dragon, finally rushed back. At first glance she saw that Yang Kai had been beaten so miserably. She immediately flew into a rage and roared, "What are you all looking at? Attack together and beat this shameless guy to death." As a member of the dragon race, she did not have much respect for the great emperors. She only knew that Yang Kai had been bullied, so she naturally wanted to take revenge. But when she finished speaking, she found that no one moved. Even Li Jiao was smiling bitterly at the side. It was not that they did not want to help, but the great emperors were there. Even if they went up, what could they do? It would only make the situation worse. Without the orders of Yang Kai and Li Jiao, how could the 200,000 troops act rashly? Fu Ling became even angrier and said angrily, "A bunch of trash." As she spoke, she rushed over alone without any fear of death. The result was self-evident. Before she could get close, she was swept by an inexplicable force and was directly sent flying. She fell heavily on the ground, revealing her human form, and fainted on the spot. Jianghu Hen. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted, "That's enough." As if feeling his urgency, the embodiment also went all out. As soon as he made his move, he immediately revealed some clues. Jianghu Hen coldly snorted and said, "You really have cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique." Yang Kai said coldly, "The quality of the battle technique depends on the person's heart. So what if you have cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique?" Chapter 34-28. So, you admit to it? Jianghu Hen poked the practicing body's forehead with his finger. The 200 feet tall practicing body instantly froze in place, unable to move. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and looked at Jianghu Hen, saying in a deep voice, "It did practice the heaven-devouring great emperor's fighting technique, but it never used this cultivation technique to commit crimes. The people it killed were all people who deserved to be killed, and it didn't have a single vengeful soul under its hands. Senior, why are you talking about its cultivation technique?" Jianghu Hen said, "If it were other cultivation techniques it would be fine, but the heaven-devouring great emperor's fighting technique." He slowly shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Yang Kai, do you remember that I once told you that I had a close friend named Green Lotus who died at the hands of Wukong in the Shattered Star Sea?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Of course I remember." Jianghu Hen said again, "Then you should remember that I also said that in this life, I and Wukong are irreconcilable enemies. We can't live under the same sky." Yang Kai said, "This matter has happened for tens of thousands of years. Why are you still so upset?" "It's not that I'm upset, but you don't understand the evil of this cultivation technique at all. Wukong was also a talented person. I admit that I'm not as good as him, but because of this cultivation technique, my character was distorted. Although I became one of the great emperors, I was notorious for thousands of years. You didn't experience the horror of the heaven-devouring great emperor's name in the Star World, nor did you see the tragedy of the great emperor's fighting technique in the Shattered Star Sea. Naturally, you underestimate the power of this heaven-devouring great emperor's fighting technique. Since I know this, I can't sit back and do nothing. Otherwise it will be too late." Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "Senior, what do you want?" Jianghu Hen narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the practicing body, and said lightly, "Break its cultivation technique and destroy its cultivation." "Do we have to do that?" Yang Kai lowered his eyes and spoke in a low voice. The hair on his forehead cast a thick shadow, blocking the light in front of him. "It must be done." Jianghu Hen turned his head and looked at him. "If you want to blame me, I have nothing to say. However, the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle tactics cannot be allowed to exist in this world." As he spoke, a milky white halo suddenly bloomed from his fingertip. The halo touched the embodiment's forehead like a dazzling lamp, dispelling all the darkness in the world. The dragon's roar shook the sky as Yang Kai's body rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a 32 feet long half-dragon body. The dragon's might filled the air, causing the 200,000 soldiers of Roaring Tiger City to tremble. The dragon claw reached out and tore through the void, heading straight for Jianghu Hen. Zhan Wuhen, who had been indifferent all this time, finally changed his expression slightly. He raised his other palm to meet the dragon claw. With a loud bang, the dragon claw shattered, and Zhan Wuhen's body also swayed. However, at this moment, a dragon tail rolled out and swept toward Zhan Wuhen with a destructive force. Wherever the dragon tail swept, a dark crack appeared in the void. Zhan Wuhen snorted coldly and reached out to hit the dragon tail. However, he seemed to have underestimated the power of the dragon tail and was forced to retreat more than 30 feet. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai took back his embodiment. The two huge figures stood between heaven and earth, looking down at all living beings with cold expressions. Yang Kai, don't make a mistake. Zhan Wuhen looked at him indifferently. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Senior, please leave. There is still room for reconciliation. Zhan Wuhen looked at him with a pained expression. What I said just now, was it like playing the lute to a cow? Yang Kai said with a determined face, Senior, please let it go. Zhan Wuhen sighed. Why bother? You are no match for me and you know this. If you go against me, you will only be at a disadvantage. Yang Kai said, it doesn't matter if I'm your opponent or not. What matters is how you choose. He turned to glance at the avatar and continued, Senior, it's not tolerated by the heavens and the earth because it cultivated the Heaven Devourer battle law. However, it's the best companion of mine to me, and no one can destroy it. Zhan Wuhen nodded slightly. It looks like you and I will have to fight it out. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, Senior, please don't force me. Zhan Wuhen laughed. You have to bear the consequences of your choice. Let me test your strength. After he finished speaking, he rushed toward Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He didn't even need to communicate with his embodiment as he spread out, one on the left and one on the right, one on the right, one on the dragon race's secret technique while the other on the heaven-devouring domain. Boom, boom, boom. Without any movement from Zhan Wuhen, Yang Kai and the embodiment both felt an irresistible force coming toward them. The two huge figures were sent flying, crashing into countless houses along the way. Zhan Wuhen took advantage of this opportunity to turn around and pounce on the embodiment. From the looks of it, he was determined to break the embodiment's cultivation method first and cripple his cultivation. How could Yang Kai allow this? As he retreated, he raised his hand and activated the mountains and rivers bell. The ancient bell spun and expanded in the wind, covering Zhan Wuhen. Zhan Wuhen did not even look at it. He turned around in the air and kicked the mountains and rivers bell. With a loud bang, the entire roaring tiger city trembled. Hundreds of thousands of people held their heads in pain. The mountains and rivers bell was kicked away, but Zhan Wuhen used the rebound force to quickly approach the embodiment. The embodiment roared, and the evil fire on his body burned fiercely. It gathered into a raging flame and enveloped Zhan Wuhen. Zhan Wuhen did not dodge. The Emperor's chi on the surface of his body surged, and he was unscathed. He rushed in front of the embodiment in the blink of an eye, forcing the embodiment to retreat. Seeing that Zhan Wuhen's palm was pressing down, the embodiment had nowhere to retreat. He could only punch forward with both fists. At the critical moment, Yang Kai appeared in a flash. His body, which was taller than the embodiment's, stood beside him and threw a punch. Hong, two huge figures flew out. Even with the combined strength of the two, they could not resist the power of Zhan Wuhen's palm. The strength of the great emperors was evident. Zhan Wuhen did not use his full strength because the battlefield was in Roaring Tiger City. Otherwise, Yang Kai and the embodiment would have been even more vulnerable. As he retreated, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly shrank. Zhan Wuhen was chasing after him without any hesitation. It was the first time that Yang Kai faced a great emperor's head-on. He did not hold back, but the gap in strength and realm was like a natural chasm. He could not see any hope of victory. Zhan Wuhen's attack was also very simple. There were no fancy secret techniques, but his fists, palms, and elbows were all the most powerful weapons in the world. Every casual blow contained great power. Hundreds of thousands of people in the city watched without blinking. They were amazed by the terror of the great emperors, but they were also worried about Yang Kai. The rumbling sound was endless. Countless houses in the city collapsed and broken walls could be seen everywhere. The battle was one-sided from the beginning. Yang Kai and the embodiment were not Zhan Wuhen's opponents at all. The two huge figures were beaten back and forth like sandbags. They did not even have the strength to fight back. Several times, the embodiment was almost destroyed by Zhan Wuhen. Fortunately, Yang Kai came at the critical moment and saved him. However, in such a situation, It was only a matter of time before Yang Kai and the embodiment were defeated. The mountains and rivers bell, the secret technique of the dragon race, the flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal, and the divine technique of space. Yang Kai had almost used all his skills. However, these divine techniques that had always been successful in the past were all useless in front of Jianghu Hen. He could break them with a raise of his hand. Yang Kai was in a frenzy. He wantonly used his power and did not care whether it would destroy the roaring tiger city. With another loud bang, Yang Kai and the embodiment were sent flying again. However, this time, Jianghu Hen did not give Yang Kai a chance to save him. He reached out and a big hand of primordial qi appeared and grabbed the embodiment's huge body. Under the restraint of primordial qi, the evil fire on the embodiment's body became dim. The more than 200 feet tall body struggled hard, but it was useless. Lines visible to the naked eye suddenly spread out from the big hand of primordial qi and gradually wrapped the entire body of the embodiment. It looked like a seal or a kind of secret technique. Jianghu Hen's voice resounded through heaven and earth. Yang Kai, I hope you will learn from this and not go down the wrong path. Yang Kai's eyes were red. He clenched his fists and got up from the ruins. He roared in grief and indignation, I don't accept this. Jianghu Hen slowly shook his head. Under the stimulation of his emperor's qi, the lines on the embodiment's body became denser and denser, gradually wrapping its entire body. Although no one knew what these lines were, they knew that Jianghu Hen must have destroyed its cultivation. It was a pity that such a powerful existence was destroyed by a heaven-devouring great emperor just because it cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle tactics. However, this matter was related to the great emperors and the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle tactics. No one could say for sure whether Jianghu Hen's actions were right or wrong. At this moment, Jianghu Hen suddenly frowned and turned to look at Yang Kai. He immediately showed a shocked expression and shouted, Yang Kai, you've been corroded by demonic qi? As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed greatly and they all looked at Yang Kai. They saw that Yang Kai's half-dragon body was emitting traces of black qi, full of evil and ruthlessness. Naturally, no one was unfamiliar with this black qi. After fighting with the demon race for so long, everyone had a thorough understanding of demonic qi. At this moment, the qi that was being emitted from Yang Kai's body was shockingly demonic qi. Moreover, it was extremely pure demonic qi. No one had ever felt such pure and rich demonic qi from the demon kings on the battlefield. Li Jiao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He really couldn't understand when Yang Kai had been corroded by demonic qi. Wasn't he a great wizard? He also had the bloodline of the dragon race. How could he be so easily corroded by demonic qi? There were no signs at all before this. The 200,000 soldiers also couldn't believe it. Only Yu Rumeng's beautiful eyes were shining as she looked at Yang Kai. She even stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her lips as if she had seen some delicious food. Corroded by demonic qi? Yang Kai coldly looked at Jianghu Hen and sneered, that's nothing. Jianghu Hen frowned and shouted, there's a demon in your heart. Yang Kai grinned and laughed wildly but no sound came out. He said with a happy expression, then it's all thanks to Senior. Jianghu Hen angrily shouted, restrain your mind and protect your mind. Otherwise, disaster will befall you. Chapter 34-29. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, no need. Senior is bullying the weak because you are stronger than me. If I were stronger, I could teach Senior how to behave properly. You're going to become the demon race. Jianghu Hen's face turned extremely solemn. Is that so? Yang Kai's lips curled into a strange smile. Then, let's become the demon race. Raising his right hand slightly, he pressed it against his right eye and said in a low voice, black pupil purgatory, infinite darkness. Asterisk 1. Asterisk the world trembled and was suddenly shrouded in darkness. There was no light at all. A huge eye appeared in the sky, emitting an extremely demonic light that seemed to be able to steal one's soul. The hundreds of thousands of people in Roaring Tiger City all looked pained and averted their gazes, not daring to look at it. In this dark world it was quiet. It was as if time had stopped. Most people couldn't sense what had happened next. They only knew that the entire world had become dense with demonic qi, causing people to shudder. Only those second-order or third-order Emperor Realm Masters could detect some fierce energy fluctuations from time to time. In this dark world, Yang Kai's embodiment and the great emperors were still fighting a bloody battle. After an unknown amount of time, the huge eye in the sky suddenly cracked open a crack. The cracks spread out in all directions and became as dense as a spider web. With a bang, the huge eye collapsed. Light reappeared in the world, and the darkness receded quickly like a tide. The oppressive atmosphere also disappeared. Everyone turned their heads to look around, wondering how the final battle was going. Zhan Wuhen's angry roar suddenly sounded. "Yang Kai, do you know what you are doing?" Yang Kai's voice sounded immediately, but it was full of weakness and haggardness. "Senior has forced me again and again. This junior has no choice but to do this in order to protect himself." Following the voice, the hundreds of thousands of people in Roaring Tiger City were dumbfounded. He saw Kai Yang standing in midair, his entire body dripping with blood, his appearance battered and exhausted. His huge half-dragon body had already dissipated, but one of his arms and one of his legs were twisted at an abnormal angle. It was obvious that they had been broken. Li Jiao's eyes narrowed when he saw this. This was the first time he had seen Yang Kai in such a miserable state. Back then, when he had wreaked havoc on Dragon Island, he had not been in such a miserable state. It could be seen that this time, Zhan Wuhen had not held back much. After all, those who went against the great emperors would not have a good ending. However, this wasn't what shocked him the most. What shocked him the most was that there was actually a woman in front of Kai Yang. He didn't know how she had appeared, but at this moment, Kai Yang was holding her by the neck and holding her hostage. Li Jiao also recognized this woman. She was Zhan Wuhen's disciple, the girl named Lin Yun. She seemed to have a good relationship with Yang Kai. However, at this moment, Yang Kai was actually willing to take her hostage. His hand was clasped around her neck like a claw, and he looked like he was going to kill Lin Yun if there was any disagreement. Yang Kai had really misfired and become the demon race. Li Jiao's head buzzed and he was so confused that he could not think. If he had not misfired and become the demon race, Yang Kai would not have done such a crazy thing. The outbreak of the demonic thoughts in his heart had made him unable to act normally. Li Jiao was heartbroken. Gao Shueting also looked at Yang Kai with a painful expression. She was the one who found Lin Yun. Originally, she wanted Lin Yun to persuade the Iron Blood Great Emperor not to make things too difficult for Yang Kai. However, who would have thought that when she and Lin Yun returned from another city, Roaring Tiger City would be in darkness. When the light reappeared, the situation had become like this. She did not even notice when Yang Kai had captured Lin Yun. After being stunned for a moment, she hurriedly shouted, "Junior brother Yang, let go. It's not too late to turn back." Yang Kai's face was covered by the demonic qi, so his expression could not be seen clearly. However, Gao Shueting clearly felt that he looked in her direction and then did not say anything else. He had actually ignored her. Gao Shueting's heart sank. This situation showed that Yang Kai had become the demon race. She was afraid that he could not even recognize who she was. "Uncle Yang?" Lin Yun lowered her head and looked at Yang Kai's broken arms and legs. Her eyes immediately turned red and tears flowed down her cheeks. "Does it hurt?" As soon as she said this, the demonic qi covering Yang Kai's face trembled violently. However, her concern did not get any response from Yang Kai. He only shouted fiercely, "Shut up!" Lin Yun cried even harder. It was unknown whether it was because she was worried about Yang Kai's injuries or because she was sad after being shouted at by Yang Kai. However, no one was able to accept such a scene. The man who had turned the tide with his own strength, saved Roaring Tiger City from disaster several times, took the lead in every battle, and led an army of 200,000 to kill countless enemies. He was almost invincible. How could he become like this? In order to protect himself, he did not hesitate to hold a girl in his hand as a hostage. When others cared about him, he even spoke ill of them. It was really unacceptable. However, this was the fact in front of hundreds of thousands of people. Hundreds of thousands of people were silent. They looked at Yang Kai, who was surrounded by the demonic qi, with a complicated look as if they were looking at a stranger. Strictly speaking, once a person's cultivation went berserk, they would be considered a completely different person. "Stop it, Yang Kai." Zhan Wuhen took a step forward. "Considering your efforts during this time, I will not kill you. I will only destroy your cultivation and that of Shihua." Yang Kai exerted force in his hand. Lin Yun immediately groaned, and a bloody mark appeared on her white and slender neck. A cold voice came from Yang Kai's side. "If you dare to take another step forward, she will become a corpse." "How dare you?" Zhan Wuhen was furious. It was not easy to find a disciple who could inherit his mantle. He cherished Lin Yun more than his own life. How could he allow Yang Kai to kill his disciple? Yang Kai said coldly, "Senior, you are one of the great emperors. I admit that I am no match for you, and I am afraid that I can't escape from you. However, do you believe that I can make her die with me before you kill me?" Zhan Wuhen's face was as cold as water. He looked at Yang Kai with majestic eyes and said lightly, "Tell me your conditions. What do you want to let Yin go?" Yang Kai said, "I will take her first. When we reach a suitable place I will set her free. However, if you dare to follow me, don't blame me for not caring about our old friendship." "That's all?" "That's all." "How can I believe that?" Yang Kai said, "Senior, I'm afraid you don't have a choice. Either you let me go or I will go to hell with Yun." Gao Shueting stepped forward and said, "Yang Kai, let her go. I will be your hostage." Yang Kai glanced at her and said sarcastically, "You don't have the qualifications to do so." Gao Shueting's face turned pale. She felt as if her heart had been ruthlessly cut by a knife. A feeling of sadness instantly enveloped her. Zhan Wuhen said, "Even if I promise you, you can escape for a while, but can you escape for a lifetime? As far as I know, you still have 4 wives. You have become the demon race. In the future you will be hated by everyone. Have you thought about your 4 wives? How can they face the world in the future?" Yang Kai laughed, "I can't even protect myself now. Who cares about their lives?" Zhan Wuhen shook his head slowly, "Yang Kai, you have disappointed me. Don't be long-winded." Yang Kai shouted. The demonic qi that shrouded his face was rolling, showing that his emotions were fluctuating. "Senior, you can consider my conditions carefully. I am afraid that Yun won't be able to hold on for that long." Lin Yun was fine with being held by Yang Kai by the neck. However, the demonic qi on Yang Kai's body was like a living creature. It kept spreading toward Lin Yun, wanting to corrode her body. If this continued, Lin Yun might really become the demon race. Zhan Wuhen also knew that indecisiveness would only lead to trouble. He immediately waved his hand and said, "Okay, I promise you. However, I will say this first. If you dare to hurt even a strand of Yun's hair, I will find you even if you have to go to the ends of the earth. I will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death." Yang Kai laughed, "Thank you, Senior. I will take my leave now. Please rest assured that Yun will definitely return safely." As he spoke, he waved his hand to the side. The embodiment immediately rushed out from the ruins. Compared to Yang Kai, the embodiment was even more miserable. The demonic fire on its body had been extinguished, and the barbs on its body had been smoothed out. It was obvious that it had suffered a great loss in the battle just now. No one knew how long it would take to recover. Yang Kai put the embodiment into the sealed world bead. His figure flickered, and under the fluctuation of the law of space, he disappeared. The whole city was silent. Only Zhan Wuhen looked thoughtfully in a certain direction. Gao Shueting and Li Jiao looked at each other. They couldn't believe that such a thing would happen today. Until now, the two of them still felt like they were in a dream. They secretly prayed that this was indeed a dream. When they woke up, everything would return to normal. "You are the one who forced my brother-in-law to such a state. I will kill you," Fu Ling screamed. She rushed in front of Zhan Wuhen and threw a punch. Asterisk boom, star. This punch landed squarely on Zhan Wuhen's chest. Fu Ling was stunned. The hundreds of thousands of people were also stunned. The Iron Blood Great Emperor was hit? Moreover, he was hit by a dragon race. Why didn't you dodge?" Fu Ling looked at Zhan Wuhen in astonishment. Although she didn't have much respect for the Iron Blood Great Emperor, he was still one of the great emperors. After punching him like this, she felt a little anxious. She was afraid that Zhan Wuhen would fly into a rage. Zhan Wuhen just looked at her quietly. After a while he said, "He has a demon in his heart. I didn't force him." Fu Ling gritted her teeth and said, "Who doesn't have a demon in their heart? Who dares to say that they have a clear conscience? If you didn't force him again and again, how could brother-in-law? How could he become like this?" Zhan Wuhen slowly shook his head. "It's too late to say this now. Give my brother-in-law back." Fu Ling cursed as she smashed her fist on Zhan Wuhen's chest. The dragon race's strength was very strong. Even Zhan Wuhen's body was swaying left and right. However, he didn't have the slightest intention of dodging or blocking. He just silently endured. Chapter 34:30. It could be seen that what happened today had a great impact on him. He had only come to condemn Yang Kai for practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor tactics, but he didn't expect that Yang Kai would completely fall into the demon path and turn a meritorious official of the astral world into a rat on the street. If not, How could Fu Ling get close to him with the power of the great emperors? After today, Yang Kai would have no place in the astral world. After venting his anger for a while, Fu Ling finally stopped and rubbed his eyes that had turned red. He turned his head to look at the surroundings and smiled sadly. It's not fun outside at all. As he spoke, his figure soared into the sky. Li Jiao shouted, "Miss Ling, where are you going?" Fu Ling didn't respond to him. After a while, a sorrowful dragon roar came from above the clouds. Vaguely, a purple light cut through the sky and disappeared. Yang Kai's fall to become the demon race seemed to have made Fu Ling disheartened. She went back home and didn't even care about the hundreds of thousands of people in Half-Dragon City. A sad atmosphere shrouded the entire Roaring Tiger City. Everyone's heart was blocked by inexplicable emotions and couldn't vent. Jianghu Hen stood in midair and didn't move, as if he was waiting for something. Li Jiao, Gao Shueting and the others didn't dare or want to disturb him. The law of space fluctuated and his figure flickered. Yang Kai ran all the way like a fugitive. He didn't stop until he reached the southern swamp. After putting Lin Yun down, Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "You can go." Lin Yun rubbed her eyes and suddenly walked around Yang Kai with her hands behind her back. She smiled and said, "Uncle Yang, how was my cooperation?" Demonic chi rolled on Yang Kai's face. He said in a low voice, "What cooperation? Don't talk nonsense. If you don't go, I'll kill you." Lin Yun pouted and said, "Master has already told me, are you still going to lie to me?" Yang Kai stared at her and said, "Iron Blood Master told you? What did he tell you?" Lin Yun giggled and said, "Master told me to go to Roaring Tiger City when it's about time, and then let you hold me hostage so that you can get away easily." Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "How come I didn't know about this?" Lin Yun shrugged. "I don't know. Didn't senior sister Gao find you?" Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. Lin Yun said, "That's right. I'm afraid it's just a coincidence. I was just about to go to Roaring Tiger City when that sister Gao came to me. She said that Master was making things difficult for you in Roaring Tiger City and wanted me to go and persuade Master. Then when I went with her, you caught me. Did Master ask you to catch me?" Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. "I just thought that it was more reasonable to take you hostage and escape, so—" "Well, it seems that the Iron Blood Master also had the same thought, but he didn't tell me." Lin Yun nodded and said, Yes. Uncle Yang, what are you doing? Why can't I understand?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "Don't think about it if you don't understand. Don't tell anyone about our conversation just now. Just pretend that it didn't happen. When you go back, if someone asks what happened to you after you were taken hostage by me, just say that I was eroded by demonic thoughts and my mind was in chaos. You took the opportunity to escape." Yes, I remember." Lin Yun nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice. Suddenly, she stretched out a slender finger and poked at the demonic chi on Yang Kai's face. "But Uncle Yang, your misfire become the demon race so real. Is this a real demonic chi? Don't touch it." Yang Kai stepped back and looked around. "Let's go back. I should go too. Tell the Iron Blood Master that I will do my best to do what they ask." Saying so, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared. Lin Yun stood and watched for a while. She didn't know where Yang Kai went, so she could only go back the same way she came. The next day in Roaring Tiger City, a stream of light came from afar. Jianghu Hen, who had been standing in midair, was shocked and looked up. The stream of light landed in front of him, revealing Lin Yun's figure. Lin Yun's eyes were red and swollen. It seemed that she had been crying. At this moment she was still sobbing and couldn't stop at all. Jianghu Hen hurriedly asked, "Are you hurt?" Lin Yun shook her head and said in a choked voice, "No, it's just that Uncle Yang." Jianghu Hen asked, "Where did he go?" Lin Yun said, "I don't know." Halfway there, his mind was suddenly in chaos. "I took the opportunity to run back. I don't know where he went." Jianghu Hen patted her head. "It's good that you're okay. Go back and rest." Lin Yun responded and walked toward the space array in a daze. Below, Gao Shueting, Li Jiao, and the others looked at Jianghu Hen, waiting for him to give an explanation. Jianghu Hen didn't let them wait for long. Soon a low voice resounded in Roaring Tiger City. "The Palace Master of High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai, has become the demon race. He has fallen and become the demon race. He's beyond redemption. This person is powerful and has a profound cultivation. If you meet him in the future, if you have the chance, kill him to get rid of evil for the people." His words shook Roaring Tiger City. In just 2 days, the flag of Roaring Tiger City and the leader of the army had become a demon that everyone wanted to kill. No one could adapt to such a change. It wasn't over yet. Jianghu Hen's voice sounded again. In view of Yang Kai's evil deeds, all his disciples are to return to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory immediately. Seal the mountain gate and don't open it without my order. Those who violate this order will be killed without mercy. There were 5,000 disciples of the High Heaven Palace in Roaring Tiger City. At this moment they were all furious. Jianghu Hen ordered the High Heaven Palace to seal the mountain gate with just one sentence. This was a great humiliation to the High Heaven Palace. However, Yang Kai's previous actions were indeed criticized. Even if they were angry, the 5,000 disciples of the High Heaven Palace couldn't say anything. Moreover, who would dare to disobey the orders of the great emperors? Under the personal supervision of Jianghu Hen, the 5,000 disciples of the High Heaven Palace were separated and teleported back to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory through the space array. Yang Kai has become the demon race. In a city, Bing Yun gathered Su Yen and the others and said with a solemn expression, after the battle with the Iron Blood Master, he became the demon race. He kidnapped the Iron Blood disciple Lin Yun, and fled Roaring Tiger City. Now no one knows where he is. Jiao walked in with a cup of tea. When she heard this, her hand trembled. With a crash, the cup fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. She was silent for a moment and bent down to pick up the pieces. However, her delicate body was trembling. Her head was buzzing because of Bing Yun's words. She couldn't think straight at all. Su Yen and the others also looked at Bing Yun in shock. Impossible. Shanqing Luo was the first to express her disbelief. She frowned and said, Senior, where did you get this news? Bing Yun sighed. This queen also thinks that it's a bit impossible, but this news was sent by the Iron Blood Great Emperor himself. It happened just a day ago. The blood drained from the faces of Su Yen and the others. Jiao, who was picking up the pieces, even shrank her hand. Her fingertips were cut by a sharp piece of porcelain, and dark red blood flowed out. She was now a third-stage Emperor Realm Master, but her finger was cut by an ordinary piece of porcelain. It was clear that her state of mind was in chaos. Jiao slowly stood up and said, Honored Master, has it been confirmed? Bing Yun glanced at her and sighed, This queen has sent a message to Li Jiao. Li Jiao was right. It seems that there is no doubt about it. I don't believe it. Shanqing Luo looked angry. It must be that old fool Li Jiao's nonsense. I'll go find him now. After saying this, she was about to leave, but Su Yen grabbed her arm. Big sister. Shanqing Luo turned to look at Su Yen. Su Yen slowly shook her head and quietly sent her a message. Aren't you forgetting something? Shanqing Luo was startled and suddenly remembered what Yang Kai said a while ago. He said that he was going to the demon territory and would use a different method to go to the demon territory. Could this be the prelude? That's right, if he wanted to go to the demon territory, what could be better than this situation? Going off and becoming the demon race was indeed a good way to get accepted by the demon race. With Su Yan's reminder, Shanqing Luo had a thoughtful look on her face. Jiao observed her expression and suddenly seemed to realize something. No matter what you hear or see, don't believe it. A sentence that Yang Kai said a few months ago appeared in her mind. Jiao turned her head and looked outside. Is this the situation you're talking about? There was a stifling silence in the hall. Bing Yun sighed. Yang Kai's whereabouts are unknown. The Iron Blood Master has ordered everyone in the High Heaven Palace to immediately return to the Northern Territory and seal the entrance. Those who leave without permission will be killed without mercy. Shanqing Luo angrily said, We have to return to the High Heaven Palace? Is he going to put us under house arrest? What right does he have? Bing Yun said, And don't worry too much. The Iron Blood Master is not targeting the High Heaven Palace, but is a kind of protection in disguise. It seems that the Iron Blood Master cares about Yang Kai's previous efforts, so he's letting you return. Shanqing Luo coldly laughed. Then should I go and thank him? Whether it was true or not that Yang Kai had accidentally become the demon race, Yang Kai's reputation was tarnished this time. In the end, it was because of the battle with the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Shanqing Luo naturally had some opinions about Jianghu Hen. Su Yen said, Luo, don't say too much. Master is right. The Iron Blood Master's actions are indeed a kind of protection for the High Heaven Palace disciples. After such a thing happened to Yang Kai, if the High Heaven Palace disciples were still wandering outside, they would definitely be targeted. When that time comes, a small conflict would become a big conflict. If there was any internal strife, it would only make the High Heaven Palace's current awkward situation worse. Letting them return to the High Heaven Palace was the best way to deal with it. Chapter 34-31. Yang Kai has become the demon race. When Zishan took out a jade slip and checked the information in it with his divine sense, his face was filled with disbelief. The jade slip was sent by Gao Shueting, and it was branded with Gao Shueting's divine sense brand, so it was obviously not fake. Moreover, Gao Shueting also explained in detail what happened that day, so it was hard for Wen Zishan not to believe it. After being absent-minded for a long time, he summoned Qin Qin and asked her to go to Roaring Tiger City to ask Gao Shueting face to face. In another city, Yang Yin was also holding a jade slip in her hand. She frowned and muttered softly, "What is that brat doing? Why did he suddenly go against the Iron Blood Master and become the demon race?" A group of people from the Emperor realm who came to ask for support saw her expression change and did not dare to disturb her. After a while, Yang Yin summoned an expert from the Emperor realm and asked him to go to Roaring Tiger City to inquire about the situation. Yang Kai has become the demon race. What do you think? In the hall, Luan Feng looked at Fan Hua and Sanggo and asked in a deep voice, "When did this happen?" Sanggo's eyes widened in surprise. "I just received the news." Luan Feng looked serious. Fan Hua said, "I also received the news. It seems to have happened yesterday." That brat really became the demon race? Sanggo could hardly believe his ears. Fan Hua said, "The news came from the Iron Blood Great Emperor, so it should be true." Sanggo was absent-minded and murmured, "That brat will also become the demon race? That's impossible. Did you make a mistake?" Luan Feng and Fan Hua both shook their heads slowly. The former said, "This is a matter of great importance. It can't be wrong." Hearing this, Sangdog sighed, "That's a pity?" Although that little brat Yang Kai often went to the ancient wild lands to make things difficult for them, Sangdog still admired him. It was rare to see such a talented junior. Now that he had fallen into the demon path, he would have no future to speak of. The Luan Feng said, "Regardless of whether he has become the demon race or not, he is still related to the descendants of Tianxing. Ever since the descendants of Tianxing entered the Blood Door, there has been no news of them. It has been more than 10 years. Maybe they will come out soon. You all know how important Yang Kai is to them. If Yang Kai is in a bad situation, I don't know what kind of attitude they will have." Fan Hua nodded solemnly, "Madame Feng is right. Then, in Madame Feng's opinion, how should we deal with this matter?" The Luan Feng said, "Find his whereabouts as soon as possible and send him to the savage desolate ancient ground. At that time, even if the descendants of Tianxing come out, they won't blame us." Fan Hua nodded, "That's a good idea. Let's do that." The Luan Feng said, "Then I will send Ying Fei to Roaring Tiger City to inquire about the situation. I want to see where Yang Kai went. There's no time to lose. Let's go now." For a time, people came from all directions to Roaring Tiger City to inquire about what happened a day ago. Roaring Tiger City suddenly became very lively. At the same time, the news that Yang Kai had become the demon race and had become the demon race spread like wildfire. In just a few days, the news spread to all the major cities in the Western Territory and also to the Eastern, Southern, and Northern Territories. When those who knew Yang Kai heard this news, their first reaction was that it was nonsense and a pure rumor. However, this rumor seemed to be true. It even said that Yang Kai was defeated by the Iron Blood Great Emperor and finally shamelessly kidnapped Lin Yun to escape. When this rumor was confirmed, the whole star world was in an uproar. No one had expected that such a rising star would really become the demon race and practice the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics in advance. There were always errors in the transmission of information. As the news spread, the news that a Dharmakaya had practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics gradually became Yang Kai's business. Whether it was falling to become the demon race or practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics, it was intolerable. This time Yang Kai's reputation was completely ruined. Coupled with the Iron Blood Great Emperor's previous words, many people were even eager to find Yang Kai and kill him to enforce justice on behalf of heaven and get rid of evil for the people. Although Yang Kai did not know what was going on in the outside world, he could more or less guess what was going on and was mentally prepared. In the small sealed world, Yang Kai sat cross-legged in the medicine garden with a solemn look on his face. Next to him was the Tsang tree. The two wood spirits were suspended in mid-air, hiding a few dozen meters away, looking at Yang Kai worriedly. However, at this moment, There was nothing they could do to help, so they were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The gold and silver sealing power on the Tsang tree was slowly poured into Yang Kai's body under his guidance. He guided it into the Dantian to seal the ancient demon qi. Previously, using this ancient demon qi, Yang Kai cooperated with the Iron Blood Great Emperor and perfectly acted out the drama of become the demon race and become the demon race. But now, he found that things had become a little troublesome. Ever since he absorbed the demonic qi outside Maplewood City, Yang Kai had no good way to deal with it. He could only rely on the Tsang tree's power to seal it. But after several unseals, the ancient demon qi became purer and more difficult to control. The demonic qi sealed in the Dantian was like a living creature. Every time it was unsealed, it would grow violently. This made it more difficult for Yang Kai to seal it again, and it required more sealing power. Yang Kai had discovered this a long time ago until this time. This time, the situation was much more serious. Whether or not he could seal it, Yang Kai was not sure. It couldn't be real, could it? Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If it really became the demon race, it would be a big loss. Guarding his mind and eliminating distracting thoughts, Yang Kai controlled the Tsang tree's sealing power and poured it into his body. He suppressed the demonic qi in his body and sealed it back into the Dantian. Time slowly passed, and the gold and silver light of the Tsang tree became dimmer and dimmer. It wouldn't be long before it was completely exhausted, but the demonic qi in Yang Kai's body still showed no signs of diminishing. It was still tumbling and growing. This was a little fucking awkward. Yang Kai was a little anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Not far away, Mu Zhu and Mu Na obviously sensed that the situation was not good. After glancing at each other, they seemed to have made up their minds and flew towards where Yang Kai was. Sensing the movement, Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at them. He shouted, "Don't come over." Mu Zhu and Mu Na turned a deaf ear to him. Their small bodies stood on the branches of the firmament tree, and the two of them rapidly formed complicated hand seals. As the hand seals changed, the two wood spirits seemed to form a strange resonance with the firmament tree. The Tsang tree, whose light had gradually dimmed, suddenly erupted with a dazzling brilliance. The gold and silver light shone brightly, and the sealing power also surged out like a fierce tide. Yang Kai was startled, but he didn't waste any time. He hurriedly guided the sealing power into his body. The tumbling demonic qi on the surface of his body was suppressed bit by bit, and the evil and violent aura also gradually disappeared. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yang Kai no longer had any demonic qi on the surface of his body. All of the demonic qi had been suppressed into the Dantian, and his body returned to its original state. He felt a sense of comfort that he had never felt before. Mu Zhu and Mu Na were both sweating profusely and panting slightly. It was obvious that using the secret technique of the wood spirit race just now had taken a toll on them. "Are you all right?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and asked. The two wood spirits shook their heads together. Mu Zhu glanced to the side and said, "We're fine. It's just that the Tsang tree." Yang Kai followed her gaze and discovered that the Tsang tree was already on the verge of death. Its branches drooped down as if it didn't have long to live. The gold and silver light that should have been there was now gone, and the branches and leaves were all withered and yellow. Mu Na said, "We've stimulated its vitality, so it's very harmful to it." Yang Kai frowned and asked, "It won't die, right?" Mu Zhu shook her head and said, "That won't happen. The Tsang tree's vitality is very strong, and this place has the immortal tree's vitality, so it won't die so easily. It's just that if it wants to completely recover, who knows how long it will take. Master, in the future, don't release the demonic qi seal so easily. Without the Tsang tree's power, if you release it, there will be no turning back." Yang Kai nodded with a dignified expression. "I'll remember that." The price of his plan this time was really high. Not only did he ruin his reputation, but he also couldn't use one of his most powerful trump cards. However, since things had already come to this point, he could only look forward to the future. After instructing the two wood spirits to rest, Yang Kai adjusted his breathing for a while and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with him before leaving the small sealed world, identifying his location and flying off in a certain direction. Up in the void, a figure flashed by at an extremely fast speed, stopping from time to sense its surroundings before setting off again. Tracking down this way, it was actually following the trail Yang Kai had left. Yang Kai didn't know how this person had discovered Yang Kai's whereabouts. One had to know that after escaping into the southern swamp, Yang Kai had been adjusting his breathing for a few days, and then repeatedly using the space divine technique. Even the great emperors would find it difficult to track his movements. However, this person was able to track him down almost exactly. The figure stopped again. Under the hazy moonlight, a graceful, curvaceous figure with long hair fluttering in the wind could be seen. Impressively, it was a beautiful woman. Yuru Meng. After Yang Kai escaped from Roaring Tiger City, she had also disappeared from the city. Gao Shueting and the others had been looking for her for a few days, but to no avail. Chapter 34-32. Anha City was a small city located at the border of the Southern Territory and bordering the Western Territory. The population in the city was no more than 100,000, and there were no decent powerhouses in the city. Even the city lord's cultivation was only at the first-order Dao source realm. Such a city could be said to be insignificant in the entire star boundary. The population in the city was small to begin with, and now that the War of the Two Realms had broken out and Anha City was located at the border of the Southern Territory and bordering the Western Territory, most of the residents in the city had fled to the depths of the Southern Territory. They were afraid that the demon race would really come one day and wipe out the entire city. Now the population had plummeted by more than half. However, whether it was in troubled times or prosperous times, there was one business that would never die out, and that was the sex trade. Anha City was not big, but there were several brothels. The largest one was the Spring Breeze Drizzle building. Perhaps it was because of the troubled times, the situation of indulging in luxury had become increasingly serious, so even though Anha City's population had decreased by more than half, the business of the Spring Breeze Drizzle building was better than usual. The old pimp at the entrance constantly welcomed and sent off customers, and the girls wearing rouge and face powder were beaming with smiles as they warmly solicited customers. The interior of the building was luxuriously decorated, and the lifelike murals filled the entire Spring Breeze Drizzle building with an aura. In the hall, tables of guests were toasting and drinking with the coquettishly dressed girls. From time to time they would move their hands up and down, causing the girls to giggle. In the tightly closed rooms, there were bursts of breathtaking moans that would make one's face turn red. With a loud bang, a person suddenly flew out from a room on the second floor and landed heavily on the ground. After rolling a few times he stopped moving. The noisy hall fell into a strange silence at this moment, and everyone turned their heads to look in the direction of the source of the commotion. He saw a young man lying on the ground. His face was covered in stubble, his body was dirty, and he reeked of alcohol. He was lying there motionless, and it was unknown whether he was dead or not. Fights were common in the brothel, so the guests were not surprised by this scene. They did not have much of a reaction, but they all looked at the young man lying on the ground with disgust. In such a situation it was either that they had an argument with someone and were beaten up, or that they had no money to pay after having fun in the brothel. Neither of them deserved sympathy. The guests were calm, but Mama Song, who was at the door, was furious. She yelled at a man in a black suit on the second floor, "Someone is going to die. Are you going to pay for the broken tables and chairs?" Madame Su was the procuress of the Spring Breeze Drizzle building. Her cultivation was not high, and she was quite beautiful when she was young. However, now that she was old, her figure was somewhat out of shape. Although she still had her charm, she could no longer be a receptionist. She could only stand at the door and send people off. Seeing Mama Song getting angry, the man who knocked the young man down from the second floor smiled apologetically and said, "Mama, don't be angry. It's this kid who is too outrageous." "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Mama Song swayed her waist as she walked to the young man's side. She lifted her leg and kicked him, but there was no reaction. She was shocked and said, "Is he dead?" The man in the black suit said, "It can't be. He seems to have some cultivation. I didn't use much strength, so how could he die?" At this moment, a young woman wearing a thin veil walked out from the side room. The veil was translucent, and when it covered her body, it made all the wonderful things on her body faintly discernible, causing the men below to take a few more glances. The woman looked down and pouted. "He deserves to be beaten to death." She then said to Mama Song, "Mama, you have to make a decision for your daughter. This guy has been drinking here for several days and he has no money to pay." "No money?" Mama Song frowned and her face was burning with anger. "He dares to come to the brothel without money. Where did this bastard come from?" "That's right." The woman on the second floor also had a look of disdain. "I thought he was a rich young master when I saw his handsome appearance and extraordinary temperament. Who would have thought that he was a poor kid? Your daughter has suffered a great loss." Mama Song coldly snorted and waved her hand. "Search him. See if he has anything valuable on him." As soon as she finished speaking, two men dressed like pimps immediately walked over and searched the young man. After a while, the two men looked up and shook their heads at Mama Song. "There's nothing." "Damn it." Mama Song gritted her teeth. "Drag him down and chop him up to raise flowers." The two pimps didn't hesitate at all. They grabbed the young man's arms and dragged him up. A guest next to them laughed. "Mama Song, you are too cruel. It's just a few days of drinking money, and you want to chop him up to raise flowers?" Mama Song coldly said, "Do you want to pay for him? If you are willing to pay for him, Mama will spare his life." The guest smiled. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything." Mama Song glared at him, then looked at the young man. However, she revealed a shocked expression and raised her hand. "Wait." The two pimps immediately stopped and turned to look at her. They didn't know what she was going to do. Mama Su took a few steps forward and fanned the tip of his nose as if she couldn't stand the strong smell of alcohol. She frowned and said, "Is this kid still breathing?" The two pimps looked at each other. One of them touched the young man's chest, and the other reached out to test the young man's nose. Then they nodded in unison. "He's not dead yet." Mama Song nodded and walked around the young man. Then she took out a silk handkerchief and placed it on his chin. She pinched his face and looked at it carefully. Her eyes lit up and she smiled. "Take him down and wash him. Then send him to my room." The two pimps were dumbfounded when they heard this. "Go." Mama Song glared at them. The two pimps didn't dare to hesitate and immediately followed the order. The guest who spoke earlier laughed. "Mama, don't tell me you like that kid?" Mama Song said, "So what if I like him? I like that kind of guy." Everyone was in an uproar. They didn't expect that to be the case. For a moment they were amazed. Some guests even teased Mama Song for being so greedy that she even liked that stinky kid. Chapter 34-33. In the end, Mama Song didn't know who was standing behind her. With a little force from that cold little hand, her neck tilted and she fell softly, instantly losing her life. Yu Meng stood by the bed, took out a silk handkerchief and wiped her hands. She looked at the body on the ground with disgust. "How dare you touch my man?" Throwing away the silk handkerchief, Yu Meng walked to the bed and looked down at Yang Kai lying on the bed. A touch of anger appeared on her face. Fortunately, she came in time. If she was a little later, wouldn't this adulterous man and woman have already cooked the rice? She knew that Kai Yang had several wives, but those women had existed before she met Kai Yang, so she was powerless to do anything about them. But what about this brothel's madam? What was she to do? If she was a girl with a clean background, it would be fine. However, she had already formed a heart seal with Yang Kai, and they couldn't be separated for the rest of their lives. Naturally, she wouldn't allow Yang Kai to be sullied by such a dirty woman. Thinking of this, she became angry and glared at Yang Kai, shouting, "Get up!" Under the surge of divine thought, her voice even carried the power of impact on the divine soul. Yang Kai frowned, his eyelashes trembled, and his eyelids slowly opened. Four eyes met, and Yu Meng's anger disappeared without a trace. It was because the state of the man in front of her was very wrong. His gray eyes were shrouded with a feeling of despair, as if all the light in the world had been blocked. She and Kai Yang had not known each other for long, but these days, when had this man not been in high spirits and in high spirits? No matter where he was the center of the world. However, at this time he was like a bird that had been knocked down from the clouds and fell into the mud. His face was full of fatigue and haggard. The fact was indeed so. From the brightest star in the star boundary to the notorious devil that everyone wanted to kill, even the great emperors had issued orders to kill him. Wasn't he falling from the clouds into the mud? Yu Meng sighed and said, "Why bother?" Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her and looked at her with empty eyes without any light. Yu Meng squatted down and sat on the edge of the bed with her plump buttocks. She stretched out her hand and stroked Yang Kai's cheek. She said softly, "Even if everyone abandons you, you still have me." Yang Kai's empty eyes seemed to flash with a trace of light, and his drowsy eyes opened a little. Yu Meng showed a gentle smile at the right time. She wanted this smile to be imprinted in the deepest part of Yang Kai's heart. She wanted this smile to become the motivation for Yang Kai to persevere. In the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly launched an attack. He pulled her over, turned around and pressed her under his body. He covered her towering chest with one hand and ruthlessly kneaded it. He did not have the slightest intention of having tender feelings for the fairer sex. His other hand reached for her belt and directly tore it apart. His mouth, which was full of the smell of alcohol, unscrupulously kissed Yu Rumeng's lips. Oh! Yu Rumeng moaned and struggled, but how could she resist Yang Kai's strength? Her whole body was firmly pressed under his body and she could not move at all. Feeling that her clothes were rapidly being removed, Yu Rumeng suddenly panicked. She turned her head and said, "Stop, you're hurting me." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her and seemed to have gone crazy. His nostrils were blowing hot air, and the expression on his face became ferocious and terrifying. It was as if the one being pressed under his body was not Yu Rumeng, but the biggest enemy in his life. He could not wait to gnaw his bones, drink his blood, and eat his flesh. How could Yu Rumeng allow him to continue? If they were in love with each other, it would be normal for a man and a woman to love each other. But in this situation, how could Yu Rumeng be willing to give up her body? Unable to break free, Yu Rumeng raised her hand and slapped Yang Kai's face. With a crisp slap, Yang Kai's head tilted to one side. His violent and rough movements seemed to have stopped because of this slap. Yu Rumeng gasped and looked at Yang Kai coldly. "You forced me to do this." Yang Kai was motionless as if he was under a spell. Yu Rumeng frowned and reached out to touch Yang Kai's cheek. She said as gently as possible, "I don't want to hit you, but wake up. Do you know what you're doing?" Yang Kai seemed to have no interest in answering or was too lazy to answer. He simply ignored her and slowly climbed down from her body. He pulled a blanket and wrapped his body. Then he sat at the table, picked up a pot of wine on the table, raised his head and poured it into his mouth. Behind him Yu Rumeng put on her clothes. When she finished, she came over and saw that Yang Kai had already drunk several pots of wine. Yu Rumeng sat down, looked at him quietly and whispered, "Don't drink any more." As expected, Yang Kai still had no intention of responding. After several times, Yu Rumeng snatched the wine pot from Yang Kai's hand and gritted her teeth. "I told you to stop drinking. Give it to me." Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her with a cold face. There was a clear murderous intention in his eyes. Yu Rumeng raised her smooth chin. "What? You want to kill me? If you are willing to do so, then do it." With that, she took the initiative to stretch out her neck, as if she would not resist and let him punish her. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a look of struggle, but in the end he did not do it. He just held his head in pain and said bitterly, "I just want to get drunk. Why are you stopping me?" "I know you can't bear to." Yu Rumeng smiled. He did not know what she was happy about, but she felt a little complacent. "Go away. Don't stay by my side. I don't know when I will become the demon race." Yang Kai waved his hand. Yu Rumeng didn't leave and instead stuck closer to him, snuggling up to him, her towering breasts pressing against Yang Kai's elbow. "I won't leave your mind. Wherever you go, I'll go." Yang Kai pushed her away and said bitterly, "You have seen what happened in Roaring Tiger City. Really, don't stay by my side. Live well in the future. If you meet a good man, find someone to marry." Yu Rumeng poked her head over and said with a smile, "What kind of man do you want me to marry?" Kai Yang laughed at himself. "In any case, I'm not like this." Yu Rumeng tilted her head and said, "But I like you. What should I do?" Yang Kai looked at her. "You may be blind." Yu Rumeng was stunned for a moment, then she covered her mouth and laughed for a while. Suddenly she got up, grabbed Yang Kai's hand and pulled him up. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai responded weakly like a walking corpse. "Don't you want a drink?" "I'll accompany you," Yu Rumeng said, and with her emperor chi she rushed out with Yang Kai wrapped around her. The hall on the first floor was still noisy and lively. When their figures flashed, Yu Rumeng and Yang Kai had already appeared in the center of the hall. Yu Rumeng looked around and walked straight to the largest table in the center, came to the table and said, "Get lost." There were 7 or 8 guests at this table, 7 or 8 girls drinking and having fun. Suddenly hearing this, all of them were stunned. However, when they looked up, the eyes of the 7 or 8 guests suddenly widened, and their greedy eyes lingered on Yu Rumeng. And He City was just a small city, and even if the Spring Breeze Drizzle building was the largest brothel, the quality and beauty of the girls were very limited. How could they compare with a femme fatale like Yu Rumeng? Whether it was figure, face or temperament in the entire star boundary, there were only a handful of girls who could compare with Yu Rumeng. In comparison, the guests only felt that the girls in their arms were like country bumpkins, and the woman in front of them was a goddess. If they could get close to her, even death would be worth it. A pot-bellied man looked at Yu Rumeng lecherously and laughed. "You have such a beautiful girl here? How come I didn't know?" Saying so, he got up and grabbed Yu Rumeng. Looking at his posture, he wanted to change to another girl to accompany him. However, his hand had only stretched halfway when his whole arm suddenly burst into a bloody mist. The man was still a little confused, but soon he felt pain and screamed. His scream came to an abrupt end and his whole body exploded. The faces of the other people at the table changed greatly, and they all sobered up. They all got up and glared at Yu Meng, and the girls screamed again and again. They were so scared that their beautiful faces turned pale. "Lowly servant, you dare to kill people?" a man shouted angrily. Although he did not see how his companion died, it was obviously the work of this beautiful woman. While speaking, he raised his hand and summoned a long sword, preparing to stab her. Yu Meng stared at him coldly, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. The man was immediately stunned. In the next moment, the long sword in his hand stabbed straight into his chest. With a poochie sound, blood splattered everywhere. The man fell down softly, but before he died, a satisfied smile still hung on his face. Such an unimaginable scene really shocked everyone. The whole hall suddenly fell silent, and the remaining men all swallowed their saliva. Only now did they realize that the cultivation of this woman in front of them was ridiculously high, otherwise she would not have been able to kill people without them noticing. "Get lost." Yu Meng's red lips slightly opened and she coldly spat out a word. Everyone felt as if they had been pardoned from a dream, and they all turned and fled. Not only the people at this table fled, but everyone in the hall also fled, and for a moment the scene was extremely chaotic. Yu Meng said again, "Bring all the wine in your restaurant." After speaking, she waved her hand to clear the table and sat down with Yang Kai. After a short while, the Spring Breeze Drizzle building was empty, and only Yang Kai and Yu Meng were left sitting opposite each other. The big table was full of wine jars, and the pimps of the Spring Breeze Drizzle building were very obedient, and they obediently emptied the wine cellar. Yang Kai grabbed the wine jars and kept pouring wine into his mouth. His stomach was like a bottomless hole, and no matter how much wine he drank, he could hold it all. Yu Meng sat opposite him and quietly watched him. After drinking one jar, she handed him another without saying a word. 10 jars, 50 jars, 100 jars, 200 jars. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly let out a long howl and threw the wine jar in his hand. The howl rolled like thunder, causing the whole Anha city to tremble. After a long time, the howl gradually stopped. Yang Kai looked at Yu Meng with red eyes, and his mouth squirmed a few times, and he said with a face full of pain, "I can't get drunk." Chapter 34-34. Then drink some more. We'll stop when we're drunk. Yu Meng threw another jar of wine at Yang Kai, but Yang Kai didn't catch it and let it fall to the floor and smash into pieces. Yu Meng pondered for a moment and said, "Wait here." While speaking, she turned around and flew out. No one knew what she was going to do. But soon there was a commotion in the city. It was obvious that it was caused by Yu Meng. Half an hour later, Yu Meng returned to the hall and smiled at Yang Kai. Then she turned around and clapped her hands at the entrance of the hall. "Come in." Yang Kai raised his eyes to look and was immediately dumbfounded. He saw a group of women slowly walking in from outside the door. They were thin and round and round and round, and they were like orioles and swallows. However, this group of women were different from those girls in the Spring Breeze Drizzle building who had put on makeup. At first glance, one could see that they were all women of good families. Every woman's face was full of fear and uneasiness. Some of them even had tears on their faces, but under Yu Meng's abuse, they had no choice but to walk in obediently. Of the 30 to 40 women, the youngest looked to be only 13 or 14 years old, while the oldest looked to be only 25 or 26 years old. Under Yu Meng's instructions, all of them stood in a line in front of Yang Kai timidly. Some of them occasionally looked up at Yang Kai but quickly lowered their heads. What the hell? Yang Kai was puzzled, but he didn't show the slightest abnormality on his face. He still looked sad as if he wanted to die early. Yu Meng smiled at Yang Kai and explained, "These are the most beautiful women in this city. Don't worry, all of them are pure and flawless. Take a look and see what you like." Kai Yang sat motionless like a wooden sculpture. Yu Meng walked to a teenage girl and led her in front of Yang Kai. "How about this one? She is a budding beauty at such a young age. Men should like her very much. If I were a man, I would be tempted. If we spend a night together, we should have a good night." The girl was frightened because she was caught by Yu Meng. At this moment, hearing Yu Meng's words, she was even more frightened and almost cried. Seeing that Yang Kai still didn't respond, Yu Meng waved her hand at the girl and quickly ran back. Then Ru Ming called a 17 or 18-year-old girl over and tried her best to promote her in front of Yang Kai. After changing several people, Yang Kai still didn't respond. Ru Ming pulled another person. 24 or 25 years old. Her appearance was among the best, but she was still a virgin. I said. Enough. Ru Ming sighed. You want to get drunk to vent the anger in your heart. But how can you get drunk with these ordinary drinks? In your current situation, wine and women are the same. Since you can't get drunk, you can find a way to get drunk with women. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He grabbed a wine jar on the table, got up and walked out. His steps were unsteady. Ru Ming turned and stared at his back. After a while she quickly followed. In the hall, the dozens of women waited in fear for a long time. After confirming that the strange man and woman would not return, they hurriedly fled. After surviving a calamity, the young women could no longer hold back and began to wail. This night was a nightmare for them. Fortunately, the man didn't mean to harm them. Otherwise, all of them would have lost their chastity. Why are you following me? In the wilderness, Yang Kai looked at Ru Ming with an indifferent face. Following me won't do you any good. Ru Ming smiled gently. I said you are mine. Wherever you go, I will go. Don't think you can get rid of me. Do you know what kind of situation I am in now? Ru Ming said, in the Battle of Roaring Tiger City, you became the demon race and became the demon race. I'm afraid the news has spread all over the world. So now you should be like a rat crossing the street, hated by everyone. Since you know, why are you still so stubborn? Release the heart seal secret technique. Go. From now on, you and I have nothing to do with each other. You don't want to be implicated by me. Yang Kai waved his hand. I won't go. Ru Ming stepped forward and held Yang Kai's arm. Why bother? Yang Kai shook his head. Ru Ming said, even if there is a mountain of knives and a sea of fire in front of you, I will go with you. Yang Kai's cold eyes suddenly became soft, as if his mind had been greatly shocked. He looked at her affectionately and touched her cheek with one hand. You won't regret it? Ru Ming shook her head firmly. No turning back. Yang Kai licked his dry lips and hugged Ru Ming into his arms. He used so much strength that it seemed he wanted to rub Ru Ming into his body and never be separated again. He sighed. I have no regrets in this life. Ru Ming raised her head slightly, the corners of her eyes curved into crescents. Her beautiful eyes shone with a proud light. She knew it was easy to break a person's heart at this time. She was right. Although the heart seal secret technique made it impossible for her and Yang Kai to be separated, it was only a secret technique after all. How could it compare to Yang Kai's true feelings? She wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's neck and whispered in his ear, I said even if the whole world abandons you, you still have me. Yang Kai suddenly released her and put his hands on her shoulders. His eyes bloomed with a different kind of light as he said excitedly, Ru Ming, let's go live in seclusion. The change of topic was a little too big, making the corner of Ru Ming's eyes twitch. She said calmly, live in seclusion? Yang Kai nodded heavily. Live in seclusion in the mountains and never ask about the world. Just the two of us, the man plows and the woman weaves. We can have a few children and live a carefree life. What bullshit astral demon territory has nothing to do with me? Have a few children? Ru Ming was dumbfounded. She wailed in her heart. She didn't expect that although her tenderness and sweetness moved Yang Kai, he would have such thoughts. If he really did that, then what was the point of playing? Thinking about it, Ru Ming said, then what about your wives? Yang Kai looked gloomy and said in a low voice, I only know that at this time, you are by my side, not them. He didn't even care about his wives. It seemed that what happened in Roaring Tiger City was too big a blow to him, causing a huge change in his mentality. Chapter 34-35. There was a ripple in the void and a figure slowly emerged. Yang Kai looked up at him, his gaze became a little evasive as if he was ashamed to face this person, but in the end he cupped his fists and greeted, Temple Master Wen. The person who appeared in front of him was the Temple Master of Azure Sun Temple, Wen Zishan. Wen Zishan had a pained expression on his face as he sighed, I've heard about what happened to you. Are you feeling better now? Yang Kai replied, Thank you for your concern, Temple Master Wen. I was lucky enough to recover. Wen Zishan said, It is a taboo for a cultivator to become the demon race. The Iron Blood Master said that there is a demon in your heart. As long as this demon is not eliminated, it will become a big problem in the future even if it is temporarily fine. So, Temple Master Wen is here to take me back? Yang Kai lowered his eyes and his voice suddenly became extremely calm, but anyone could feel the hostility growing in him. When Zishan said, "Don't be agitated, I don't want to be enemies with you. I just want to talk to you." Yang Kai said lightly, "Disciple is listening." When Zishan gently nodded and said, "Although you are not from Azure Sun Temple, you have formed a relationship with the temple since you were in the Dao Source realm. Can be said that this king watched you grow up. If you had agreed back then, you would have become a disciple of Azure Sun Temple. Unfortunately, my temple did not have this blessing and missed a master." Yang Kai laughed self-deprecatingly, "Temple Master Wen is too kind." When Zishan continued, "Fortunately, you became an honored elder of my temple in the end. Since you are an elder of my temple, then your matter is this Wen's matter and the temple's matter. Yang Kai, think about the High Heaven Palace, think about your family and friends, and think about those who care about you. Come back with me." Yang Kai raised his eyes. "In the end, Temple Master is here to take me back." When Zishan frowned, "How can you confuse these two things? If I had come to capture you, I wouldn't have said these things to you. Come back with me. When Mao guarantees that I won't let anyone harm you. However, I will need your cooperation to eliminate the demonic thoughts in your heart." Yang Kai shook his head slowly. "Once the demonic will is born, how can it be eliminated?" When Zishan said in a deep voice, "The winner is strong and the winner is strong. Yang Kai, don't go astray again." "I went astray?" Yang Kai laughed, his eyes turning cold. "Temple Master, since you've heard about me, then do you know the whole story?" When Zishan hesitated for a moment before sighing, "The Iron Blood Master was in the wrong a few days ago, but you shouldn't have disobeyed him." Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became ferocious. "According to the Hall Master's words, if the Iron Blood wants to cripple me, Shihua, I should hand it over with both hands and not resist?" When Zishan advised earnestly, "There is always a way to solve this problem." Yang Kai sneered, "Shihua is one of my most important companions. He has made great contributions to my path of growth. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he is my family. During the battle against the demon race, he killed countless enemies. Just because he cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method, he is not allowed to exist in this world? Does this world belong to me, the 100 million cultivator, or does it belong to the Iron Blood? Just because he slaughtered countless demon race members, the Iron Blood should not make things difficult for him." After a pause, Yang Kai looked sharply at Wen Zishan. "Temple Master probably can't understand what I'm saying, so this junior boldly asks, if the Iron Blood wants to cripple Senior Sister Gao's cultivation, how would the Temple Master choose?" When Zishan frowned, "You're confusing the concepts." Chapter 34-36. The void collapsed and cracks appeared as Yang Kai and Li Wuyi shuttled through them. At a certain moment, the two of them rushed into one of the spatial rifts and disappeared. Following their disappearance, the countless spatial rifts automatically closed up under the influence of the star boundaries heaven and earth laws. When Zishan and the others looked at each other with solemn expressions. Yang Kai and Li Wuyi had obviously entered the void, so they had no way to intervene. As for Yu Rumeng, who escaped first, they didn't care too much. In any case, with Li Wuyi taking action, Yang Kai definitely couldn't escape. Yu Rumeng's matter would be taken care of by the great emperors of the Flower Shadow Empire. On the top of the mountain it was quiet. The newly built wooden houses had collapsed into ruins, and the farmland that Yang Kai cultivated was a mess. Although the fight between Yang Kai and Li Wuyi was short, it had already destroyed the place beyond recognition. In the void, Yang Kai and Li Wuyi appeared together, looked at each other and said at the same time, "Split up." Saying so, the two went in two different directions, shuttling through the void's turbulent current. Not long after, Yang Kai found Xiao Yu Yang, who he had blasted into the void before. At this moment, Xiao Yu Yang's situation was not very good. Half of his body had been swallowed by the void's turbulent current. If he had been a little later, he might have really been lost in the void. At that time, even Yang Kai and Li Wuyi wouldn't be able to find him. Yang Kai spent a lot of effort to pull him out of the void's turbulent current. Xiao Yu Yang looked at him suspiciously. "What the hell are you doing?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "Elder Xiao should go ask Senior Li, he will give you an explanation. Xiao Yang frowned. Although he had many questions, he couldn't do anything if Yang Kai didn't say anything, so he could only follow Yang Kai to see Li Wuyi. Not long after, Yang Kai saw Li Wuyi rushing over. When the two met and confirmed that Xiao Yang was out of danger, Li Wuyi gently nodded. Yang Kai complained, "Senior, you are too slow. I sent you the message 8 days ago. Why did you only come today?" Hearing this, Xiao Yang's eyes widened as he asked, "You revealed your whereabouts yourself?" Previously, he had been wondering how Li Wuyi had found out about Yang Kai's current hiding place and had led them to the exact location. Only now did he realize that it was Yang Kai who had leaked the information. What the hell was he doing? Xiao Yang was completely dumbfounded. Li Wuyi replied, "I can't help it. I'm a bit tied up over there. It wasn't easy for me to beat up the demon race, so I took the time to come over. I hope I didn't hold you back." Yang Kai replied, "That's not the case. I'm just afraid that if this goes on for too long, I'll give myself away." Xiao Yang said, "Wait a moment, you two. Who can tell me what's going on?" Yang Kai and Li Wuyi looked at each other and laughed. Li Wuyi said, "Don't ask so many questions. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. In short, this is the idea of the great emperors." Since it was related to the great emperors, Xiao Yang immediately fell silent. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai and Li Wuyi were doing, he could tell that this seemed to be a show. But what he didn't understand was that since it was a show, there would naturally be people watching the show. Who was the one watching the show? Could it be Zhou Yuang and the others? Li Wuyi's expression turned serious as he asked, "After this, can we succeed?" Yang Kai replied, "Most likely." Li Wuyi sighed, "You have to endure this humiliation. By the way, the Iron Blood Master asked me to tell you that he has ordered the High Heaven Palace to seal off the mountain. All the disciples of the High Heaven Palace have been sent back." Yang Kai nodded, thanked the Iron Blood Master for his kindness on my behalf. He was not an idiot. Naturally, he could see that although the Iron Blood seemed to be venting their anger on the High Heaven Palace, it was actually a form of protection. After all, after what happened to him, it was really inconvenient for the disciples of the High Heaven Palace to show their faces in public. Also, the dragon girl you brought has left. She probably went back to Dragon Island, Li Wuyi added. Fu Ling went back to Dragon Island? Yang Kai frowned when he heard this. That's not good. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, "There will definitely be more people coming from Dragon Island. If Zhu Qing comes, send her back to the High Heaven Palace for me and let Su Yan and the others explain it to her. If Great Elder and Second Elder come, let the Great Emperors explain it to them." Li Wuyi nodded. "Rest assured, the Master has his own arrangements. He won't let Dragon Island harbor any resentment." After chatting for a while, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. "It's about time I should go." Li Wuyi solemnly exhorted, "Be careful." "I know." Yang Kai grinned, suddenly raised his hand and slapped his chest a few times. His emperor chi surged as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, dyeing half of his body a golden yellow. Xiao Yang watched in horror. This little brat can be so ruthless to himself. Yang Kai turned around and tore space, escaping from the void. As soon as he appeared, several powerful auras locked onto him. It was Wen Zishan and the others who had been guarding him. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai said with a ferocious expression, "Everyone, this junior will remember your kindness today and will repay you generously in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, he had already activated the law of space. With a sway of his body, he disappeared from where he stood. "Where's Master Li?" Zhou Yuang asked with an ugly expression. Yang Kai and Li Wuyi entered the void together, but now Yang Kai came out and Li Wuyi was nowhere to be seen. Zhou Yuang naturally had a bad feeling about this. As soon as he finished speaking, a white figure appeared. Zhou Yuang turned his head to look and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Li Wuyi. However, Li Wuyi did not appear alone. Beside him was a pale-faced Xiao Yang. Lei Hong was overjoyed when he saw this. "Old Xiao, are you okay?" Xiao Yang said with lingering fear, "Fortunately, Master Li found me in time, otherwise..." He shuddered before he could finish speaking. This was not an act. He had been alone in the void and was swallowed by the void's turbulence, leaving a psychological shadow. Ma Qing pointed in a direction and said, "That little brat ran that way. Master, what should we do now?" Li Wuyi said with a sullen face, "Chase after him. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse." Saying so, he took the lead in chasing after him. Chapter 34-38. The demon territory was actually such a barren place? Looking at the current situation, this place was even worse than some of the worst places in the Western Territory. How could such a world nurture so many people of the demon race? However, the world energy here was quite good, but that was only relative to the demon race. If a creature from the star boundary came here, it would be impossible for them to use the world energy here to cultivate, because this place was full of evil demon chi. If they really absorbed the world energy here, it would not be long before they turned into a demon. Flying all the way up, Yang Kai looked down again after an hour and couldn't help but be stunned, whispering, "The demon territory is so small?" When he first passed by, he didn't notice it, but now that he was looking down from a high enough altitude, he discovered that it was just an irregular piece of land, and he could see the edge of it at a glance. If the vast expanse of the starry sky was compared to the sea, then the continent below was a lone island in the sea. This isolated island was estimated to be only a few 100,000 kilometers wide, surrounded by the endless void. Strictly speaking, a few 100,000 kilometers was not small, but the demon territory was a large world. Could this be considered a large world? It couldn't be compared to the star boundary at all. But if this was the case, how could there be so many people in the demon race? Even a powerful existence like the demon saint was born? Seemingly seeing Yang Kai's doubts, Yu Meng said, "This is only a corner of the demon territory. The entire demon territory is like a broken mirror, and what you see now is just a fragment." A broken mirror? Yang Kai looked at her in amazement, but this description was very vivid, allowing Yang Kai to outline a prototype of the demon territory in his mind. Yu Meng nodded and said, "Fragments like the ones you see in front of you have formed the entire demon area. Some are big, some are small, and there are countless of them. Each fragment is both a continent and a small world. They are independent of each other but are closely connected. Isn't it strange?" Yang Kai solemnly said, "I've never heard of such a thing." This was really an eye-opener for him. Yu Meng giggled, "This is the demon territory. If you don't see it for yourself, you won't be able to understand its wonders." "Why is this happening?" Yang Kai asked with a frown. No wonder he felt that the laws of heaven and earth here were a little chaotic. The entire world was made up of fragments, and each fragment was equivalent to an independent small world. It would be strange if the laws of heaven and earth were not chaotic. Yu Meng said, "I'm afraid he's sick." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "A world can get sick." Yu Meng turned her head and looked at him. "A world will also come to an end. The territory of the demons is the end of the road." Yang Kai nodded in agreement and asked, "How do we connect these fragments?" The army of the demon race was definitely not something that this continent could have. They were definitely drawn from countless small fragments. Since they could come here, it meant that these fragments could communicate with each other. "Realm gates." Yu Meng explained and pointed up, "Look over there, that's the realm gate." Yang Kai looked in the direction she pointed and found that in the void, there was a dark oval passage, like a black hole in the void, leading to the unknown. Every fragment has one or more realm gates that connect to the nearby continents. Through the realm gates you can communicate with each other. So that's how it is. Yang Kai was suddenly enlightened and said in surprise, "So, there are also existences in the demon territory who are proficient in the laws of space?" Yu Meng smiled sweetly. "But I am curious. Even if you are a succubus demon, how can you disguise yourself as Li Shiqing and not let the great emperor see through you?" "Because." Yu Meng smiled faintly, and her aura suddenly changed greatly at this moment. An extremely terrifying power fluctuated from her graceful body, and the surrounding demonic chi rolled and poured into her body. Her second-order Emperor Realm cultivation suddenly soared. Third-order Emperor Realm, peak third-order, fake Emperor, great Emperors. "I am a demon saint." Yu Meng's entire body was surrounded by devil chi. At this moment, her face had also become blurry, making it hard for people to see her clearly. However, this kind of haziness had a fatal temptation, making everyone want to get close to her, push aside the fog that was covering her face and see her beautiful face. The surrounding void seemed like it could collapse at any time. Yang Kai's mouth opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. He was completely shocked. Yu Meng was a member of the demon race, this he had long guessed. After all, he had been with Yu Meng for such a long time, it was impossible for her to not give herself away. It was precisely because he guessed that Yu Meng was a member of the demon race that Yang Kai teamed up with the Iron Blood Great Emperor to put on a good show. He even asked Li Wuyi to track him down, creating a situation where he had no place in the star boundary. Then, Yu Ruming proposed to bring him into the territory of the demon race to become the demon race. Yu Ruming had other intentions towards him. She had told him this when they first met. After racking his brains, he finally got his wish and entered the demon race's territory. But Yang Kai never expected that Yu Ruming was actually a demon saint. This was a demon saint. An existence comparable to the great emperors. Everything made sense now. No wonder half-Saint Baizhua retreated without a fight in front of Roaring Tiger City. Now that he thought about it, Baizhua obviously saw Yu Ruming and recognized her identity, so he retreated, causing hundreds of thousands of demon race soldiers to suffer heavy casualties. No wonder the Demon King's attitude suddenly changed in front of the passage between two worlds when he received the dark red token and let them pass through without any obstruction. A Demon Saint's token was equivalent to a Demon Saint's personal arrival, so how could the Demon King dare to disobey? And when a Demon Saint brought Yang Kai into the territory of the demon race to become the demon race's territory, others naturally wouldn't stop them. Yu Ruming was a fucking devil saint. Yang Kai almost thought that he was dreaming and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. No matter how much he thought about it, he didn't expect this. Just when he was absent-minded, Yu Ruming suddenly shouted in a low voice, "Human ant, how dare you not kneel when you see this saint?" The demon saint's pressure filled the air, causing Yang Kai's bones to creak. It was as if several mountains were pressing down on his body, and his knees couldn't help but bend down. Yang Kai suddenly raised his eyes and looked at Yu Ruming with a burning gaze. A dragon's roar sounded, and his whole body was covered in golden light. He resisted the demon saint's aura with a supreme dragon's might, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Kneel my ass. If you dare to mess around again, I'll beat you up." Yu Ruming smiled sweetly and quietly looked at him. After a while, that sensational pressure suddenly disappeared without a trace. The huge pressure suddenly disappeared, but Yang Kai's face turned red and he almost spat out blood. He hurriedly cast a spell to regulate his breathing. Yu Ruming moved her head closer and smiled. "Was it fun?" "Get lost." Yang Kai's face darkened and pushed her face to the side. Chapter 34-39. Okay, don't be angry, it's bad for your body. Can't I apologize to you? Yang Kai squinted at her. "I don't see any sincerity in your apology." Yu Ruming asked, "Then what kind of sincerity do you want?" Yang Kai hooked his finger at her, and Yu Ruming put her ear close to him. Yang Kai whispered a few words into her ear. Yu Ruming immediately glared at him but nodded, "Okay." Once a word is said, even a team of 4 horses can't take it back. "You said it yourself." Kai Yang suddenly beamed with joy. "I said it?" Yu Ruming nodded happily. "As long as you can win, you can do whatever you want." Yang Kai was a little dumbfounded. "Win? You're a demon saint, how can I win against you?" He immediately shouted angrily, "You tricked me." Yu Ruming giggled, and with a flash of her delicate body, she turned into a stream of light and rushed forward. She even turned back to provoke him, "Come chase me, if you can catch me, I can give you some benefits. If you don't beat me up for 3 days, you'll be the one to tear the tiles off the roof." Yang Kai grinned, and with the fluctuation of the space principle, his figure flashed and disappeared, chasing after her. The 2 figures, one in front and one behind, swept through the void at an extremely fast speed. Although Yang Kai tried his best to stimulate the space principle, Yu Ruming's strength was unfathomable after her cultivation was fully recovered, and Yang Kai was unable to catch up. He kept following behind her, which made him very depressed. After a full 2 hours, Yu Ruming suddenly stopped in the void, slightly raised her head, and opened her arms as if she wanted to embrace the whole world, breathing in large mouthfuls of air. Yang Kai shook his head and rushed over from behind. Finally back, Yu Ruming let out a long breath, a satisfied expression on her face. Yang Kai glanced at her, then looked down at the fragment below and said, "You said you would take me to a place, is it the demon territory?" Yu Ruming nodded, "Yes." A dignified demon saint did not hesitate to use the heart seal secret technique to deal with me. "It seems that my space principle is very attractive to the demon territory," Yang Kai smiled. "Yu Ruming, the space principle is a very strange power, although there are many people in the territory in the star boundary, you and Li Wui." Li. B. T. E. You. "You think I don't want to?" Yu Ruming said helplessly. It's just that I used a secret technique to change my appearance, so I can only exert the strength of a second-order emperor in the star boundary, so how can I be your opponent? If you don't want to, how can I capture you and bring you to the demon territory? So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly understood and secretly rejoiced in his heart. His plan and Yu Rumeng somewhat coincided, otherwise, it would not have been so easy to enter the territory of the demon race. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Then what do you want me to do? Help you arrange a space array and mobilize the demon race's army? Can you do this?" Yu Rumeng looked at him in surprise. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I can't. My space array can only work in one world. The situation in the demon territory is special. Even if I arrange a space array in the fragment worlds, they can't be connected to each other. So, if you brought me here for this matter, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Unless my attainments in space principles are deeper and I can break through the barriers of the small world's world force." He turned to Yu Rumeng and asked, "Do you live here too?" Yu Rumeng smiled slightly. "Do you want me to live here?" Yang Kai stepped forward and held her hand. He said shyly, "If you are not by my side, what should I do if that Yu Sang comes to trouble me again? I am not his opponent." Yu Rumeng glanced at him and said with a smile, "Don't worry, he doesn't have the guts to do anything in the palace. It's better to be safe than sorry." Yang Kai winked at her. Yu Rumeng poked his head in annoyance and pulled her hand back. She turned and said, "You can stay here and wait for me to settle down. I will come to see you again." "Don't go." Yang Kai shouted at her graceful back, "Why are you leaving when you haven't finished talking?" After shouting a few words, Yu Rumeng disappeared. Yang Kai touched his chin and smacked his lips. He muttered in his heart that it was better that she left. If he stayed with Yu Rumeng, it would be really inconvenient to do things. He turned around and walked into a large hall with a refreshed expression. He grabbed a maid and asked her about the situation. Then he found a side room and went in. Since he had become the demon race's territory, he had discovered that the world principles in the demon territory were slightly different from those in the star boundary. However, since they were both large worlds, there was no suppression of strength. However, if he wanted to exert his full strength, he needed to first familiarize himself with the world principles in the demon territory. Otherwise, if he really wanted to fight with someone, he was afraid that his hands and feet would be tied. For the next few days, Yang Kai stayed in his room and did not come out. He worked hard to make his cultivation compatible with the world principles in the demon territory. These few days were peaceful. Yu Rumeng was nowhere to be seen. He did not know what she was doing. Yu Sang also did not come to trouble him. Perhaps, as Yu Rumeng said, he did not have the guts to do anything in the palace. A few days later, Yang Kai walked out of his room. After several days of hard work, he had eliminated the world principles in the demon territory. Now it was time to act. He did not come to the demon territory for sightseeing. He was not free and unfettered. Several great emperors had asked him to come and rescue the great emperors of the bright moon. That old man Heaven's Revelations also said that he had a calamity to face in the demon territory. If he could survive it, he would soar to the sky. If other people said this, it would be nonsense. However, Heaven's Revelations said it was different. Yang Kai did not know what kind of calamity he would face, but at present he could only take one step at a time. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai decided to start with the geographical distribution of the demon territory. The demon territory was like a broken mirror, composed of countless fragments of continents. He felt that he had to at least figure out what those fragments were and which continents were connected to each other. Chapter 3442. Yang Kai did not ask her what she had done wrong since it had nothing to do with him anyway. After a few casual words, he changed the topic. "It's like this king is new here and is not familiar with the situation in the demon domain. I would like to ask if there is a map I can take a look at?" Xiao Wu thought for a while and said, Master, if you want a map you can ask the Holy Sage. I think the Holy Sage should have one. The Holy Sage that she was talking about was probably Yu Rumeng. Although the Holy Spirits in the savage wilderness ancient land also called themselves the Holy Sage, they were not comparable to the Demon Saint in terms of ability and cultivation. The so-called Holy Sages were not on the same level. Yang Kai twitched the corner of his mouth and waved his hand. It is such a small matter. There is no need to trouble the Holy Sage. He did not want Yu Rumeng to know what he was doing so that she would not be suspicious. Although the possibility was very small, it was better to guard against it. Xiao Wu thought for a while and said, Master, you can go to the sacred city and look for it. I think it is sold there. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. It is sold outside? Xiao Wu said, You can find everything in the sacred city. Yang Kai grinned, Very good, then I'll have to trouble you to take me out for a walk. Master, you want to go out? Xiao Wu looked up at Yang Kai in surprise and quickly lowered her head. Yang Kai said, Why? I can't go out? Did the Holy Sage tell you not to go out? No. Xiao Wu hesitated and said, But Master, if you want to go out, please allow me to ask the Holy Sage. As for what? Yang Kai got down from the chair and strode out. Even if the sky falls, I will hold it up. Follow me. On the other side, Xiao Wu could not help but feel a little anxious when she saw Yang Kai acting so decisively, but it was too late to stop him. She could only order the other maidservants to inform the Holy Master of Yang Kai's movements while she hurriedly followed Yang Kai's pace. The two of them, one in front and one behind, shuttled back and forth in the palace. Although Yang Kai wasn't familiar with this place, he still remembered the route when he had come here with Yu Rumeng last time. So he quickly left the palace. As expected, the maids and guards he met on the way looked at him in surprise. When he was far away, they whispered to each other. He didn't know what they were talking about, but he didn't encounter any obstruction. Outside the palace, there was a large road that could accommodate more than a dozen carriages side by side that led directly to a bustling city more than a dozen kilometers away. Looking at the city from afar, it wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the large cities in the star boundary. In fact, it even surpassed them. The city had 8 gates, 2 each in the north, south, east, and west. The city gates were majestic and the city walls towered high. With Yang Kai in the front and the maidservant Xiao Wu behind him, it didn't take long for them to reach the city gate. Yang Kai was a little worried that he, a human, would encounter any trouble when he entered the city. After all, this was the demon race's territory. The demon race wasn't so hospitable. Although he was brought here by Yu Rumeng, not every demon race knew this. But when he arrived at the city gate, he realized that he was thinking too much. Although he was a human, he didn't have any characteristics of the demon race. But as long as he didn't use his power, most of the demon race wouldn't find any clues. They had never seen a human before. Who knew what a human looked like? The demon race that had seen a human was now in the star boundary. She could only secretly pray that nothing bad would happen today, otherwise she wouldn't be able to escape punishment. Not long after, the shop assistant came back with a round black ball in his hand and a stand under it. Walking over, the shop assistant said, "Customer, this is the store's best map, please take a look and see if you are satisfied with it." Yang Kai reached out to take the black ball and observed it for a moment. This thing was about the size of a human head and was quite heavy. He didn't know what material it was made of, but although this was the first time he had come into contact with this thing, it was similar to the mountain ripple diagram in the star boundary, so he immediately poured his divine sense into it. With a whoosh, the plate of a continent appeared in his divine sense, and a small black dot stood at a certain place on this continent, completely unremarkable. Yang Kai guessed that this small black dot represented his current location, and the continent that appeared in his knowledge sea should be the land under his feet. Phantom Continent. The name of each continent was also marked on this map. Only then did Yang Kai know that the continent under his feet was actually called the Phantom Continent, presumably because of Yu Rumeng's name and the succubus demon's race. In the sky around the continent there were 7 or 8 red dots. Yang Kai knew at a glance that these red dots represented the location of the realm gate, and each red dot had a thin white line connecting it to the distance. Yang Kai immersed himself in his divine sense and followed the thin white line, quickly finding another red dot and seeing another continent. After several attempts, Yang Kai figured out how to use this thing. This was a good thing and it was exactly what he needed urgently. With this map, he would be able to grasp how to enter and exit the various fragments of the demon domain. Otherwise, if he wanted to go from one fragment to another, it would be like a blind man groping for an elephant. The shop assistant on the side said, "Customer, you can try to use your divine sense to call out the names of the two continents." Yang Kai looked up at him and decisively gave it a try, calling out the Phantom Continent and the Black Earth Continent in his heart. This Black Earth Continent was what he saw when he was groping around. It was very far from the Phantom Continent, separated by several fragments of the continent. But at this moment, starting from a certain red dot on the Phantom Continent, the connected white threads suddenly blossomed with a bright light. Like a burning flame, they spread all the way to another red dot, entered the neighboring continent, and then extended from another realm gate on this continent. In the blink of an eye, the closest route from the Phantom Continent to the Black Earth Continent was clear at a glance. If Yang Kai really wanted to go to the Black Earth Continent, he only needed to follow this route and pass through a few realm gates. Good. Yang Kai was full of praise. To be able to refine this thing, it was definitely a genius. To a human like him who had just arrived, this thing was more useful than anything else. How many magic crystals is this thing? Yang Kai held the black ball and didn't want to let go, so he turned to ask the shop assistant. He really wants to buy it? The shop assistant was a little surprised. He thought that Yang Kai didn't have much purchasing power, but who would have thought that he was such a big customer? He immediately smiled and said, 5 million high-rank magic crystals. Magic crystals were also divided into high, medium, and low rank, and they had the same conversion ratio as source crystals, 1 to 10. However, Yang Kai didn't have much of an idea of the so-called 5 million high-rank magic crystals, nor did he know what kind of wealth it was. Chapter 3446. Yu Ming disguised herself as Li Shiqing as a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so the real Li Shiqing was naturally at this level as well. Otherwise, how could she have deceived the great emperors like the Flower Shadow Realm? Her cultivation wasn't bad, but this was the demon territory after all. Li Shiqing didn't have the ability to ignore the demonic chi's corrosion like Yang Kai, so how could she be a match for the other demon kings in the blood-fighting arena? At this moment, Li Shiqing was standing quietly beside the Demon King. It seemed that her cultivation wasn't restricted, nor was there any seal placed on her, but she didn't move at all. Her eyes were closed and Emperor Qi flickered on the surface of her body. Obviously, she was resisting the corrosion of the demonic Qi. If she didn't do so, it was very likely that she would become a demon in a very short time. No one knew how long she had been resisting like this, but she looked a little tired. At the center of the arena, the Demon King who brought Li Shiqing up smiled and said, "I believe that many of you have already noticed that this woman is different from the rest. Yes, this woman is indeed different because this woman is a human from the star boundary." As soon as the statement came out, the entire arena went into an uproar. Because Li Shiqing had been constantly urging her Emperor Qi to resist the demonic Qi, many Demon King level masters had already noticed some clues, but they didn't dare to be too sure. At this moment, after hearing the Demon King's words, they realized that this woman was really a human. This was a rare species. Because the demon territory was filled with world principles and demonic Qi, even if a human really came here, it was impossible for them to come out unscathed. The biggest possibility was that they would become the demon race and become a demon. But looking at Li Shiqing's appearance, although she looked tired, it was obvious that she hadn't lost her mind. In addition, Li Shiqing's appearance and figure were excellent, so she was naturally very attractive to many members of the demon race. It is said that this woman has a second-order Emperor Realm cultivation in the star boundary, which is equivalent to a mid-rank demon king here. The demon king paused for a moment before suddenly raising his voice. The prize for the next blood battle will be this woman. If anyone can win in the next blood battle, this king can take this woman away. Haha, this king has never tasted a human master before. Li Shiqing's eyelashes trembled as a look of sadness appeared on her face. To think that she was now a prize in the demon race's blood arena. Such treatment was something she didn't even dare to imagine in the past. She secretly decided that if things got out of hand, she would immediately sever her own heart vein. She would rather die than bring shame her master. She dies was blood. Li. A die, Li. Just as the demon king had said, none of the members of the demon race had tasted a human master before. Li Shiqing's appearance and figure were good, and her cultivation was high. If they could really win, it would be a great glory. In an instant, the crowd of demons was excited, and the ghosts in the audience were crying and howling. The demon king continued, "There are no rules in this blood battle. It will be a battle of chaos. Anyone who signed up can participate as long as they can survive until the end. I will give everyone an incense stick worth of time to prepare. There will be no more waiting after that." After saying this, he grabbed Li Shiqing's arm and dragged her away, disappearing from sight. As soon as he left, many members of the demon race got up from the audience and rushed in a certain direction. Those members of the demon race were all demon king level powerhouses. After entering the light screen, he discovered that the space inside was vast and he couldn't see the outside at all. He was currently in a hilly area with rocks and weeds all around him. Before he could carefully inspect the terrain, he saw 4 or 5 figures suddenly appear and land not far from him. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that these 4 or 5 demon race people seemed to be harboring ill intentions towards him. The places where they landed also seemed like they were going to surround him. Looking around, some of them avoided his gaze, some of them sneered, and some of them directly made a throat-slitting gesture. Did they think he was a pushover? Yang Kai chuckled and slowly gave them a thumbs up. Then he turned his wrist and pointed to the ground. The demon race people around him were all angry and their gazes towards him became more and more unfriendly. In the audience, Xiaowu covered her eyes with her hands. She didn't dare to continue watching. She really didn't understand what this master was doing. Originally, this chaotic battle was extremely dangerous and there were no rules to speak of. As soon as he entered the arena, he attracted so much hatred. Was he tired of living? In the previous betting information, only Yang Kai and a few reckless demon commanders had odds of 1 to 10. They definitely couldn't bet on those demon commanders, so their only choice was Yang Kai. There were several tens of thousands of spectators in the blood fighting field, and at least 1,000 of them had bet on Yang Kai. These 1,000 people could be said to be staring at Yang Kai without blinking, fearing that he would fall in the blood fighting field. After 2 hours, the chaos in the blood fighting field had more or less subsided. Of the 70 to 80 participants, only less than half were still alive. The rest were basically dead. However, those who were able to survive until now basically all had their own life-saving skills or were people with formidable strength. What are those guys doing? The demon commander behind Xiao Wu suddenly seemed to have discovered something and looked at a certain place in surprise. Hearing this, Xiao Wu searched the blood-fighting arena for a while and quickly found something amiss. Previously, she had been paying attention to Yang Kai and didn't pay attention to the movements of the others. Now that she was reminded by the demon commander, she suddenly realized that many demon kings had gathered together and were discussing something with solemn expressions. What was the meaning of this? She could actually see such a scene in the blood fighting field? Xiao Wu was very surprised. However, it was her first time in the blood fighting field, so she didn't understand the knack of it. She could only turn around and ask the demon commander, "Are they joining forces? Is this allowed in a chaotic battle?" Hearing this, the demon commander smiled. The so-called chaotic battle means that there are no rules. As long as you can survive until the end, there is nothing that is not allowed. It's just that. Just what? There are too many of them, the demon commander frowned. It wasn't like there was no such precedent in the past. In a chaotic battle, some people would temporarily form an alliance and advance and retreat together, waiting for the final moment to decide the victor. However, that was only when 2 or 3 people joined forces. 3 or 4 was already considered a lot. After all, when there were too many people, there would be too many variables. No one could guarantee that the others didn't have ulterior motives. What if they were tricked? However, at this moment there were more than 3 or 4 demon race gathered together. There were 7 or 8 of them. There are still people approaching that way. Xiao Wu pointed at a certain place. The demon commander looked over and found that it was indeed the case. There was a demon king rapidly rushing towards the place where those people were gathered. After a short while he arrived and directly joined them. The original demon kings only glanced at him and accepted his existence. What were they doing? The demon commander was also confused. If they were joining forces to fight the enemy, there was no need to gather so many people, right? Moreover, who could gather all of them in one place and make them seek common ground while shelving their differences? Faintly he felt that there was a bit of a conspiracy. Frowning, he glanced at Yang Kai. No matter who these people were going to deal with in the end, it was still a difficult situation for Yang Kai. If he wanted to live until the end, he had to break the alliance of these people. Although Yang Kai's previous performance was incomparably stunning, killing more than 10 demon kings in a row, the demon commander wasn't sure whether he could pass this hurdle. At this moment, the group of demon kings seemed to have finished their discussion. Their figures leaped and rushed in a certain direction. After a short while, they arrived at a mountain peak. Each of them used the divine technique and hid themselves in various places on the mountain peak, leaving only a single demon king standing in the void. Another ambush? The demon commander opened his eyes wide, his face absent-minded. With so many demon kings gathered together, it could be said that they were invincible existences, yet they still wanted to set up an ambush. Just who was it that was worthy of their attention? After everyone had concealed themselves, the figure of the remaining demon king suddenly swayed and flew into the distance. Ah! The demon commander behind Xiao Wu suddenly shouted, his face ashen. With a long face he said, "It's over, it's completely over." Xiao Wu was startled by his nervousness. She couldn't help but turn around and glare at him. The demon commander smacked his lips and looked at Xiao Wu sympathetically. "My condolences." "What condolences?" Xiao Wu was furious. She was worried about Yang Kai, but behind her, this guy actually spoke rudely. He was cursing the master. Chapter 3451. It's none of your business who I like. Boya scolded angrily. She didn't show the slightest bit of shame even though Yang Kai had exposed her private matters. Did this she-devil grow up eating shit? Yang Kai couldn't help cursing in his heart, but he was too lazy to care about her bad attitude. Turning his head, he glanced in the direction the blood demon had fled and said, "Since you've seen through those guys' plot and deployment, you must have a way to deal with them, right? Let's hear it. How should we work together?" The corner of Boya's lips curled up. She looked at Yang Kai playfully and said, "Of course you'll charge at the front and attract their firepower. I'll ambush them from behind and shoot them down one by one." This was the simplest and most direct plan. It didn't guarantee Yang Kai's safety at all. After all, no one could guarantee that Boya wasn't in cahoots with those people, and there was no guarantee that she wouldn't shoot an arrow at Yang Kai when he wasn't paying attention. After saying this, she thought Yang Kai would refuse and discuss a better plan with her. Who would have thought that Yang Kai would only ponder for a moment before nodding and saying, "Good idea. Let's do it." A hint of astonishment flashed through Boya's eyes. This guy's reaction was a little different from what she had imagined. Was he that confident in himself? The next moment, Boya felt someone pat her shoulder. She was shocked to see Yang Kai looking at her solemnly. "Let's work together and cause a ruckus." A layer of cold sweat appeared on Boya's back. She had been hit before she could even react. In other words, if this man wanted to kill her, she might have already died. Was this a warning? Boya's brows furrowed, but she suddenly smiled. The stronger Yang Kai appeared, the higher the chances of them working together. She was really afraid that Yang Kai wasn't strong enough. On the mountain peak, a bloody streak of light appeared, revealing the figure of the blood demon who had left earlier. His face was full of helplessness. Upon seeing this, the demon kings hiding in the surroundings all revealed themselves and gathered around, whispering to one another. Several demon kings immediately revealed furious expressions. No one knew what they were talking about, but the demon race in the audience could almost guess the content of their conversation. It was nothing more than a failed attempt to lure the enemy and another plan. At this moment, a commotion broke out among the audience. Everyone turned to look at Yang Kai and Boya in a daze. The man and woman seemed to have finished their discussion and were planning to join forces. They were chasing after the blood demon. It wouldn't take long for them to reach the previous encirclement. Xiao Wu covered her red lips with her hand, a look of disbelief on her face. The demon commander behind her reached out and grabbed his hair, grimacing as he wailed, "What is he doing? Wasn't this walking right into a trap? Crazy, crazy, completely crazy. My demon crystal." When he saw a winged demon suddenly appear and stop Yang Kai at the crucial moment, he naively thought that Yang Kai was lucky enough to avoid such a trap. Who would have thought that the winged demon was also an idiot and actually followed Yang Kai into the trap? Did these two fellows think that their lives were too long? The demon commander couldn't bear to watch any longer. He was afraid that he would have a nervous breakdown. In the blood arena, Yang Kai's path was unimpeded. Boya was no longer by his side. This woman had already concealed her aura and was following Yang Kai unhurriedly for 5 kilometers. She couldn't easily expose herself unless it was time for her to take action. A few dozen kilometers were covered in less than a moment. At the foot of the mountain, Yang Kai meandered his way. Looking up, he saw the lush forest and the trees swaying in the wind, giving him a sense of danger. After all, his source wasn't restricted, but Great Elder and Second Elder could only lean towards a certain attribute, so there was no comparison between them. A mournful scream rang out, as if he was enduring the most terrifying torture in the world. The blood demon in Yang Kai's hand struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. Under the continuous burning of the dragon fire, his vitality was rapidly evaporating. In less than 3 breaths of time, the blood demon had become a charred corpse. Yang Kai casually threw the charred corpse to the side, turned around, and stared at the shadow demon that he had previously injured. It was better to break 1 finger than injure 10. The shadow demon was good at concealment and assassination. If he didn't get rid of it in one go, it would definitely cause a lot of interference. Chapter 3453. Seeing Yang Kai's gaze sweep over him, the shadow demon knew that the situation was far from good. He had just been heavily injured by Yang Kai when he was at his peak, and now that he was injured he was even less likely to be a match for him. As such, as soon as he sensed Yang Kai's killing intent, he wanted to retreat. But when their eyes met, he was shocked to discover that there was a golden vertical line in Kai Yang's left eye. This vertical line was filled with majesty and terror, capable of shaking one's mind and soul. Demon Eye of Annihilation. In that brief moment of hesitation, he had missed the best opportunity to escape. A saber light suddenly slashed out from Yang Kai's left eye, silently tearing through the shadow demon's knowledge sea defenses and slashing into his knowledge sea. The Demon Eye of Annihilation combined with the soul-severing saber or the blossoming lotus secret technique was simply unstoppable. Before Yang Kai had reached this level of strength, he had used this combination countless times to deal with powerful enemies, each time achieving miraculous results. Now that he was facing a heavily injured shadow demon, it was naturally easy for him to use this combination. The soul-severing saber light, which had been activated with the heaven-severing saber secret technique, contained boundless power. The shadow demon felt a tearing pain in his knowledge sea, causing him to howl miserably and stop the escape technique he was about to use. Forcefully enduring the heart-wrenching pain and stabilizing his soul, he finally had a chance to catch his breath, but before he could do so, a shout entered his ears, "Be careful! Quickly retreat!" Looking up, he saw that Yang Kai had already arrived in front of him, the myriad sword in his hand slashing out in a cross-shaped slash. The shadow demon froze in place, his entire body frozen in place. With a crash, the shadow demon's body shattered like a falling building block, his vitality quickly dissipating. In the blink of an eye, 2 mid-rank demon kings had fallen. On the mountain peak, all the demon kings who were still alive felt their blood run cold. They had never seen such a valiant person before, truly terrifying. Yang Kai held the myriad sword at an angle, his playful gaze sweeping over the demon kings one after another, filled with aggression. The corner of his mouth curled up, seemingly excited as he said, "Killing makes one happy. I hope you can give this king even more pleasure." Dang 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 dang. Several low-rank demon kings couldn't help but take a few steps back, their expressions changing. This guy was a complete madman. A flame demon took a step forward, his body blazing. He said coldly, "A group of trash, what are you afraid of him for? He's all alone." This was one of the 3 high-ranked demon kings. He believed that if he went all out, he could do what Yang Kai had just done, so naturally he wasn't afraid. With so many demon kings working together, how could they not take down a mere person? The other party was just bluffing. Another high-ranked demon king also took a step forward, his body brimming with blood energy. He was also a blood demon. He said indifferently, "Let's do it." Just as he finished speaking, a cloud of sand suddenly rose from the ground, forming a terrifying sandstorm in an extremely short period of time. Looking at its posture, it seemed that it wanted to completely trap and kill Yang Kai. The last high-ranked demon king had already made his move. The sandstorm whistled over, every grain of sand filled with abundant demonic yuan, possessing extremely powerful killing power. Yang Kai could have dodged, but he didn't move at all, allowing the sandstorm to wrap around him. A faint smile appeared on his face as if he was waiting for something. A streak of light suddenly shot over from 10 li away. It was as fast as lightning, and when everyone was caught off guard, it pierced through the sandstorm. Although he didn't know what kind of trick Boya's 3 arrows contained, he knew that the woman must have used some underhanded trick to make this high-ranked demon king sand demon suffer such a huge loss. And that was indeed the case. After reforming its body, the sand demon didn't even have the intention to stay in place. It turned around and flew into the distance. Its body swayed as if it had been poisoned, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. It had to find a place to expel the foreign object that had entered its body, or its life would be in danger. A high-ranked demon king was taken away by Boya just like that. Although it wasn't killed, such a method was enough to show how terrifying that woman was. Yang Kai wanted to keep the sand demon here, but the flame demon kept pestering him, making it impossible for him to free himself. He could only sigh and let the sand demon leave. For a demon commander, this kind of number was tantamount to a huge fortune. It was enough to support his cultivation to the Demon King realm, and then find a good set of equipment to arm himself. In the past, he had heard of examples of people getting rich overnight in the blood fighting arena, and there were quite a few of them. Only when it was his turn did he feel the wonders of this world. The Demon King in charge of the blood fighting arena went up on stage once again and said some polite words, while congratulating Yang Kai on his victory. Yang Kai keenly noticed that this Demon King's expression was somewhat gloomy, but it was hidden very well. He couldn't help but coldly snort in his heart. Those dozen Demon Kings had joined hands, and the blood fighting arena was most likely involved, or perhaps arranged by them. Although he believed that Yu Sang was the mastermind behind the scenes, Yu Sang was still a half-saint. It wasn't convenient for her to personally take action in the blood-fighting arena, so she could only instruct others to do it for her. Now that more than half of the dozen demon kings had died while he was still alive and kicking, it would be strange if this guy was happy. After a short while, Yang Kai was arranged to enter the blood-fighting arena's VIP room, where he was served the highest quality blood wine. Xiao Wu stood beside him, glancing at him from time to time, her face full of worship. After spending a lot of effort to obtain victory, it was naturally time to collect the spoils of war. Thinking about the 100 million high-rank source crystals that would soon be in his hands, and he could also get Li Shiqing to his side, Yang Kai was in a good mood. This time he could sell a huge favor to the great emperors of Flower Shadow. If he had anything to ask of her in the future, she probably wouldn't refuse. But what made Yang Kai feel helpless was that no one came to greet him after waiting for so long. Would the blood-fighting arena go back on their word? Logically speaking, this place was in the Holy City, right under Yu Rumeng's nose, so they wouldn't do something that would ruin their reputation. However, since the blood-fighting arena had participated in the operation against Yang Kai, they might not really do as he wished. Yang Kai coldly snorted in his heart. If it really came to this point, he would definitely turn this place upside down. At that time he would alarm Yu Rumeng and naturally someone would stand up for him. He just didn't know if those guys could withstand Yu Rumeng's anger. It would be best to take the opportunity to drag Yu Sang into the water and let Yu Rumeng deal with him. Thinking of this, he actually hoped that the blood-fighting arena would not keep their word and give him an excuse to take action. After a full hour, the door of the VIP room suddenly opened and the middle-aged demon king, who had previously hosted the blood-fighting arena, walked in with a smile, cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Brother Yang. Do you know who I am?" Yang Kai looked at him meaningfully. The middle-aged demon king smiled and said, "I didn't know before, but now I know. Brother Yang, we are honored by your presence. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you." Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "No need for pleasantries. I am waiting for my prize. Where is my prize now? Why can't I see it?" The middle-aged demon king said, "Brother Yang, wait a moment. That human woman will be brought here soon." He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he actually saw a trace of disappointment in Yang Kai's eyes. He couldn't help but be stunned, wondering what he was disappointed about. After a pause he said, "Before that, let's deal with another matter first." "What is it?" Yang Kai looked up at him. The middle-aged demon king glanced at Xiao Wu and said, "Is this woman Brother Yang's maid?" "Indeed." Yang Kai nodded. However, even though she was strong, how could she be Baijua's opponent? Baijua's large hand directly pierced into Boya's head, but strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed out. Then Baijua suddenly withdrew his hand. Boya's body was thrown back as if she had suffered a heavy blow. She gasped for breath, and her face was filled with lingering fear. At this moment, Baizhuo was holding something that looked like a cloud of smoke in one hand. He was twisting and turning it. With his other hand he took out something that looked like a doll and held it in front of his chest. He muttered some incantations and cast a spell with one hand. He then threw the doll to Yang Kai and said with a smile, "Now you can use her without worry." On the other side, Boya's beautiful face turned pale. She took a few steps back and looked at the doll in Yang Kai's hand in horror. "Soul puppet." Baizhuo looked at her with a smile and said, "Since you recognize this thing, you'll have to take care of yourself in the future." Boya said bitterly, "Master Baizhuo, how can you do this to me? What did I do to offend you?" Baizhuo said curiously, "Am I not fulfilling your wish? You should at least know how to repay kindness." Boya gritted her teeth, but she didn't dare to say anything despite her anger. Yang Kai held the doll and asked curiously, "What's the use of this thing?" Baizhuo smiled. "It can control her life and death. With this thing you can guarantee that she won't be disloyal to you." "Really?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "It's fake." Boya shouted and tried to snatch the doll away. "Give it to me and I'll leave right now." Yang Kai wouldn't let her do as she wished. He moved sideways and dodged her attempt to snatch the doll away. He flicked the doll's forehead lightly with his finger. In the next moment there was a dong sound followed by a scream from Boya. She seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. She flipped a few times in the air before stabilizing herself. After calming down, a wave of dizziness swept over him. He covered his forehead with his hand and looked at Kai Yang with a face full of resentment. A dark red mark had appeared on his forehead as if he had been punched. She regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. She had only wanted to borrow Yang Kai's power to pass through the realm gate and then leave this place, never to return to the Phantom Continent again. Who knew that she would run into Baizhuo, who sealed her soul in a soul puppet without a word, and she would never be free again. On the other side, Kai Yang's interest was piqued. He reached out and pinched the doll's arm. Boya, who was in front of him, also couldn't help but raise her arm and poke the doll. Boya stumbled backwards. Everything that happened to the doll would be reflected on Boya's body. In other words, if the doll was destroyed, Boya would die without a grave. Yang Kai grinned. With this thing he didn't have to worry about anything. From the Phantom Continent to the Cloud Shadow Continent, one had to pass through 5 realm gates and pass through 4 different continents. Along the way it was quite peaceful. In less than half a day the group arrived at the Cloud Shadow Continent. After passing through the World Gate, Yang Kai turned his head back and frowned slightly. He found that the realm gate here was indeed as Baizhuo had said. It was a little unstable. Ordinary realm gates spanned across the void and didn't change for tens of thousands of years. However, the realm gate on the Cloud Shadow Continent would ripple from time to time, like a bubble that could burst at any time. Chapter 3462. According to Yang Kai's calculations, in less than 100 years, this realm gate would collapse. At that time, the Cloud Shadow mainland would be completely isolated, losing contact with the greater environment of the demon territory. Furthermore, the further one went, the more unsafe this realm gate would become. Who knows, one might accidentally fall into the void when passing through it, drifting in the void crevices and unable to find a way out. Realm gates were also a type of void passageway, and this kind of unstable realm gate would undoubtedly be of great benefit to Yang Kai. He could use it to study the laws of space and comprehend the secrets of space. However, now was obviously not the time. Since he had come to the Cloud Shadow mainland, he still needed to meet with the various experts of this mainland. After all, there might be many things that he would need their cooperation in the future. Looking down from the sky, the Cloud Shadow mainland was not small, and one could not see the end of it. From the map that he had just obtained yesterday, it could be seen that the Cloud Shadow mainland was above average in terms of size within the entire demon territory. It was not inferior to most other mainlands. It was only because of the realm gate that the number of talents here had withered. There were only 10 high-ranked demon kings overseeing this mainland, and less than 300 demon kings below high rank. After all, no one knew when the realm gate of this mainland would disappear, and once it did, the Cloud Shadow mainland would be completely cut off from the outside world, and no one would be able to enter or leave. Therefore, Those who had the slightest bit of connections or were aware of the dangers had long left this mainland and gone to other places to make a living. Those who stayed behind either had other plans or had no connections. In addition, because of the war with the astral boundary, the Cloud Shadow mainland had also been mobilized by the demon race. Therefore, at this time, there were only 4 high-ranked demon kings left, and less than 100 demon kings of other ranks. This information was also unintentionally revealed by Baizhuo while they were chatting. In the center of the Cloud Shadow mainland there was a vast city. Within the city, there were rows upon rows of buildings, arranged in picturesque disorder. Millions of members of the demon race lived in this city. The city was known as the Cloud Shadow City, the most prosperous place in the entire Cloud Shadow mainland. It was also the center of the entire Cloud Shadow mainland. Perhaps they had already received the news. When the tiger-headed chariot passed through the clouds and landed in front of a huge building in the middle of the city, there were already more than 30 demon kings waiting respectfully. 3 of them stood in front while the rest followed behind. When Baizhuo and the others got off the chariot, they all cupped their fists and saluted, "Greetings, master." Baizhuo nodded slightly, glanced at them and raised his eyebrows. "Why are there only 3 of you? Where's Lai Kuang?" The Cloud Shadow mainland had 4 high-ranked demon kings, but here there were only 3 of them. The last one, Lai Kuang, was nowhere to be seen. A high-ranked demon king in the middle immediately said, "Lai Kuang sent a message saying that he was delayed by some matters on the way. I'm afraid it will take some time for him to arrive." Baizhuo declined to comment. While he was asking, Yang Kai was also observing the 3 high-ranked demon kings. There were 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was a shadow demon. Her figure was erratic, and her face was shrouded in a black aura, making it impossible to see her appearance clearly. The high-ranked demon king who spoke was a little old, and his vitality was already showing signs of decline. The other one was a middle-aged man with a tall figure and a pale face. This was great news. These people didn't have the ability nor the opportunity to leave the Cloud Shadow mainland. Once the last realm gate disappeared, they would definitely be buried with the Cloud Shadow mainland. They had thought that there was no hope for them in this life, but they didn't expect that a light would suddenly shine in the darkness. The old demon king said excitedly, "My king, are you serious?" The other 2 high-ranked demon kings also looked at Yang Kai with burning eyes, looking expectant. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh and said, "How can this be false? There's no benefit in lying to you." The female shadow demon said, "If my king can really protect the last realm gate and not lose it, then the entire continent will be reborn. This subordinate will definitely follow master, even if it means going through water and treading on fire, I won't hesitate." The female demon king's voice was surprisingly pleasant to the ears, making people feel refreshed. Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. He didn't expect that his words would cause such a big reaction from her. Thinking about what Baizhuo had said before, he somewhat understood what this woman was thinking. Protecting the Cloud Shadow mainland was equivalent to protecting their lives and future. How could she not take it seriously? The pale-faced middle-aged demon king frowned and said, "My king, it's not that I doubt you, but if you want to protect the realm gate and not lose it, then you must be proficient in the law of space. But as far as I know, no one in our territory has this ability. May I ask where my king's confidence comes from?" Yang Kai smiled and said lightly, "No one in your territory is proficient in the law of space, but it doesn't mean that I can't. I forgot to tell you, I am a human." As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and patted the void in front of him. 10 feet away, a pitch-black hole immediately appeared, with an imposing manner that could swallow the entire world. After asking Xiao Wu to find someone to get a detailed map of the entire Cloud Shadow mainland and records of the division of forces of each demon king, Yang Kai hid in the room alone and began to investigate. Since Yu Rumeng had given him this opportunity, he naturally had to make good use of it. If the realm gate could be maintained, then so be it. If it couldn't, then it didn't matter. However, Yang Kai really wanted to control the Cloud Shadow mainland. When the time came, whether it was to protect himself or to secretly cause trouble for the demon race, he would need the power of this place. After studying for 2 days, Yang Kai had a rough understanding of the Cloud Shadow mainland. Just as he was putting down all the miscellaneous items, there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai raised his hand, and when the door opened, Boya walked in. At this moment, this woman was no longer as respectful as before, and her demeanor was much more casual. Looking him up and down, she giggled and said, "Should I call you master or king?" "Up to you." Yang Kai glanced at her and said indifferently, "What's the matter?" Boya said, "I want to report to you some of the information I've gathered over the past 2 days. Do you want to hear it? If not, I'll be leaving." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and narrowed his eyes at her. "It seems that you don't understand the situation you're in." Saying so, he took out the soul puppet from his space ring and bent his finger, preparing to fire it. Boya couldn't help but take a few steps back, her beautiful face pale as she covered her forehead with both hands and shouted, "Don't be impulsive. Let's talk this out. I'm very calm right now. As for whether I'll be impulsive or not, that'll depend on your performance." Yang Kai looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. Boya couldn't help but scoff, curling her lips and saying, "Cloud Shadow Mainland has 4 high-ranked demon kings. The 3 you've seen are fine, but that Lai Kuang you'll have to be careful." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai frowned. Boya said, "Didn't you notice that Lai Kuang hasn't come to see you? It's been 2 days. That Carson and Yin's territory isn't here, but they were able to come 2 days ago. However, Lai Kuang hasn't shown himself yet." Carson was the middle-aged demon king with a pale face, while the female shadow demon's name was a little strange. It was a single word. These 3 people, along with Cloud Shadow City's commander Lao Ku, were the only 4 high-ranked demon kings left in Cloud Shadow Mainland. Yang Kai wouldn't have noticed it if she didn't mention it, but now that she did, Yang Kai felt that there was something wrong with Lai Kuang. The news of him being conferred the title of prince and ruling over Cloud Shadow Mainland must have spread, so Lai Kuang should have rushed over to see him. After all, he was going to be Lai Kuang's superior in the future. But in reality, Lai Kuang hadn't shown himself yet. Lao Ku had said that Lai Kuang was delayed on his way to deliver the message, but no matter how much of a delay it was, it couldn't have taken 2 days. Chapter 3464. More than 40 demon kings were gathered on the drill ground of the city palace. Lao Ku, Carson, and Yin stood solemnly, gazing ahead. Behind these demon kings, there were thousands of demon commanders and tens of thousands of demon generals. Although there were many people, the drill ground was completely silent, and the atmosphere was solemn. The 3 high-ranked demon kings exchanged glances and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. They didn't know why the new prince had called them here at this time, but they all had a premonition that something big was about to happen. Yang Kai stood in front of the demon kings and glanced around indifferently before saying, "This king has only been here for 2 days, yet he has already lost a precious treasure. This king is truly distressed by the poor atmosphere of Cloud Shadow City." Lao Ku's eyes twitched. He was the commander of Cloud Shadow City and was in charge of everything in the city. If Yang Kai really lost something, it definitely had something to do with him. Moreover, looking at Yang Kai's appearance, it seemed that the thing lost was very valuable. He suddenly felt uneasy. If he didn't handle this matter well, he was afraid that he would be in trouble. He stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Your Majesty, may I ask what you lost and when? This subordinate is willing to personally lead a team to investigate this matter and give your Majesty an explanation." Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "That won't be necessary. The deputy commander has already found out the whereabouts of the thief. However, the thief's strength is not ordinary and he has a lot of people. Today I called you all here to catch this thief and eliminate our Cloud Shadow City." Hearing this, Lao Ku couldn't help but glance at Boya. He saw that this woman had lowered her head and lowered her head. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. He knew that the new deputy commander had been doing everything he could to fight for power with him. However, he didn't have the ambition he had when he was young. In addition, Boya's trip was justified, so he just let it be. However, he only gave half of the power, and the other half was firmly in his hands. Not having ambition didn't mean that he didn't have the desire to protect himself. However, when did this deputy commander inquire about this kind of information? How come he didn't receive any information? Not only was he puzzled, but Boya was also cursing in her heart. She naturally knew what Yang Kai wanted to do. Capturing the thief was a good excuse to lose the treasure. However, although there were many people here and many experts, could they really help? She suddenly felt that Yang Kai was too naive. He was holding a chicken feather as an arrow. She might suffer a big loss tonight. She secretly decided that if the situation turned bad, she wouldn't care about Yang Kai's life. She would find a chance to snatch the soul and escape. On the other side, Yang Kai continued, "This king will personally lead this operation, so you must obey my orders. Where is the vice commander?" The corner of Boya's mouth twitched. She stepped forward and said, "Your subordinate is here. Keep an eye on them. If anyone dares to disobey, kill them immediately." Yang Kai coldly swept his eyes over the demons in front of him. Boya braced herself and said, "Yes. Very good." Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go." The moment he finished speaking, he was the first to soar into the sky, followed by Boya. The three high-grade devil kings exchanged glances and hurriedly called for their subordinates to follow as well. In an instant, over 10,000 figures soared into the sky above the city. Although it was late, Cloud Shadow City was still bustling with noise and excitement. With the cover of the night, although there were many people, they didn't make a sound. Then Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared from the room. Inside the small sealed world, in an open space, the embodiment was sitting cross-legged. Even though it was sitting on the ground, its 10-meter-tall body was still towering like a small mountain. It was looking at the 5 demon kings that Yang Kai had brought in with great interest. Yang Kai appeared and without any nonsense, he raised his hand and said, "Let's begin." The embodiment nodded and formed a seal with both hands, assuming a strange posture. In the next moment, an invisible force fluctuated and enveloped the 5 immobilized demon kings. The faces of the demon kings, who were at a loss because of the sudden change in environment, changed drastically. They felt the blood essence and even Yuan Qi divine senses in their bodies become restless, uncontrollably drifting out of their bodies. As Yang Kai looked over, he saw dark red qi gushing out of the 5 demon kings' bodies and converging towards the embodiment. The embodiment inhaled and exhaled, swallowing the dark red qi into its stomach. In just a few breaths, the dark red qi became incomparably thick, and the bodies of the 5 demon kings shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye, their auras plummeting. This scene made Yang Kai shudder. He secretly thought that the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was really overbearing and evil. No wonder the star boundary couldn't tolerate it. Although the embodiment was a stone mongoose and wasn't afraid of the many drawbacks of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, when he was in the star boundary, Yang Kai tried his best to avoid letting the embodiment use this secret art inherited from the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor when fighting with others, so as to prevent others from seeing any clues. In the past, the embodiment had also devoured the chi essences of some enemies, but it was just a taste and was rarely used. Now that he was in the demon territory, he naturally didn't have too many scruples. In the battle with Lai Kuang last night, the embodiment used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to torment Lai Kuang. Moreover, according to the embodiment, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique could be used to nurture battle. When devouring the chi essences of others, it could weaken the strength of others and strengthen itself. As long as it wasn't a fatal injury, it was almost invincible. In the past, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor had single-handedly slaughtered many Great Emperors in the War of Great Emperors. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was undoubtedly the most important contribution. Yang Kai planned to let the embodiment properly cultivate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique in the demon territory, so as to increase its strength as soon as possible. Although these 5 demon kings were only below average, their chi essences couldn't be wasted. Chapter 3472. A few days passed and everything was calm. In front of the realm gate, Yang Kai closed his eyes and remained motionless, but the fluctuations of the space principles on his body were constantly visible, and even seemed to be resonating with the realm gate. This made Lao Ku and Yin, who had been watching below, very surprised. At the same time, they were secretly excited and looking forward to it. The current situation showed that Yang Kai was deeply studying the secrets of the realm gate. If there was a breakthrough, he might really be able to protect this realm gate. In fact, Yang Kai had indeed gained a lot these days. He felt that his attainments in the space principles had improved by leaps and bounds. Especially when the realm gate was unstable, he could even pry into some secrets that he couldn't normally pry into, and verify them with his own experience. Every time he would gain something. This was indeed a good place to cultivate the space principles. If it were an intact realm gate, it would definitely not have such an effect. Only this kind of unstable realm gate could help him. He didn't even think about how to protect this realm gate. Instead, he was immersed in the joy of enlightenment, prying into the mysteries of the void and absorbing the nutrients to make himself stronger. Although the demon territory and the star boundary were 2 large worlds, and the heaven and earth principles were slightly different, when it came to specific principles they were all the same. The space principles were like this. A few days later, even though Yang Kai didn't have any thoughts about protecting the realm gate, he had some vague ideas about how to do so. Of course, it was still too early to say if he wanted to put these ideas into practice. He needed to carefully pry into the secrets of this realm gate to have some confidence. At a certain moment, a trace of abnormal fluctuation came from the realm gate in front of him again, interrupting the state he had maintained for many days, causing him to wake up from the meditative state. He shouted with a gloomy face, "Bastard!" Lao Ku and Yin's expressions changed slightly, and they flew up together. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the 2 of them, his eyes gloomy. "Go and ask Kusen what he's doing. If he can't even handle such a small matter, what use does this king have for him?" The situation just now was obviously caused by someone passing through the realm gate on the Blue Origin continent. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the realm gate to have ripples out of thin air. Lao Ku and Yin accepted the order and hurriedly flew down. They gathered some people and prepared to go through the realm gate to the Blue Origin continent to investigate. Boya, on the other hand, looked at Yang Kai with a gloating expression. Yang Kai sent her here, making her angry. "Demon King. Demon King. Master." Yang Kai looked over and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He saw that this mid-rank Demon King was covered in blood, and there were many wounds on his body that reached to the bone. He had obviously experienced a fierce battle. This Demon King was one of Master Kursen's subordinates. He had been brought to the Blue Origin continent by Kursen. The disturbance in the realm gate just now should have been caused by this person passing through the realm gate. Lao Kuin and the others also looked over when they heard this. The former anxiously asked, "What happened?" The mid-rank Demon King took a deep breath and hurriedly said, We were ordered by the king to go to the Blue Origin continent to seal the realm gate. Was he afraid that the enemy wouldn't notice him or something? How could there be such a stupid person in this world? Since the other side planned to surround the ambush and attack the reinforcements, the two of them could also take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate the ambush. With her archery skills and Yang Kai's ability, as long as they were careful, it was not impossible. But now their tracks had been exposed, so there was no opportunity to speak of. But soon Boya furrowed her brow again. She faintly felt that this was Yang Kai's goal. She immediately focused her mind and a faint blue light flashed across her beautiful eyes. Using her eye technique, she was able to see everything within a radius of several hundred kilometers. Who is that? At the same time, several dozen kilometers away, a high-ranked demon king looked at the small sun rushing over and asked. Another demon king beside him glanced over and said, "It must be that human." The aura rushing over was very unfamiliar, and the energy fluctuations were only at the level of a mid-ranked demon king. Coupled with the aura that was different from the demon race, this demon king immediately recognized Yang Kai's identity. Is that the so-called Grand Prince? The high-ranked demon king raised an eyebrow and laughed with his hands on his waist. Everyone says that humans are cunning and sinister, but it seems that this is all there is to it. Today's great merit, this king will gladly accept it. Who will go and capture that human for me? Their main goal in besieging Kusen this time was to lure Yang Kai to come to their aid, but they weren't sure whether Yang Kai would come or not. If he didn't come, Kusen would undoubtedly die, which would be a huge blow to Cloud Shadow, enough to shake Yang Kai's rule over Cloud Shadow. If he came, it would naturally be for the best, as the strength of the people here was enough to ensure that he would not be able to return. Before this, they had estimated that the chances of Yang Kai coming were no more than 30%. But in reality this was not the case. Not long after the news of Kusen being besieged was sent back, this human actually appeared and directly rushed towards them. The high-ranked demon king was naturally overjoyed, feeling that a delicious cake had fallen from the sky. Such a good thing had actually happened to him. The opportunity was right in front of him, so he naturally didn't want to miss it. As long as he could capture this human this time, Master Yusang would definitely reward him handsomely. The other party was only a mid-ranked demon king. Although his momentum was impressive, his cultivation was still there, so how strong could he be? It was to the point that he didn't even have the desire to personally take action. This subordinate is willing. Immediately, 4 or 5 mid-ranked demon kings jumped out. This kind of opportunity to perform a meritorious service was right in front of them, so they naturally wouldn't easily miss it. Now that she knew the whereabouts of the great emperor's bright moon, Yang Kai didn't want to ask her, lest she became suspicious. He couldn't ask anyone else either, so he could only rely on himself for bright moon's matter. He sent the spies out to gather information about the abnormal situation in various continents in the past year, especially during the period when Bright Moon fell into the demon territory. He hoped to infer Bright Moon's location from these clues. One day Yang Kai was comprehending the principle of space transformation at the realm gate when sound suddenly flew over from afar. She exchanged glances with Kurson, who was guarding the place, and their divine thoughts surged as they communicated for a while. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and asked. When sound came over he was aware of it, but he didn't pay attention to it. Now, looking at her in Kurson, it seemed that something big had happened. "Your Majesty." Sound cupped her hands slightly and said with a slightly excited voice, "The nest of 1,000 devils has been a little abnormal recently. The demonic chi is surging. I'm afraid that the 1,000 demons pill is about to take shape." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and showed an excited expression. "Are you sure?" Sound smiled and said, "Most likely. Usually, as long as there is this abnormal movement, we can collect it within a month." "Very good, let's go and take a look." Yang Kai immediately became interested. He had been to the nest of 1,000 devils once before, but it was just a dark pit with nothing special. According to Lao Ku and others, the nest of 1,000 devils was usually like this, and there would only be some changes when the 1,000 demons pill was about to take shape. Yang Kai was very concerned about the 1,000 demons pill. This pill was useless to him, but it was very beneficial to the Dharmakaya. It was just that the Dharmakaya needed too many pills, and the 1,000 demons pill was only collected once every 10 years. The cloud shadow could only collect dozens to hundreds of pills each time. With the 1,000 demons pill alone, the Dharmakaya needed 3,000 pills to progress further. However, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. With the 1,000 demons pill this time, the Dharmakaya could also shorten the growth time. When Yang Kai first came to the cloud shadow mainland, Lao Ku and others said that within half a year, the 1,000 demons pill should be ready to be collected. Counting the days, it should be about the same time now. When Yang Kai brought Carson and Sound to the nest of 1,000 devils, they saw the demonic chi soaring to the sky, and the demonic clouds rolling. The originally ordinary pit now seemed to have a life of its own and was constantly moving. Lao Ku stood not far away from the nest of 1,000 devils, looking excited and expectant. For many years, ever since Lai Kuang joined Yu Sang, they had not participated in the collection of the 1,000 demons pill. Every time the 1,000 demons pill took shape, the Basket Plain mainland would send people to collect it, and then directly send it to Yu Sang, who would then pass it to the Holy Sage. Originally, every time they collected, they would be given 1 or 2 pills, and the rest would be given to the Holy Sage. However, all these years, the 1,000 demons pill that originally belonged to them had gone into Yu Sang's pocket, which made them angry and helpless. Seeing Yang Kai coming, Lao Ku immediately greeted him and cupped his fists. "My king. How's the situation?" Yang Kai looked over and saw that every time the nest of 1,000 devils swallowed and spat out, a large amount of atmospheric energy would be sucked into the pit, and because of this, countless tornadoes would be formed. The scene was terrifying. He could not help but click his tongue in wonder. The last time he was here there was nothing unusual,